Chapter 1 Rebirth Hokage. Where am I? Drowsy, Glossai opened his eyes, looked confused, and said to himself. At this moment, Glossai was lying on the grass under a big tree, surrounded by the smell of earth and the fragrance of flowers and plants. The fresh air is blowing on the face, and the beautiful breath of nature fills the surroundings. The warm sunlight is shining from the sky, and there is a vibrant look everywhere. In the distance, there are rolling dense forests, and vigorous old trees stand proudly, 20 meters high, and Jiamu is lush and lush. On the old trees, there are old vines that are as thick as a bucket, hovering like a horned dragon. Am I not dead? Glossai opened his eyes wide, looked at the surroundings without blinking, got up from the ground, and said to himself. What a fragile body! Is it a mortal body? Glossai frowned just after moving. However, he soon laughed again. After experiencing such a thing, he hasn't died. What is there to be dissatisfied with? At the same time, pictures passed through his mind like movies. Glossai was not a mortal, but a legendary cultivator. He lives in a place called Waja, where the people are extremely powerful, and everyone has the terrifying power of overwhelming power. And Glossai is the best among them. He became the king of Wu at the age of 18, Emperor Wu at the age of 30, Emperor Wu at the age of 100, stepped into the realm of martial saint at the age of 300, and became the martial god for 1,000 years. He is the first hopeful person in nearly 10,000 years. Touch the man of heaven. He created a purely physical training line, and his combat power was shocking and invincible. It is a pity that he was strong throughout his life, and he has offended too many people. So that when he took the last step, he not only encountered the most terrifying 99 heavenly tribulation in the legend, but also was conspired by the other 7 martial gods of the cultivation world, and finally fell. I remembered. But why didn't I die? What is this place? Glossai looked at the surrounding environment with doubts in his heart. In his last memory, he was shrouded in the 9 and 9 heavens tribulation, and then attacked by the 7 Valkyries, struggling hard, and finally failed and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was already in this dense wood. So you are lazy hiding in this place. He. Suddenly, a string of beautiful girls' voices like silver bells came from a distance. Hearing the sound, Glossai couldn't help turning around and looking in the direction of the sound. When he could see the appearance of the incoming person clearly, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Lai Ren is a beautiful girl about 10 years old. A tall and slender figure, a handsome face, a pair of big talking eyes, and a sweet smile all show that she is a superb beauty. However, it was not the girl's beauty that surprised Glossai, but her weird dress. She wore a pink pearl shirt on her upper body and tight-fitting black trousers on her lower body. Under the trousers, a piece was missing, revealing a piece of white skin. She wears a pair of shoes similar to clogs on her feet. Although it is made of animal skins with excellent materials, its appearance is exactly the same as that of clogs. In addition, the forehead protector with a leaf-like pattern on her forehead and the small bag hanging on the back of her butt attracted Glossai's attention. Hey, smelly Xylee, what are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? The beautiful girl couldn't help but flushed as he stared at me so unblinkingly, and said angrily. God. Tenten. Somehow, a familiar and unfamiliar name came out of Glossai's mouth. At the same time, a strange memory emerged. That was the memory of the original owner who was occupied by Glossai. It turns out that this strange world is a ninja world. There are no warriors here, but there are a group of ninjas who practice ninjutsu. According to the memory of the original owner, the ninja had cultivated to a certain degree and was extremely powerful. Of course, if you were to compare with the strong in the martial arts world, you would be too weak. The name of the original owner of this body is Rock Lee, which is a typical waste wood, and was ridiculed by the students as the tail of the crane. Because his talent is extremely poor and he is not good at controlling chakra. It is for this reason that Rock Lee cannot practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physical skills. Originally, according to Rock Lee's conditions, no one would want to be his teacher. However, Rock Lee had very good luck and met his teacher Might Guy. Might Guy is an extremely powerful jonin who specializes in physical skills. He believes that Rock Lee must be like him, through hard and unremitting efforts, become an outstanding ninja who can be alone. And the beautiful girl in front of her, named Tenten, is a very talented person in the way of hidden weapons. In addition to Tenten, there is a boy named Hyaganiji in their class. He was a super genius, hailed as the best talent in the history of the Hyaga family. He has a pair of powerful Izbyakugan, almost invincible among his peers. And he is exactly the opponent Rock Lee has always wanted to challenge and surpass. Lee, what's the matter with you? Are you okay? Tenten stepped forward and pushed Rock Lee, dissatisfied. I'm fine, I'm fine. After Rock Lee digested all the memories, he smiled at Tenten and said, "Since I occupy your body, then I will help you fulfill all your wishes." He said in his heart. "Thank you." Hearing these words, Rock Lee's consciousness completely disappeared. "Are you really okay?" Tenten said in disbelief, "Brother Niji and I are practicing desperately, but you ran here alone to be dazed and lazy, really? Even if you don't have much talent, you can't practice ninjutsu and illusion arts, but you can also practice physical arts." "Yeah. I see. Thank you." Rock Lee stood up and said with a smile. "You." For some reason, Tenten felt a little strange looking at Rock Lee. However, she was just a teenage girl. How could she have thought that the original Rock Lee had already disappeared, replaced by an old and terrifying soul? "Tenten, ignore him." Suddenly, in the distance, a beautiful and enchanting young man dressed in white slowly walked over. Such a crane tail, do what he does. Instead of wasting time on him, it is better to hurry up and practice for a while. "Brother Niji, but..." Tenten hesitated and said. "Hurry up. Mix with the tail of the crane, and you will become the tail of the crane sooner or later." Hyaganiji said coldly. "Okay, Brother Niji, I'll be here." Tenten responded. "Lee, you have to work hard too. Teacher Guy is very optimistic about you, don't let him down." After that, Tenten bounced and followed Hyaganiji. Chapter 2 Might Guy? Is this the difference between genius and crane tail treatment? This world is really real, almost exactly the same as my martial arts world. Being mocked by Hyaganiji, Glossai did not have any emotional fluctuations and treated him calmly. In fact, during the thousands of years he spent in the martial arts world, he often encountered murders with just one sentence, which was commonplace. Hyaganiji's cynicism is really like a child's play, and it can't make any waves in Glossai's heart. Withdrawing his gaze from Hyaganiji and Tenten, Glossai began to organize his memories and explore what was wrong with his body, why he could not practice ninjutsu and illusion. Soon, Glossai sorted out some clues. Rock Lee, 13 years old this year, is 158.5 centimeters tall, weighs 46.6 kilograms, and his ninja registration number is 102,561. He was born in an ordinary family in Konoha Shinobi, the country of fire. His qualifications are extremely poor, and he barely graduated from the ninja school with very poor grades. When the graduates were grouped, the school grouped Rock Lee with Hyaganiji, the genius of the first grade in the school, based on the principle of a balance between one strong and one weak. It was purely an accident that Tenten would appear in this group. It has been half a year since Rock Lee graduated from the ninja school. In the past 6 months, as a genius, Hyaganiji has made rapid progress and already has a strength close to Chunin. He only needs to pass the Chunin assessment to successfully become a Chunin. He has great development potential and is favored by many strong people in the village. And Tenten, who possesses certain ninja talents, although progressing far less than Hyaganiji, has achieved little results in the hidden weapon. Normal genin is not her opponent at all. Among the three, only Rock Lee is a standard waste, unable to practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique. However, the practice of physical exercises is the most arduous, and the results are extremely slow. Half a year later, Rock Lee's physical fitness is indeed getting stronger, but the combat effectiveness is far less than Hyaganiji, and even worse than Tenten. Therefore, today Rock Lee suddenly felt unwilling to continue practicing physical exercises, so he found a secluded place to lie down, thinking about a bright future that he could not see. What he never expected was that Glossai had taken the house by mistake. After understanding his identity and background, Glossai turned his attention to his body again. I have to say that this fragile body makes him unimaginable. Not to mention that he was much weaker than his previous body of the Valkyrie, who was inexorably buried in the heavens, and even compared to the young man named Hyaganiji. This is a waste body. Or, in other words, this is a body without any abilities for cultivation. No wonder Rock Lee can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique, that's it? In this case, if it is encountered by other rebirths, or people who travel through, you will definitely be swearing at God. Words such as not having eyes are on the verge of collapse. However, Glossai just smiled and didn't care. You know, he exhausted all his efforts and stayed in isolation for 800 years before he created a brand new set of ancient and unique practice techniques. And this body repair technique is aimed at the waste body without any talent. This situation of Rock Lee just happened to fulfill Glossai's intentions, allowing him to practice from the beginning, and personally experience how powerful the self-created pure body cultivation technique is. It seems that starting from today, I will have to work very hard. Glossai said to himself with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Road. Pure physical cultivation is the hardest and most difficult of all cultivation systems, and few people are willing to take this path. However, Glossai came up step by step from a person living at the bottom of the world. The most important thing is a firm will. And the perseverance of hard work. Huh? This feeling. Suddenly, Glossai's expression stagnated, and his spirit caught someone coming. He failed in the final catastrophe, his body was completely destroyed, and his terrifying spirituality was also severely damaged. But even if. Therefore, his spirituality and spiritual power are also bug level. Someone stepped on the leaves in the air, walking briskly, making almost no sound. Obviously, this is an extremely powerful ninja. However, he still couldn't escape the capture of Glossai's spirit. However, even though Glossai knew that the man was coming, his body did not have any movements or reactions, maintaining his previous posture. The expression on his face also returned to natural. His current strength is too weak, he doesn't even have the most basic self-protection ability, so he doesn't want to show it. Any horse's feet. Lee, what are you doing here? With a stern voice, a dark green figure fell from the sky and fell in front of Glossai. Ah! Teacher Guy. Glossai pretended to be taken aback, and got up from the grass with a grunt, eyes wide open, looking to the person. He knew that this person must be the teacher of Rock Lee, Hyaganiji, and Tenten Might Guy. I go. How could there be people with such bad taste in clothes in this world? When Glossai saw the figure standing in front of him clearly, he almost didn't laugh, and couldn't help but complain. The man in front of him was tall, about 1.85 meters tall, and his appearance was not too ugly. But his dark green leggings, Kappa's head, two thick black eyebrows make him look so uncomfortable. The strength is not bad, about 1/5 of the junior Wuivong. Is this the strength of Jonin? So, this What about the strength of the world's strongest shadow? Is it comparable to the middle-ranking Wu Wang? Gulasi said silently in his heart. Li, what are you doing here? Are you lazy? Might Guy said harshly to Gulasi, do you know where? At a distance of about 100 meters, Niji and Tenten are practicing desperately. He pointed his finger into the distance and said, Mr. Guy, I'm actually not being lazy, but thinking about a problem. Gulasi thought for a while and said, thinking about the problem? What is the problem? Might Guy asked. Mr. Guy, I'm thinking about why the gap between people is so big. Gulasi said slowly, why? Niji's talent is so high, he also has a pair of rare Byakugan. But I am a waste of wood. I can't even practice the most basic ninjutsu and illusion. I can only practice physique. After hearing what Gulasi said, the anger on Might Guy's face disappeared, replaced by a kind of pity and sympathy. He sighed softly, walked to Gulasi, and reached out to stroke his little head. Gulasi stiffened slightly, trying to avoid, but after all he held it back, letting Might Guy's hand touch his head. Li, in fact, I understand all of your thoughts. Because, I used to be just like you, a standard waste. Might Guy said slowly. There are a lot of things in this world that are unfair. Just like you and Hyaga Niji, there are great differences. Neither you nor I can change this kind of thing. The only thing that can be done is to let the flow go. Might Guy paused, took a deep breath, and continued, however, a person's origin does not determine his fate. I was a waste of wood when I was a child, and Kakashi was an extraordinary genius. The gap between me and him is like you, it's as big as the gap between Hyaga Niji and Hyaga Niji. But, I never admit defeat. Even if I can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, what if I can become a powerful jonin with physical skills alone? Even Kakashi dare not say that I can defeat me. Li, do you understand? Might Guy said, clenching his fist slightly, and shaking it hard. Yeah. I see, Mr. Guy. Gulasi nodded vigorously and said. In fact, Gulasi understood these principles a long time ago, otherwise it would not be possible to achieve the position of the Valkyrie in just 1,000 years. What he is showing now is just to be consistent with the age of his body. Li, now that you understand, don't waste time and youth. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly, a person's youth is beautiful, but it is short-lived, shouldn't you let your own is youth full of passion and vitality? Facing the Might Guy who had turned on the youth mode, Gulasi felt very helpless. Go, Li. Today's practice subjects are running 20 laps around the village, 500 push UPS with both hands, 500 sit UPS, 500 pull UPS, 500 squats with bent legs, and frogs with hands. 500 jumps. Might Guy said loudly. Mr. Guy, promise to complete the task. Gulasi didn't wait for Might Guy to finish, and went straight away. He was afraid that he would have a nervous breakdown if he stayed for another minute. Chapter 3 Start practicing. Li, come on. Might Guy said to himself, looking at Gulasi who had run away like an escape. Even if you don't have the talent of a ninja, you can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, you can only practice physique. You only need enough hard work, plus the skills that I will give you in the future. You can also step on jonin, the pinnacle of the person. Among the 3 students he taught, Rock Lee had the lowest talent. Not to mention that compared with Hyaga Niji, the only genius ever seen in the Hyaga clan, Rock Lee is also much worse than the girl Tenten. But, don't know why, he is the only one who has a bad eye for Rock Lee. Perhaps, it's because I saw the original figure from him. Might Guy said silently in his heart. Away from the horror teacher Might Guy, Gulasi ran to a corner with no one before stopping. He first explored the surroundings with his almost bug-like horror mental power, until he was sure that there was no one around. He breathed a sigh of relief. He can't wait to practice his own body training line in his previous life. Before he has the ability to be strong enough to protect himself, he doesn't want anyone to know his secrets. Through Rock Lee's memory, Glossy knew that although the world of this ninja has no sect, it has been handed down in a village-by-village way. The ninjutsu, illusion, and physique handed down from each village are very different. They are different, and some are even quite different. For example, in Konoha Shinobi Village, their physique handed down was created by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Simple and straightforward, rude and wild, with amazing lethality. The physical exercises created by Glossy are compatible with each other, both rigid and flexible, and are many times stronger than the traditional physical exercises in Konoha Village. However, it is precisely because of this that Glossy did not dare to let others see his practice. After all, this is something completely different from the Konoha genre. Once discovered, he will probably be captured by Umbu immediately, accept the harshest punishment, and kill himself after forcing himself to confide all the valuable things. Konoha Shinobi Village is the most powerful force in the ninja world. Although it appears gentle and kind to the outside world, how can Glossy have been in the martial arts world for more than 1,000 years? How can he be confused by this appearance? The more powerful the force, the more terrifying the darkness behind it. This point, Glossy knows better than anyone. However, Glossy was fortunate that although his inexorable body of the Valkyrie was destroyed in the catastrophe, and also suffered heavy damage along with his divine consciousness, part of it was retained after all. This part of the remaining divine consciousness, although far inferior to his peak moment, can also allow him to have a certain degree of self-protection before he grows up. At the very least, Jonin, who is as powerful as Might Guy, was discovered by him tens of meters away. Glossy took a deep breath, his eyes were clear. He stood straight, shoulders and abdomen closed, looking forward. Raised, Glossy moved. He took a half step forward with his right foot, gave a slight pause at his waist, clenched his left fist at the waist and clenched his right fist, ready to go. Brush. Glossy's left toe rested on the ground, and his right leg slammed out, like a sharp iron whip, slashing through the air, fierce and hard. Leg whip. Immediately afterwards, his right foot landed firmly on the ground, his left foot followed forward, his waist vigorously exerted force, and his left fist slammed forward, like a huge hammer falling from the sky, extremely powerful. Fist hammer. Glossy stood firm, his legs bent slightly, his waist lifted vigorously, and his body immediately leaped forward like a spring. He staggered his arms and shot forward alternately. Vaguely, it seemed that a faint sound of breaking through the sky could be heard. Swordsman. This is one of the techniques created by Glossy to cultivate the whole vein. It can integrate all swords, spears, swords and halberds into the physical arts, and its power is amazing. After only practicing 5 times, Glossy was out of breath, sweat penetrated his clothes, and his body could no longer support him. He suddenly leaned on a big tree, panting violently. Damn. This feeling is really unpleasant. Glossy scolded in his heart. You know, these physical techniques are just the most basic skills in the physical cultivation techniques he created. And it was these most basic skills that made Glossy tired of practicing 5 times, which was a shame for Glossy. No, it's not a way to go on like this. Glossy took a rest, slowly calmed down, and began to think in his heart. With the strength of this body, it is simply unable to support me to practice the physical cultivation technique I created. Knife sharpening does not cut wood by mistake. The top priority now is to improve the function of this body first. That is to say, do you want to start from scratch as an ordinary person? Glossy showed a wry smile on his face. In fact, Rock Lee's physical fitness is not bad, and it can even be said to be excellent. After all, He has worked extremely hard in the past 6 months. However, his practice method is very problematic. Or, in other words, there is a problem with the physique practice passed down from Konoha Shinobi village. Of course, Rock Lee, Might Guy, and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who founded Konoha's fluid technique, are not to blame for this kind of thing. After all, this is the world of ninjas, and the powerful ninjutsu and illusion dominate. Physical exercises excavate one's own potential. The practice is hard and painful, and even if the practice is successful, the strength is not very outstanding. Ninjutsu is different. Ninjutsu activates the chakra in the ninja to resonate with the energies of the heavens and the earth in the natural world through the method of forming seals, and can then exert a terrifying power far beyond the reach of humans. In this context, people naturally devoted most of their efforts and enthusiasm to the development of ninjutsu, while ignoring physical skills. Even the physique master second Hokage Senju Tobirama, he is also known for his ninjutsu. He created the Konoha fluid technique, just because he is an all-rounder. Throughout the entire Konoha Shinobi village, the real celebrities in sports are only the Hyuga clan. However, this Hyuga clan's physique is not an authentic physique. They rely too much on their blood inheritance boundary Byakugan. To put it bluntly, the so-called physique of the Hyuga clan is actually ninjutsu. Perhaps, the real physique expert in the entire Konoha village is Might Guy alone. Chapter 4 Transcendence. In this world of ninjas, the strongest person to practice physical skills is just Jonin, which is equivalent to 1/5 of the strength of the beginner Wuivong, too weak. Glossai said to himself. I think back then, when Glossai entered the realm of King Wu at the age of 18 years of weak crown, it was so energetic and stunning. Now, he is reincarnated and recultivation, with the practice experience of the previous life and the pure practice technique created during the 800 years of retreat. He believes that he will be able to surpass the past and surpass the previous life. However, it is a pity that Glossai's current body is too weak, and everything must be started from the beginning, which is a big trouble. However, Glossai didn't blame others. After all, he started on the road of spiritual practice as an ordinary person. Back then, he had no master, no school, no practice, and everything had to be solved by himself. Now, he has more than 1,000 years of practice experience in his previous life, and a set of purely self-cultivation techniques. What else is he not satisfied with? Start from the beginning, then start from the beginning. Glossai said lightly. Cultivating the first line is the most difficult, and as the strongest person in the first line, how can Glossai be afraid of hardship? Slowly, Glossai assumed a strange posture. His feet were nailed to the ground like nails, his upper body slowly leaned back, his waist seemed to be broken, and his head was bent between his legs. Then he took his hands from his hips and hugged his chin. As soon as he exerted force, his body suddenly bounced from the ground in the shape of such a round ball, and turned steadily in the air. While he was spinning in the air, every part of his whole body was still moving in this posture, from the head and neck to the toes, and at the same time he made the crackling sound of joints, one after another. Such a difficult action, if someone sees it, it will definitely be shocked. Because this has almost exceeded the limit that the human body can bear. Even Might Guy does not necessarily have such a set of actions. Glossai turned pale, breathing quickly, and trembling all over, but he was still moving in an orderly manner. After spinning 3 or 4 times in the air, he landed on the ground, rolling back and forth on the ground in a circular state. Then, his body stretched out abruptly, as if a chicken broke out of the eggshell, and the sound of the joints of his body became more intense. After that, he slowly stood up, his body was in an almost toddler posture, his legs trembled dozens of times as he stood up. Every tremor was accompanied by a crisp sound deep in the bones. Finally, he stood firm, the sound of the joints of his body gradually weakened, but his arms slowly stretched out in a strange posture, and another sound of joints burst from the arms. Bang bang. This set of actions is the basic practice method that Glossai has collected since the 10,000 years of the martial arts, coupled with the foundation building method created by his meticulous research for more than 1,000 years, it is an invaluable treasure. This set of actions contains the trajectory of life. Every action seems weird and cannot be understood, but it is full of traces of Tao. From scratch, forming eggs, hatching, breaking shells, standing up. Training your body in this way will split your body's bones into segments, and exercise each part to the greatest extent. Of course, the pain you have to endure in practicing this set of movements is also many times stronger than that of ordinary people, and it's not much lighter than the broken bones. Moreover, that kind of pain is continuous and it hurts into the bone marrow. However, from beginning to end, Glossai didn't even hum. Once you make a sound, your vitality will be vented, and the effect will be greatly reduced. Pump. After doing it 3 times, Glossai fell heavily to the ground. His face was pale, his whole body trembled violently, and countless sweat rushed out of his body, which wetted his whole body in an instant. Now he is like a fish out of the water. And in that sweat, there are some black things that are constantly emitting foul smells, which makes people feel sick. This is the impurity contained in the human body, which was forced out by Glossai's actions. Incarnate the body. Even an ordinary person without any qualifications can practice the set of practice techniques created by Glossai. The most fundamental reason is this. Practicing this set of exercises can continuously remove impurities in the human body, improve one's aptitude for practice, and eventually fade away from the mortal body and become a truly suitable genius for practice. At this state, Glossai named it scattered. This body is really too weak. Even if it is improved with this set of practice methods of mine, I am afraid it will take at least 2 months to completely transform. Glossai said silently in his heart. However, Glossai was not too anxious. He is only 13 years old, he is not very old, and he has plenty of time. He has plenty of time to improve the aptitude of this body, and then practice step by step. Huh? No. It seems. 3 months later, the Chunin exam will be held in the village. Teacher Guy recommended the 3 of us to participate. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Glossai's mind. The Chunin exam is an exam for genin and chunin in the ninja world. It is held twice a year. It is not only the most important form of selecting outstanding ninjas, but also an important occasion for great powers to compete with each other and observe the strength of each other. In the last Chunin exam, Might Guy didn't know what reason he didn't let the 3 Rock Lee participate. And this time, Might Guy seems to have made up his mind to let his 3 apprentices sign up for the competition. Last time I didn't participate, Ms. Guy was mostly for Rock Lee. Glossai said in his heart. In the Chunin exam, almost all villages will send their strongest and most outstanding genin to participate. As for the ninjutsu in this world, I really look forward to it. I don't know how it compares to those practitioners in the martial arts world. In terms of mentality, Glossai didn't put the ninja world in his eyes at all. But this does not mean that he has no interest in this world. What's more, his current strength has been completely lost, and he has already lost his superior capital. The tiger fell and Ping Yang was bullied by the dog. Glossai still understood the truth. Even if I take the Chunin exam, I can't show my strength too much. I need to learn more about the ninja's abilities in this world, and then plan every step of my future. Glossai thought. He secretly calculated that there were still 3 months before the Chunin exam. And it takes 2 months for him to improve his physique. In the remaining month, Gullos can only cultivate 1 or 2 of the exercises he created. Even if you are unable to overwhelm everyone, there is no problem with self-protection after all. Chapter 5 Hyaganiji's Provocation. Lee, you're lazy again. As Glossai was lying on the ground while resting to regain his strength and thinking about the problem, Tenten's silver bell rang again, like a nice voice. However, there was a trace of anger in this sweet and pleasant voice. With a grunt, Glossy rolled over and got up from the ground, followed the voice and saw Tenten, who was tall and handsome, staring at him dissatisfied with a pair of big talking eyes. "What's wrong?" "Something." Glossy asked lightly. "You." Tenten was irritated by Glossy's indifferent appearance. She slammed one hand on her hips and pointed the other finger to the northwest, and said loudly, "Did you see it? Brother Niji is working hard there. Look at you again, what is going on today? Why have you been lazy?" "I'm not lazy." Glossy smiled and said. Although this little girl had a temperament, she was kind after all, and he didn't care about anything. However, he did not explain, there are things that the less people know, the safer they are. "Do you dare to be tough?" Tenten became even more angry when he heard it. "You were sleeping and lazy just now. I saw it with my own eyes. How dare you deny it? Do you know how sad you would be if you were known by teacher guy like this?" Glossy stopped talking, just looked at Tenten quietly. "Lee, I'm so disappointed with you. Tenten is a girl after all, with a thin face." When Glossy stared at him like this, he quickly blushed and lost his aggressive momentum. "If you continue to abandon yourself like this, I will never admit that you are my companion." After saying this, Tenten blushed and turned and ran. She was just a girl about 10 years old, and she hadn't noticed Glossy's body already soaked in sweat, and she hadn't even noticed Glossy's pale face and weakness due to excessive fatigue. "Thank you," Glossy said silently, looking at Tenten's away figure. Soon, half an hour passed. "Finally recovered completely, let's do it again," Glossy said with satisfaction. The same bizarre posture, the same weird action, the same ultra-high difficulty, almost beyond the limit of the human body. In the blink of an eye, it was dark. "Am I only practicing 5 times in a whole day?" Glossy muttered to himself as he slowly got up from the ground. "However, my gain is not small, I have removed some of the impurities in the body." At this moment, Glossy was full of pitch-black things, emitting a disgusting stench. Everyone who passed by him would scream, and then immediately fled 10 meters away. It's as if Glossy is a moving stool. F***ck. Isn't that kid pulling his crotch? It's disgusting. I have never seen such a disgusting person before when I grow up. His name seems to be Rock Lee. Be sure to stay away from him in the future. If you walk close to him, you will definitely be infected with bad luck. A group of people pointed at him wherever Glossy had been, and spoke very ugly. However, Glossy didn't seem to hear it at all, and he couldn't cause even the slightest psychological fluctuation to him. Thump! Glossy jumped into the river, and the cold water irritated his nerves, and he couldn't help but shiver in Lingling. This body is too weak, even such a level of river water can stimulate the nerves. Glossy said silently in his heart. He took off his coat, washed his body in the river in a pair of pants, feeling at ease, and didn't care about anyone's gaze. However, when he washed for about 10 minutes, his body suddenly froze. Somebody is coming. Glossy tried his best to relax himself, not to make the muscles of his body appear too stiff. Otherwise, you will definitely be suspicious if you fall into the eyes of a master. It's not easy to get rid of the habit cultivated in the martial arts for more than 1,000 years, he said in his heart. Lee. Might Guy's vigorous and hearty voice came from behind Glossy. Ms. Guy. Glossy pretended to be frightened, turned around and said loudly. Yeah. Very good. Might Guy stared at Glossy without blinking. He watched for more than a minute. When he saw Glossy's hair, he nodded slowly and said. Mr. Guy, what's wrong with me? Gulugo Suit was dumbfounded. You did a great job. Might Guy said with a big laugh. Just now Tenten said to me that you didn't practice hard all day, and you have been sleeping lazily. I thought it was strange that you have always been the most diligent and hardest. How could you be lazy? I came over and took a look. You really are not lazy. Mr. Guy, how did you see it? Glossai asked with a wink in his heart. The results of your practice today are very significant, and your physical fitness and function have improved a lot. I can naturally see it. Might Guy said with a smile. Lee, I have always been optimistic about you. Although you can only practice physical skills, I believe that one day you will become a great ninja, just like me. Glossai was speechless for a while. Okay, wash your body quickly, and then gather at the same place. Might Guy said. Assemble today? Are you going to practice? Glossai was taken aback. Yeah. Might Guy nodded. Why, afraid? He stared at Glossai intently. Why should I be afraid? Glossai asked back. Okay. Very good. This kind of aura is what you want. Might Guy said in admiration with a thumbs up at Glossai. What if you lose? The big deal is to let Niji beat him hard, and next time you come back, there will always be a day to surpass him. Thank you, Mr. Guy, Glossai said loudly. After half an hour. Next, it's time to practice. Might Guy glanced over the faces of Glossai, Hyaga Niji and Tenten, and said in a deep voice. In the first game, Lee versus Niji. I refuse. Just when Glossai was about to step forward, Hyaga Niji suddenly said. With this kind of unpretentious crane tail as an opponent, my strength will not improve, but will gradually decline. From now on, I won't fight him again. Because he is not worthy. Hyaga Niji looked at Glossai with snow-white eyes, his eyes full of disdain, even contempt. Chapter 6 The First Confrontation. The expression on Hyaga Niji's face was arrogant, like a proud white swan, looking at Glossai with disdain. It's as if he is a high prince, and Glossai is a beggar. Glossai grinned and said nothing. Such a level of provocation is simply without any lethality. You know, back then, Gullo stepped from an ordinary person to the realm of a cultivator. He didn't know how much he suffered, how much byakugan and humiliation he suffered. Niji, you are too much. Glossai didn't speak, but Tenten next to him couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help standing up and saying loudly. Anyway, Lee is our companion. How can you say such a thing? He is our companion? Humph. I didn't recognize him. Hyaga Niji said coldly. Such a crane tail, even if he has been practicing desperately for a lifetime, he will never pass the Chunin test. And I, inheriting the best pedigree of the Hyaga family, will surely be yimming amazing in the future and become a famous super strong. Is he worthy of my companion? He gave Glossai a contemptuous look again. The sense of superiority in his bones is simply naked and undisguised. Is the Hyaga bloodline great? Suddenly, Glossai, who had been silent, laughed and said. He smiled so brilliantly and so happy that it made people wonder if his brain was broken. Isn't it? Hyaga Niji said proudly. Although I have not yet taken the Chunin exam and have not qualified for Chunin, my strength has already reached the level of Chunin. Ordinary Chunin is not my opponent at all. And all Genin, I don't care about it. For example, how can you support more than 10 moves in a fight? Hyaga Niji said indifferently. Well, you are right, I am indeed far from your opponent. Glossai nodded without refuting. However, he quickly asked, excuse me, is the Hyaga clan the most powerful clan in the village? What are you trying to say? Hyaga Niji's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but shout. The Hyaga clan, known as the number one in Konoha village, is like a cloud, shaking the world. However, in any case they dare not call themselves the strongest ethnic group in the village. because, above them, there are the Senju and Uchiha tribes who are respected as the strongest in the ninja world. Obviously, the Hyuga clan is not the strongest clan in the village. Glossai said with a smile. Let me ask you again, the strongest of the Hyuga clan is the strongest in the village. You. Hyuga Niji's face changed suddenly. The strongest of the Hyuga clan is naturally their patriarch Hyuga Hayashi. In the eyes of the people of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi is a godlike existence. According to legend, it possesses quasi-cage level strength and is terrifying. But even so, Hyuga Hayashi is not the strongest in the village. The strongest person in the village is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the highest leader of the village third Hokage. The legendary cage-level powerhouse, Kamui cannot be guessed. Hyuga Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, is very strong, but how can he compare with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest in the village? The two are not a heavyweight at all, and there is no comparability. Lee, great. Might Guy didn't say a word from start to finish, watching him coldly. It wasn't until this time that he secretly raised his thumb at Glossai, feeling extremely relieved. The disciple he has always valued most, did not let him down. The Hyuga clan is neither the strongest group in the village, nor the strongest of the Hyuga clan. In this case, your Hyuga clan's pedigree is not terrific. Glossai said with a smile. You, dare to despise my Hyuga clan bloodline so much, today I will let you recollect my horror. Hyuga Niji was finally angered by Glossai's words. He threw himself at Glossai. I won't have any more hands this time, please ask yourself. Hyuga Niji yelled while waving his palm to Glossai's shoulder. The battle begins. Might Guy announced loudly. Brush. Hyuga Niji's little hand stroked the air, and there was a faint sound of wind. His speed is not fast. After all, he is still a teenage boy, but his moves are extremely subtle, far beyond the master level of his current age. This should be the unique knowledge passed down from generation to generation by the Hyuga clan Gentle Fist. Glossai said secretly. His knowledge is extensive. Even if there are not thousands of martial arts I have seen, hundreds of them will always be available. Although Hyuga Niji's Gentle Fist is exquisite, it is full of flaws in Glossai's eyes. In an instant, a dozen cracking methods flashed through Glossai's mind. Every cracking method can easily break Hyuga Niji's moves and knock him to the ground. However, Gulaxi suppressed this idea in an instant. He didn't want to expose his strength prematurely, otherwise, even his teacher Might Guy would not let him go. With thoughts turning, Glossai clenched his right hand into a fist and greeted him with the palm of Hyuga Niji. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Glossai and Hyuga Niji's hands slammed together. At that moment, Glossai only felt a strange power rushing through his fist to a key point on his shoulder along his arm. This is where Gentle Fist is truly powerful. Gulaxi's heart was stunned. Is this the blood of the Hyuga clan, the power of Byakugan? He has also seen this kind of exercise in the martial arts world, but it is actually just the most common dark power. This kind of dark energy uses the physical contact between the two of them to take advantage of the opportunity to penetrate into the opponent's body, destroy the opponent's internal force, and seal the opponent's acupuncture points. It is very practical and terrifying. Back then, Gulaxi suffered a big loss when he saw this kind of exercise for the first time. Later, he himself explored the use of dark power, which became an important means for him to defeat the enemy. Ah! Gulaxi yelled, and his right arm drooped suddenly. Just like a lion majesty without bones, it makes people feel the scalp tingling. This is the Gentle Fist of our Hyuga clan. It's really nothing remarkable. Hyuga Niji said proudly. He has practiced the trick just now for more than 3 months, and has never used it. He was irritated by Glossai's words before, and couldn't help but use it, but he didn't expect the effect to be surprisingly good, and the acupuncture point on the shoulder of Glossai's right arm was sealed with a single blow. In this way, Glossai would have lost an arm. He was already far inferior to Hyuga Niji, and now he is no longer an opponent. Okay. The battle is over, the winner, Niji. Might Guy said blankly. The next time, Tenten will face Niji. Chapter 7, Auto-generated chapter title. The 7th chapter Martial Arts. No, Mr. Guy, I haven't lost yet. I can continue to fight. Gulasi said loudly. The expression on his face is both painful, but also full of anger and unwillingness, which fully expresses the unique psychological fluctuations of children of this age. In fact, Glossai knew clearly that Might Guy would never let him fight Hyuga Niji again. He said this for the purpose of doing so only to prevent people from doubting him. Because Rock Lee's character is like this, even if he gets bruised and bruised every time he is beaten by Hyuga Niji, he never admits defeat, let alone takes a step back. Glossai yelled and rushed towards Hyuga Niji. His anger was wide, and the raging anger almost sprayed out through his pupils. It's just a pity that he was stopped by Might Guy after just 2 steps. Lee, you lost. Might Guy looked at Glossai deeply and said in a deep voice. You are not Niji's opponent yet. Mr. Guy, I don't accept it. Glossai said unwillingly with a trace of grief in his eyes. I just can't use one arm. I have another arm and 2 legs. I can continue to fight. Lee, if you lose, you lose. Might Guy said slowly. However, don't be discouraged. As long as you practice hard enough, one day you will catch up with Niji and even surpass it. I believe you can do it. Mr. Guy, thank you. Gulasi squeezed out 2 tears and said moved. Niji, I can't stand it anymore. These 2 people are always like this, hey. Tenten said to Hyuga Niji helplessly with a black line on his face. I felt goosebumps all over, Hyuga Niji said coldly. Come on, do your best to shoot at me, let me see if you have made any progress these days. Niji, you have to pay attention, I just learned a new trick recently, don't be hurt by me. Tenten said with a grin. I hope you have the strength to hurt me. Hyuga Niji said lightly. Although his voice was peaceful, he showed unparalleled confidence and arrogance. Niji, I'm here. Tenten let out a soft drink. Suddenly, her hands plunged into the package hanging next to her buttocks, each of them flicked out 3 shining kunao, and then hurled it towards Hyuga Niji. Swish. 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 Kunao cut through the air, made a slight noise, and flew towards Hyuga Niji in the shape of a pin. It's too slow. Facing the flying kunao, Hyuga Niji didn't even have the desire to shoot. He suddenly stepped forward and backward, and then left and right. It was so easy to avoid all the hidden weapons that Tenten had shot. This is a very subtle footwork, which can gain a great advantage in close combat. Glossai watched the battle between the 2 intently and commented silently in his heart. In this way, the Hyuga clan is also well deserved. Come again. Tenten exclaimed in dissatisfaction. This time, she made continuous shots, throwing 6 kunao every time. In the blink of an eye, she actually shot a total of 36 kunao, densely packed, and annihilated Hyuga Niji in an instant. The quantity is enough, but the speed is too slow, and the attack power is seriously insufficient. Hyuga Niji's voice came out of the dense absence. His hands waved quickly, and every shot down a kunao exactly. In a moment, all the dense karma in the sky was shot down by him, and none of them slipped through the net. How is this possible? Tenten was stunned, looking at Hyuga Niji with big eyes unblinking, his face full of incredible. Although she had known that Hyuga Niji was strong and far above her, she had never thought that Hyuga Niji would be so strong that she could crack the new tricks she learned without any effort. Yeah. Not bad. Might Guy nodded vigorously and said in admiration. It's really a genius of the Hyuga clan. It's really amazing. With such strength, he has enough qualifications to be promoted to Chunin. Glossai also stared at Hyuga Niji intently, slightly shocked. However, what he focused on was not Hyuga Niji's ease of cracking Tenten's tricks, but the pair of pure white eyes that Hyuga Niji didn't know when to open. It was a pair of weird eyes, white and flawless, beautiful and fascinating. However, the blue veins around its pupils burst out, which spoiled its beauty. This is the most fundamental support for the famous Byakugan and Hyuga clan to make the world powerful. Is this Byakugan? Glossai said silently in his heart. According to my guess, these eyes have very strong insight, and there are almost no dead ends. Moreover, if I guess correctly, these eyes can see through the meridians in the human body and the flow of chakra. With these eyes and gentle fist, which can seal the human meridians, this is the strongest part of the Hyuga clan. Although it was the first time that Glossai saw Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and he hadn't even really played against each other, he used more than 1,000 years of experience to figure out some of Byakugan's abilities for the first time. This is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The power is really good. I just don't know what about the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? How does it compare to my martial arts world's martial arts Tianyan? Glossai thought in his heart. The martial arts Tianyan is an extremely sophisticated technique in the martial arts world, and only talents with extremely high aptitudes and talents can cultivate it. Although Glossai was extremely powerful in his previous life, he was limited by his low aptitude and low starting point. He had been waiting for him to cultivate his own line after he entered the realm of the Valkyrie, and completely improved his physique before he successfully cultivated. Although the conditions of the martial arts Tianyan are extremely harsh, once they are completed, they can also be heaven-defying. Under Wu Daishin, all the movements, all the moves, all the secret methods are no longer secrets, you can look directly at the source. However, although this pupil technique is powerful, it is extremely difficult to practice. Even with the practice experience of the previous life, Gullos must wait until 2 months later and completely improve his physique before he can practice. Tenten, you have made great progress. Hyuga Niji put away his Byakugan and said lightly. I just used part of Byakugan's power. Niji, are you true? The frustration on Tenten's face immediately turned into excitement. Did you really use Byakugan's power just now? The look on her face seemed to enable Hyuga Niji to use Byakugan's power, which was the same affirmation of her strength. Yes. Hyuga Niji nodded. Mr. Guy, Tenten, I'm going back. He nodded at both Might Guy and Tenten, without even looking at Glossai, and went straight away. Mr. Guy, Lee, I'm going back too. Tenten also left. Chapter 8 Niji of Tsundere. Lee, won't you go back? After Hyuga Niji and Tenten left, Might Guy asked Glossai. Mr. Guy, I want to be alone. Glossai said blankly. Mr. Guy, go back first, it's late. Yeah. Might Guy nodded. He walked up to Glossai, stretched out his right hand and slapped Glossai's shoulder vigorously, and said in a low voice, Lee, remember, don't be discouraged. Niji is a genius, but as long as you work hard enough. Work hard, you can definitely surpass him. Thank you, Mr. Guy, Glossai said. Come on. Might Guy squeezed Glossai's shoulder vigorously, then jumped and left. Lee, you really have a good teacher. Glossai muttered to himself as he stared at the direction of Might Guy's disappearance. Don't worry, I will not let your teacher down. The night is dark. The night is like water. It was quiet in the woods, except for the occasional call of an unknown bug or two, there was no other movement. Glossai was lying on the cool grass, motionless. I don't know how long it took, Glossai finally got up from the ground and began to practice his own practice. He wasn't slacking off just now, but because he noticed that Might Guy had been watching him in secret, so he had been waiting. As soon as Might Guy's front foot left, Glossy couldn't wait to start his own practice plan. Crackling. This was the skeletal sound he made when he performed that set of actions, which made people not sound like a chill in the back, and the hair was horrified. Soon, Glossy was drenched with sweat. A layer of pitch-black objects appeared on the surface of his body again, emitting a disgusting stench. This is an impurity forced out of his body. Pump. Glossy panted heavily and fell heavily to the ground. His heart throbbed violently, as if beating a drum. He is at his limit. This rate of transformation is really slow enough. Glossy wailed helplessly. When Glossy reached the limit for the 6th time, he finally couldn't help it, fell to the ground and fell asleep drowsy. After all, he is only a teenager now, and his physical aptitude is extremely poor, unable to support him in such a high-intensity practice. Lee, what's the matter with you? Hurry up and wake up. In a daze, Glossy was awakened by Tenten's voice. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes, only to find that Tenten and Might Guy were sitting around him looking at him with concern. Lee, you didn't go back last night, you have been practicing here. Might Guy looked at Glossy with a complicated expression and asked. Yes, Mr. Guy. Glossy shook his heavy head, slowly sat up from the ground, and replied. Is it time for collective training? He asked. Yeah. Tenten said. I rushed here early in the morning and found that you were lying on the ground and asleep, and I couldn't wake you up no matter how you called. It made people worry to death. Sorry, I worried you. Glossy smiled at Tenten and said. He has a lot of affection for this kind-hearted girl. Since you know it's worrying, don't do such stupid things anymore. Suddenly, Hyaganiji's indifferent voice came from the side. We know that you can't wait to become stronger, but you shouldn't go to extremes, but delay your own future. Nothing can be accomplished overnight. The only way to become strong is to practice hard and persistently. You're forcibly overdrafting your body's potential like this is tantamount to pulling the seedlings and promoting it. In the end, not only will it not become stronger, but it will exhaust your body. Thank you. Glossy was stunned for a while. He didn't expect that Hyaganiji, who had been so arrogant and looked down on him, would actually say such a thing. He just wanted to say thank you, but Hyaganiji's next words made him shut his mouth again. It's okay if you collapse yourself, but you can't drag me and Tenten. 3 months later, Mr. Guy will recommend the 3 of us to take the Chunin exam, and the 3 of us will take part in a small team. You must not hold us back, you know. Hyaganiji snapped. Thank you for your concern. Glossy said lukewarm. In fact, based on Glossy's many years of life experience, it can be seen that Hyaganiji really cares about him. It's a pity that this little guy is too cold-tempered, and Tsundere, that's why he said so badly. Niji is right. Might Guy said at this time. Cultivation has never been achieved overnight. No matter which one is strong, he always walks through the most basic training step by step. Lee, I understand your desperate desire to become stronger, but you can't mess up the rules because of this, and forcibly overdraw your body's potential to practice. Do you know? Might Guy said harshly. Yes, Mr. Guy, I know. Glossy lowered his head and whispered. Might Guy, Hyaganiji said these words, Glossy, as the once domineering warrior-level powerhouse, would he not know? The most fundamental reason why he forcibly overdrawn his body's potential to practice cultivation is that the set of exercises he created needs to be so. The more the body's potential is overdrawn, the more obvious the effect on the body's transformation. If one day, Glossy's body can no longer force out the black impurities in his body, then his physical transformation will be completely successful. At that time, Glossy could begin to practice the supreme body cultivation technique he created. However, How would Hyaganiji and Might Guy know such a thing? It was impossible for Glossy to tell them the truth, so he could only temporarily agree to their request. Lee, can you continue to practice? Might Guy asked. Of course, Glossy said loudly. According to Rock Lee's temperament, even if his body reaches the limit, he will not hesitate to say that he can do it. What's more, Glossy is now in excellent physical condition, how can he be lazy and waste a lot of time? Very good. Might Guy said with a big laugh. That being the case, then I announce today's practice subjects. First, quickly run 50 laps around the village. Secondly, perform leaping with the back of your hands 200 times. Third. Mr. Guy, I'll go first. Glossy ran away before Might Guy could finish. Hyaganiji and Tenten have long since disappeared without a trace. One of them is a genius of family secret art, and the other is a dexterous and agile girl, which is completely different from Might Guy. Chapter 9 1 month. Wait. Ha. In the dense woods, Glossy put his hands behind his back, and continued to perform leapfrog training with the most standard movements. His face was flushed, his breathing was rapid, and he was constantly gasping for breath, as if he was pulling a bellows. In less than 10 minutes, Glossy had already done more than 300 leapfrog training and completed the practice tasks assigned by Might Guy. However, he did not stop practicing, but continued to train hard. In fact, he didn't want to practice this kind of training at all, because it was a waste of time for him. However, since Might Guy has been standing on top of a tall tree and observing him, he can only do so. After all, the leapfrog is already the most exercisable one among the practice subjects taught by Might Guy. 351, 352, 353, 354. Glossy counted silently in his heart while doing his best to practice. The sweat on his forehead was like rain, and the clothes on his body had long been soaked with sweat, but his spirit was exceptionally high. I have to say that the practice technique created by Glossy possesses unpredictable power. He just practiced for a day and a night, and forced out a few impurities in his body, which has greatly improved his physical functions, just like taking a peerless panacea, making him reborn. Although Rock Lee used to practice hard and work hard, every time he does leapfrog training, more than 190 times are already his limit. However, today, with the same body, Glossy has made more than 350 leaps in just 10 minutes, and it is far from his limit, which is really amazing. I have just practiced for a day and a night, and I have already had such a gratifying change. If I persist in practicing for 2 months, completely purify the impurities in my body, and complete the qualitative change of transcendence, what changes will there be? Glossy was full of hope for the future. Lee, you really did not live up to my expectations. It's good. On the top of a tree more than 30 meters high in the distance, Might Guy stepped on a branch as thick as an arm, his eyes never blinking. He looked at Glossy, nodded in relief, and said to himself, according to your astonishing rate of improvement, before the Chunin exam in 2 months, I can give you the physique that I am proud of. I must let you know, even if you can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, with physical skills alone, we must be strong enough to make people fearful, Might Guy clenched his fist, seemed to inspire Glossy, and seemed to be talking to himself. The time of practice always flies very quickly. Glossy hadn't fully enjoyed himself until it got dark. Okay, that's the end of today's practice. Might Guy's gaze swept across the faces of Hyaganiji and Tenten, and finally fell on Glossy, and said, I'll go back to rest. Jong and relaxation is the way to practice. Don't overdraw your body. You have never ruined your own future and future. There was a wry smile in Glossy's heart, he knew that Might Guy was talking to him. Hyaganiji and Tenten left, leaving only Might Guy and Glossy. Lee, Will you continue to practice tonight? Might Guy looked at Glossy and asked. Yes, Mr. Guy. Garasi said directly after hesitating. He knew that he must not hide from Might Guy about his night practice. Instead of hiding it, he might as well admit it openly. Mr. Guy, my qualifications are too bad. I am a veritable crane tail. Not to mention that compared with a genius like Niji, even compared with Tenten. If I want to become stronger, get rid of the title of crane tail, and challenge Niji, I must put in 10 or even 100 times more effort than them. Gulasi said seriously. Mr. Guy, please don't stop me. Well, I won't stop you. Might Guy looked at Glossy intently, without blinking his eyes. After a long time, he took a long breath and said. However, Lee, you must not overdraw your physical potential, otherwise it will really affect your future achievements. Thank you, Mr. Guy, I know. Glossy said gratefully. Haha. Might Guy laughed suddenly, then reached out and slapped Glossy's shoulder hard, and said. Okay, I'm leaving, you work hard on your own. To be honest, I really look forward to your rapid progress in the future. Yiming is amazing, and you challenge the performance of Niji and other geniuses. Mr. Guy, there will be one day, Gulasi said loudly. One day, I will beat Niji into a pig's head, make everyone look at me with admiration, and make everyone recognize my strength and existence. Good. 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 Ha ha ha. Might Guy said 3 good words in a row, then haha laughed and left. I'm going. Obviously people are over 1,000 years old, but I just want to pretend to be a stunner who doesn't understand anything and is full of enthusiasm. It is really uncomfortable. Glossy watched the direction where Might Guy disappeared, a helpless smile. Golosi released his powerful spirit in all directions, and when he was sure that there was no one else around, he immediately assumed that set of strange postures and began his physical training. Soon, a month passed. During the period, Glossy had practiced against Hyoga Niji many times, but he was defeated so easily every time, and he couldn't even survive 10 moves. Of course, all of this was deliberately done by Glossy. In fact, after this month of practice, Golo's physique had already undergone earth-shaking changes. He has gone from a waste body that cannot be practiced to a treasure body suitable for practice. His aptitude has far surpassed Tenten, even compared to Hyoga Niji. However, in spite of this, Glossy forcibly resisted the urge to practice immediately. His transformation is not thorough enough, and not perfect enough. If he practices in this situation, his future achievements will definitely be seriously affected. Lee, come here. Just as Glossy was practicing leapfrog practice, Might Guy suddenly appeared behind him and said loudly. Ms. Guy. Glossy stopped practicing immediately and walked towards Might Guy. Lee, you have made a lot of progress in the past month, I am very pleased. Might Guy said. In order to show my appreciation to you, teacher, I decided to give you a trick that can defeat the enemy. Pure physical skills. Might Guy said proudly. Chapter 10-8 Inner Gates, The Past. Pure physical skills. Glossy was taken aback for a while, looking at the proud Might Guy, and asked suspiciously. Yes, it's the purest physical skill. Might Guy said in a deep voice. It's not ninjutsu, let alone illusion, but the purest physique. As long as you learn this trick, even if you face Hyoga Niji, you will win without defeat. What? There is such a trick? Glossy exclaimed with an ecstatic look on his face. Mr. Guy, please give me that trick. His face was shocked and ecstatic, showing the mood swings of a teenage boy to the fullest, without any flaws. In fact, there are countless kinds of invincible physical training techniques in Glossy's mind. Every kind of that will come out, enough to set off a bloody wave in the entire ninja world, How can you care about the so-called unknowledge in Might Guy's mouth? Li, the teacher's unique name is 8 Inner Gates. Might Guy stared at Glossy and said every word. What? 8 Inner Gates? Hearing the words 8 Inner Gates, Glossy couldn't help but fluctuated violently, and asked uncontrollably. 8 Inner Gates is one of the 7 martial gods in the martial world, the heavenly martial arts masters. Once displayed, it can instantly increase the combat power of the caster several times or even dozens of times, and it is terrifying. Although the use of this jerk has a great load on the body and the side effects are extremely strong, it is enough to allow the surgeon to defeat the opponent in a dangerous situation and survive. When Gulaxi crossed the tribulation, he encountered 7 martial gods, among which the celestial martial god threatened him the most. When he crossed the last thunder of the most terrifying 9 and 9 tribulations, it was the celestial martial god who raised his combat power many times in an instant and attacked him, causing him to fail in the tribulation. What Glossy never expected was that the heavenly martial arts masterpiece would actually appear in this ninja world. Li, do you know this technique? Might Guy was taken aback and asked. No. No. Glossy knew that his mental fluctuation had revealed a slight flaw just now, which caused Might Guy's doubts. He calmed down quickly and said in defense. I remember hearing this name once. Have someone talked about it? Might Guy was stunned, then suddenly realized, and said. I see. Although not many people know this technique, many people know it. After all, this technique used to shine on the battlefield back then. Someone killed the famous 7 ninth swords with this technique. 5 of the crowd? 7 ninja swords? Who is that? Is that powerful? Gulaxi asked. He didn't understand what Might Guy said. It's not just that simple. Might Guy sighed and said. 7 ninja swords, all known as the 7 ninja swords of mist. There are 7 of them, all of them are powerful jonin, and each possesses a famous sword that is very suitable for their own ninja. They have different abilities and extremely powerful. How strong is it? Glossy asked for the first time when he heard someone talk about a well-known strong man in the world, and couldn't help but curiosity in his heart. Everyone's strength is almost the same as mine. Might Guy said lightly. What? It's so powerful. Gulaxi exclaimed. In the world of ninjas, there are many strong people, and masters are like clouds. Even if our Konoha shinobi village is the most powerful force in the ninja world, we can't cover the sky with one hand. Might Guy said. In addition to our Konoha shinobi village, there are 4 powers: Sand shinobi village, country of wind; Kirigakuer, country of thunder; Cloud shinobi village, country of thunder; and Rock shinobi village, country of earth. You can fight against us. Sand shinobi village, Kirigakuer, Cloud shinobi village, Rock shinobi village. Glossy repeated. Mr. Guy, these 4 villages plus our village, aren't they the 5 most powerful forces in the ninja world today? Yes. Might Guy said. The 5 big villages, corresponding to the 5 big countries and the 5 big forces, constitute the temporary balance of the entire ninja world today. Oh. Glossy nodded repeatedly. Mr. Guy, then what you call the 7 ninja swordsmen? Are you the strongest of Kirigakuer, the country of water? Not bad. Might Guy said. Mr. Guy, you just said that the 7 ninja swordsmen are very powerful, but one person once killed 5 of them with the 8 inner gates technique on the battlefield. Then this person is? Glossy asked carefully. He is a great ninja. Might Guy was silent for a while before speaking slowly. He is a wastewood, crane tail, cannot practice ninjutsu, cannot practice illusion, can only practice physique. His biggest wish is to be a great ninja, but he has not obtained shinin until he was in his 40s. Title. Why? How is this possible? Gulaxi was stunned. Doesn't this mean that the man has been the tail of a crane for more than 40 years? He has never won the title of Chunin. However, he has never given up his efforts. Might Guy continued. Through more than 30 years of assiduous physical training, he finally figured out a brand new secret method, a secret created specifically for practitioners of physical training. While talking, Might Guy's voice gradually became louder. The Third Ninja War broke out that year, and he participated in the battle as a genin. The team he was in was so badly lucky that he encountered the mighty 7 ninja swordsmen. Everyone was desperate. When he believed that he was bound to die, he bravely stood up and killed 5 of them with the 8 inner gates technique at the expense of his own life. Only 2 of them managed to escape. However, he himself died after World War I. Mr. Guy, what's the name of that hero? Glossy asked. Might do. Might Guy said. Mr. Guy, is he your father? Glossy said. Yes. He is my father. He is the father I will always be proud of and proud of. Might Guy said loudly. Mr. Guy, please give me the 8 inner gates, Glossy said loudly. I want to let this unique knowledge continue to be carried forward on the battlefield, so that everyone knows that practicing physical skills can be peerlessly powerful. Okay. Very good. Might Guy suddenly reached out and slapped Glossy's shoulder hard, and said with a big smile. From today, I will teach you 8 inner gates. Thank you, Mr. Guy, Glossy said. He could clearly see that on Might Guy's laughing face, there were 2 lines of tears falling down. Chapter 11 The Secret of the 8 Gate. 8 inner gates is a kind of supreme physique art that my father Might Do has explored on his own during more than 40 years of hard physique practice. Might Guy said in a low voice, slowly. Lee, do you know which 8 gate this 8 gate refers to? Mr. Guy, I don't know. Glossy said. In the martial world, there are some secrets about the 8 inner gates, which Glossy has heard more or less. However, he did not know the connection between the 8 inner gates of the celestial god of martial arts and the 8 inner gates of the ninja world. He didn't dare to talk nonsense, and he was even more afraid of being suspected by Might Guy because of this. Therefore, he wisely chose not to know. Lee, there are countless acupuncture points in the human body. When we activate chakra when we perform ninjutsu and illusion, we flow and walk through these acupoints. Might Guy said. However, not all human acupuncture points can allow chakra to flow freely. Among them, there are some very strange acupuncture points, which have the power to inhibit and control the chakra in the body. There are 8 acupuncture points like this. We call them the 8 gate. The 8 gates are open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, jing gate, shock gate, and dead gate. Might Guy said. Mr. Guy, I took it all down. Glossy said, blinking. Very good. Might Guy said approvingly. Everyone has these 8 acupuncture points in their body, and they limit the chakra in the body to a great extent. The 8 inner gates technique created by my father can forcibly break the restriction of these 8 acupuncture points on the body's chakra. Unleash the potential of the human body in an instant, and then gain a power that surpasses itself several times or even dozens of times. Mr. Guy, this 8 inner gates technique is so powerful, why don't you teach it to other people in the village and carry it forward? Glossy was silent for a while, and asked suspiciously. Lee, the question you asked is very important. Might Guy patted Glossy hard on the shoulder and said. Although the 8 inner gates technique is powerful, it can give the caster several times or even 10 times the power in an instant, but it is also accompanied by extremely terrifying side effects, and may even completely become a waste. My father dedicated the technique of 8 inner gates to the village a long time ago. However, the senior leaders of the village believed that this technique is extremely harmful to people and is not suitable for practice, so they sealed it as forbidden technique. It is forbidden for ordinary people to practice. How can this be? Glossy said angrily. Anyway, this technique is a powerful technique that teacher Guy's father spent more than 40 years researching. How can he be treated like this? Lee, we don't need to talk more about politics. Might Guy suddenly lowered his voice and said. I just want to ask you a word, would you like to learn this 8 inner gates technique from me? Mr. Guy, I do, Glossy said loudly. Good. Very good. Might Guy said with a laugh. Lee, do you know why I let you do so much seemingly useless physical training every day? Mr. Guy, did you do that to pass me the 8 inner gates technique one day? Glossy blinked his eyes and said. Yes, that's it. The smile on Might Guy's face grew thicker. The most fundamental meaning of the 8 inner gates technique is to forcibly penetrate the 8 acupuncture points to inhibit and limit chakra, overdraw the human body's potential, and obtain a powerful force far beyond the human body itself in an instant. And doing so will cause an unbearable huge load on all parts and organs of the human body. If the human body cannot withstand the huge load for an instant, then it will become a useless person at the slightest level, and it will be killed on the spot. So, if you want to practice the 8 inner gates technique, the most important prerequisite is to practice a lot of supernormal, overloaded, and beyond the limit. Only by laying a solid foundation, can we perform as we please. This forbidden technique achieves the goal of defeating the enemy and saving one's own life. Mr. Guy, can you perform the 8 inner gates technique as you like now? Glossy heard Might Guy's words, his heart trembled violently and turned his gaze to Might Guy. Could it be that this old man who looks so simple and honest, without any scheming, has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? You know, Might Guy's current strength is Jonin. If he uses the 8 inner gates technique, wouldn't his strength soar straight, approaching the legendary cage-level powerhouse? Or, once he goes violently, he may be even more terrifying than the legendary cage-level powerhouse. Uncontrollably, Glossy included Might Guy among the most terrifying group of people. Lee, I can now use the 8 inner gates technique as I want, opening the 6 acupuncture points of open door, rest door, life door, injury door, Duman, and Jingman without any harm to my body. However, if I am after opening the 7th gate, I have to lie in bed for a whole week to fully recover. If the 8th gate dead gate is forcibly opened, there is only one dead end. The side effects are so strong. Glossy said in shock. For Might Guy's tough physique, Glossy can clearly feel it, and his body is no less powerful than the Wuvong of the martial world, and can be called a body of steel. However, with such a powerful body, once the 7th gate shock gate is opened, one must lie in bed for a whole week before he can recover. You can imagine the side effects of the 8 inner gates technique are so powerful and terrifying. Yes. It is because of the terrible side effects of this technique that the village will seal it as a forbidden technique. Might Guy said. However, Lee, don't worry about it. Next, I will give you the unique table of Lianhua. You only need to open the first door. Open the door and you can use it. By a Lianhua? Glossy asked. Yes, it is the lotus flower. Might Guy said. 8 inner gates technique. Every time a door is opened, there will be a kind of powerful physical skills corresponding to it. And this lotus flower is exactly the trick when opening the first door to open the door. Ms. Guy, please teach me. Glossy said loudly. We don't need to worry about the tricks of the table lotus flower for the time being. I will give you the method of the 8 inner gates technique first. As Might Guy said, he put his mouth close to Glossy's ear and whispered. Stand up. Chapter 12, Auto-generated chapter title. The 12th chapter shows the lotus. Lee, did you write it down? Soon after, Might Guy stopped and asked, looking at Glossy intently. Mr. Guy, I didn't remember. Glossy said embarrassedly with a blush on his face. In fact, Glossy's memory is amazing, and he can remember all the formulas and secrets firmly after only hearing it once. However, considering that he is now playing the role of Rock Lee, and Rock Lee is usually a stupid person, he can only pretend to be a posture and pretend to be stupid. Idiot. I can't remember such a simple thing. Might Guy raised his fist and knocked Glossy heavily on the head, and said very dissatisfied. However, he didn't really get angry either. Instead, he repeated the formula and secret method from beginning to end, detailed and serious. Remember it now? Might Guy asked again. Mr. Guy, I only remembered a little and a half. Glossy said in shame. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a heavy punch from Might Guy again in the head. After waiting for Might Guy to repeat it 7 times, Glossy felt it was almost done, and nodded vigorously, saying that he had completely remembered it. Very good. Might Guy said with a big laugh. Lee, you are optimistic. Now I'm telling you the trick. After 8 inner gates, open the first door and open the door Lianhua. Yes, Mr. Guy, Glossy exclaimed excitedly. Lee, you are optimistic. Might Guy said loudly. 8 inner gates. Open the door. Open. Boom. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Might Guy, like a sleeping beast suddenly awakened, exuding an extremely dangerous aura from the inside out. At the same time, a ray of green light visible to the naked eye diffused out, wrapping Might Guy inside, making him look extremely mighty. Is this the power of 8 inner gates? He just opened the first door to open the door, and his strength soared by 30%. Glossy stared at Might Guy with unblinking eyes and said to himself. In this way, what he said can increase the power several times or even dozens of times in an instant after turning on all of them, which is not bragging. At this time, Gullo's heart was extremely shocked. He never thought that in this insignificant inferior world in his eyes, someone could actually create such a powerful and incredible physique. This 8 inner gates technique is probably not weaker than the martial arts celestial god of war. In an instant, Glossy's high mentality changed. He will look at the world with an equal posture in the future. Otherwise, he will definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Lee, you can see clearly, this is the starting position of Beauty Lotus. After the momentum exuded from Might Guy's body and chakras stabilized, Might Guy shouted at Glossy. Brush. Glossy only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and a tall turquoise figure rushed towards him with lightning speed. The momentum of this figure is really terrifying, like a tiger descending a mountain, unstoppable, murderous. Did he see my flaws a long time ago, but now he wants to kill me in the name of teaching martial arts? Glossy was horrified, and his thoughts turned. He knows that he is far from Might Guy's opponent now, and there is only a dead end in frontal confrontation. Therefore, he tried his best to flee to the side. However, Might Guy's speed is so fast that he is inevitable. Lee, this is the first form of Beauty Lotus, now you can really feel it with your own body. Might Guy shouted. His speed was so fast, he came to Glossy in the blink of an eye, and then a spin and kick, and his heel hit Glossy's chin heavily. I'm XXX. Glossy felt a heart-piercing pain from his jaw, and he couldn't help shaking. When his eyes were dark, he wanted to faint. While he forced himself to stay awake with his incomparably powerful spirit, he yelled at Might Guy BD in his heart. At this point, he could already be sure that Might Guy didn't want to kill him, but really wanted to teach him martial arts. However, the method of teaching martial arts in this way made Glossy dumbfounded. It is really an extremely painful thing to have such a teacher. Might Guy's feet were so powerful that he kicked Glossy into the air with one kick. Lee, this is the second style. As soon as Might Guy finished speaking, his feet slammed on the ground, leaping behind Glossy like lightning. In Glossy's uneasy mood, Might Guy hugged him, then slammed into the ground. This is the third style. Might Guy didn't really smash Glossy to the ground, but stopped at the last moment. He put Glossy on the ground and said slowly. This is the corresponding trick when the 8 inner gates opens the first door. Open the door table lotus. Have you noted them all? Mr. Guy, I took it all down. Glossy whispered with a pale face. Very good. Might Guy nodded and said approvingly. From now on, you can contact by yourself. When can you open the first gate as you like, and master the Lianhua proficiently, I will teach you how to open the second gate. Lianhua. Yes, Mr. Guy, Glossy said. Wow. Might Guy jumped and disappeared. IXX. After Might Guy left, Glossy leaned against a big tree next to him, breathing heavily. He gently squeezed the chin that had been kicked by Might Guy, while cursing silently in his heart. FK, is there such a way to teach students? However, although Glossy was upset, he was also happy. This time, his gains can be said to be very great. The 8 inner gates. Technique is incomparably magical, and it can increase combat power several times or even dozens of times in an instant. It can be described as a treasure secret technique. Although the side effects of this technique are extremely great, it has almost no effect on Glossy. After all, Master Glossy is able to cultivate himself into an immortal body with the body repair technique created in his previous life, and he can completely withstand the side effects of 8 inner gates. He created the body cultivation technique in his last life. Coupled with this 8 inner gates technique, Glossy looked forward to his future even more. Perhaps, he can surpass the achievements of the previous life and enter the legendary realm of heaven. Chapter 13, The Martial Arts Mind is the First. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. In the middle of the night, in the silent dense jungle, a young man with big eyebrows and eyes was moving in a posture that is incomprehensible to humans. With his gestures, the crackling sound of joints continued to be heard from all over his body. This person is not someone else, but Rock Lee. Oh no, to be precise, it should be Glossy who reborn in the Hokage world and occupy Rock Lee's body. In the past 2 months, he has been persevering in his practice every night, using the magic techniques he created in the previous life to transcend. By now, he is basically close to success. Now he is no longer the wastewood and waste body of the past, but a genuine treasure body that is naturally suitable for spiritual practice. Even Hyuga Niji, who has inherited the excellent blood of the Hyuga clan, is completely inadequate compared to today's Glossy. Call. When a complete set of moves was finished, Glossy took a deep breath and stopped. His breathing is well proportioned, his complexion is as usual, his heartbeat is flat, and his eyes are gleaming. He is refreshed and full of energy, without the tiredness of ordinary people just after practicing. The road of falling out of the ordinary should come to an end by now. Glossy observed himself intently, and said to himself without seeing any impurities discharged from the body. From now on, I can practice the body cultivation technique created in my previous life without any scruples. There was light in his eyes, and his heart was extremely excited. In a sense, his real path to becoming stronger should start from this moment. And in the previous 2 months, what he did was just build the foundation and lay the foundation. From now on, his foundation has been thoroughly laid down, and his foundation is deep. He only needs to practice step by step the technique created in the previous life, supplemented by more than 1,000 years of practice experience. His strength will inevitably be within a short period of time. The leaps and bounds of the promotion have given him a certain degree of self-preservation and a certain degree of protection for his life safety. The purest practice technique, I can finally practice. Glossy muttered to himself. The world where Glossy lived, called the martial world, was a world where martial arts prospered and developed to the most brilliant and brilliant. There, Wu is supreme. However, in the eyes of Glossy, the martial arts circulated in the martial arts world are not real martial arts. When those warriors first began to practice, they paid the most attention to the human being, but when they entered the realm of the emperor, they began to evolve some superior powers and treasures. gradually neglecting the cultivation of the human body itself. And when they entered the realm of Emperor Wu, they even completely abandoned their own practice and put all their energy on superior powers and treasures. Glossai had always believed that there was no pure warrior in the martial arts world at that time. It is precisely for this reason that Golosi can gain the strengths of many families, retreat for 800 years, and create a pure line of physical cultivation. He has always regarded himself as a warrior, and naturally will not tolerate the status of superior power and treasure overwhelming Wu. However, this set of pure physical cultivation techniques created by Gulaxi is so difficult to practice, that even he himself can't fully practice it, unless he abolishes his own skills and starts all over again. Of course, Glossai has already set foot in the legendary realm of the Valkyrie, and is about to touch the edge of the heavens, taking the legendary step. Would he be willing to do that? However, what Glossai never expected was that he would be reincarnated and reborn in the ninja world after failing to cross the tribulation. In this way, he also had a chance to start all over again, devoting himself to practicing his own body cultivation technique. The purest physical cultivation technique, profound, does not require supernatural powers, no treasures, and no ninjutsu and illusion skills, but once completed, it is far better than supernatural powers and treasures. Breaking the sky with one hand is not a myth. In this pure martial arts path, some are just infinite digging of oneself, making the human body above everything, even above the entire world. Cultivating to the ultimate realm, with one's own power, it is enough to shake the whole world and shatter the stars of the universe. Of course, all of these are powers that can only be possessed after reaching the realm of the god of war. Call. Golosi took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground, with countless martial arts shocking in his heart. Among them, is also mixed with the practice experience of his previous life. Soon, a faint brilliance appeared on his body surface. This was the natural release of his martial arts mentality when it was operating. Kaka. 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 After a while, there was a horrifying sound of broken bones from Golosi's body, his skin was cracking, blood oozing out of it, and the whole person seemed to be about to collapse. However, Glossai was unmoved, 2 resolute rays of light came out of a pair of eyes. This is his own self-cultivation technique. If he doesn't even dare to try to cultivate himself, then what is the meaning of existence? Cack bang bang bang. The bones were shattering, and the flesh and blood were cracking, and Gulassi's body suffered an unimaginable damage. He gritted his teeth silently, suffering unimaginable pain. Such a metamorphosis lasted more than 3 hours, and the scene was so tragic that it was unbearable to look directly at it. However, fortunately, Golossi's body did not collapse, and he persevered stubbornly. After more than 3 hours, the sound of bone crunching in his body stopped, his skin stopped cracking, blood no longer flowed out, and he gradually started to get better. Golossi sat on the ground motionless, waiting until the eastern sky showed a white belly. He opened his eyes suddenly, and the inside was brilliant and powerful. Budo mentality is the most important. Glossai's physical body has undergone an unimaginable change, and has become a veritable martial body, whose strength is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. And his strength has also ushered in a qualitative leap. He can't wait to have a duel with Hyaganiji, he believes he can easily defeat him. Brush. When it was raised, Glossai moved. He was like an extremely agile cheetah, changing from quiet in an instant, swiftly like a gust of wind and lightning, suddenly jumped high, and his right leg was kicking viciously towards a tree as thick as a bowl next to it. Leg whip. Crack. With a crisp sound, the tree as thick as the mouth of the bowl was actually kicked off by Glossai from the middle, breaking into 2 pieces, and sawdust flying. Chapter 14 The Oath of Retracting the Hook. What? Suddenly, a girl's exclamation came from a distance. Who? Gulassi's heart shuddered, and he shouted in a low voice. His sharp eyes looked in the direction where the sound came from, and the cold light was shining, full of bitter murderous intent. However, when he saw Tenten, who was standing more than 10 meters away with a surprised face and looking at him with an incredible gaze, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Golosi's martial arts mentality is the first priority. The process was so difficult and tragic that he almost survived death, so that he put all his energy and attention on himself, thus ignoring the surrounding movement. Probe. Only in this way did Tenten come 10 meters before him, without even realizing it. It's careless, Glossai said silently in his heart. Come here, what are you doing stupidly while standing there? Glossai put away the killing intent in his eyes, smiled at Tenten, and said hello. Oh. It wasn't until then that Tenten seemed to wake up from the incomparable shock, and nodded as if losing consciousness. However, she still stared at Glossai unblinking with big bright eyes. Her eyes were full of shock, as if she had never seen Glossai before. What are you looking at? I have flowers on my face. Glossi asked. No. Tenten is a girl after all, with a thin face. When Glossai said that, he blushed immediately and looked aside in a panic. Lee, when did you become so good? After a while, Tenten calmed down and couldn't help but ask. What has become so powerful? I don't understand what you are talking about. Glossai said blankly. Although he knew that Tenten was kind-hearted and didn't mean to him, he didn't want Tenten to know too much. Otherwise, once his secret is discovered in the future, Tenten will be the first person to suffer. I saw you kick the big tree with my own eyes. Tenten pointed at the tree with the thickness of the bowl that was broken in the middle, and said. She stared at Glossai again with a pair of big eyes, his eyes full of scrutiny. Oh, you made a mistake just now, it was an illusion. Glossai said indifferently. You. Damn it. Tenten was choked by Glossai's words. He didn't wake up for a while, waving a pair of Shiu punches, and was about to rush towards Glossai. Wait a minute. Glossai stopped Tenten when he saw this. Through Rock Lee's memory, Glossai knew that in the past, Tenten often punched and kicked Rock Lee. Lee, I'll give you another chance. Tenten said angrily. Explain to me what happened just now. Since when did you become so powerful? Tenten, what you saw just now was just a blindfold. Glossai said with a bitter smile helplessly. We have been together for so long, and others don't understand my strength, don't you know? Do you think I have the ability to kick that big tree? That's what I said. Tenten thought for a while, nodded lightly, and said. Then you explain to me now, what happened just now. That's the way it is. Glossai smiled as he walked to the side of a big tree with the same thickness as a bowl, and gently rubbed it with his hand. There was a problem with the big tree just now. What's the problem? Tenten asked. The tree is broken in the middle. That's why I can kick it off with one kick, Glossi said. If you don't believe it, you can also try to kick this tree with your foot. You can also kick it off. Really? Tenten asked Glossai with a puzzled look. Of course it's true, Glossi said. You'll know if you try it? Okay, then I'll give it a try. Tenten is a very straightforward girl who does what she says. She took a posture slightly, supported her left foot, and kicked her right foot against the big tree that Glossai had stroked. Crack. In Tenten's surprised gaze, the big tree actually broke in the middle. She knows her own strength too well, how could the kick she just kicked out with such power? Is it really like Glossai said that the tree has a problem? How is it? Now you believe it? Glossi asked with a smile. How did you find out that there is a problem with the tree? Tenten hesitated and asked. This is a secret, I won't tell you. Glossi said. You try that tree again, there is no problem with it, you definitely kick it continuously. Bang. Tenten didn't say a word, just walked over and kicked it. As a result, the tree was kicked and shaken, and a few leaves fell, but the tree itself remained motionless. There is a problem with this one. There is a problem with this one. This one is fine. Glossy pointed to 7 or 8 trees one after another. Tenten walked over to experiment one by one. She was surprised to find that it was exactly the same as Glossy said. Lee, you still have this ability. Tenten looked at Glossy in surprise, and said enviously. Tenten, in fact, I just discovered my ability in the last few days. Glossy said. Please help me keep the secret. I want to give Teacher Guy a surprise when I become stronger. Okay, no problem. Tenten's mind was simple, he didn't doubt that he was there, and he agreed without hesitation. Only then did Glossy let out a long sigh of relief. Where does he have any special abilities? He just destroyed the internal structure of the tree trunk with his spiral force when he touched the tree trunk, so Tenten could kick it off. Tenten, we have agreed, absolutely can't tell others. Glossy said again. Okay, I see. Tenten said dissatisfied. If you are still worried, we too will pull the hook. If I break my oath, then I am a puppy. She said as she stretched out her white jade hand and stretched it towards Glossy. Then pull the hook, it's settled. Glossy stretched out his hand and hooked Tenten's white fingers, and said with a smile. Whoever breaks the oath is a puppy. After this small episode, Glossy became more careful and cautious in his practice. After another month, Glossy finally entered the second tier of martial arts mentality, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. At the same time, the twice-a-year Chunin exam is here. Chapter 15 Uzumaki Naruto. The Chunin exam is jointly organized by the 5 most powerful forces in the ninja world: Konoha Village, the country of water; Kirigakure, the country of thunder; Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of soil; Rock Shinobi Village, and the country of sand. Genin's promotion to Chunin is the largest exam that all Genin can take. It is held twice a year. It is not only the only way for every Genin to advance to Chunin, but also an occasion for the 5 great nations to compete with each other, observe each other's national strength and the potential of the next generation, which is of great significance. It is said that in the final 8 finals of the Chunin exam, the supreme ruler of the country of fire, the daimyo, will be there to watch it in person. Brother Niji! Brother Niji! Tenten exclaimed excitedly at Hyaga Niji as he hopped over from a distance. Have you heard of Niji? Teacher Guy has recommended the 3 of us to take this Chunin exam. Her face was flushed and she was very excited. It could be seen that she was extremely looking forward to the Chunin exam. Well, I knew it a long time ago. Facing the excited Tenten, Hyaga Niji didn't even look up, but just responded coldly. He stared at the big tree in front of his body unblinkingly with a pair of white and crystal eyes, as if thinking about something. Brother Niji, what's wrong with you? Don't you look forward to the Chunin exam at all? Tenten said dissatisfied. Expectation? It's just a small Chunin exam, what can I look forward to? Hyaga Niji said lightly. You. Tenten shook his head helplessly, and said nothing. She and Hyaga Niji are teammates, and have often played together in the past 6 months. Naturally, I know how terrible Hyaga Niji is now. It can be said unceremoniously that Hyaga Niji already possessed Chunin's strength as early as 6 months ago. It's just that during the last Chunin exam, Might Guy didn't let them sign up for Rock Lee's consideration. Lee, don't you have any interest at all? Tenten received a cold reception from Hyaga Niji, feeling a little unhappy. Her gaze saw Golosi standing aside in a daze at a tree, and she couldn't help but ask. Of course I am interested. Glossy said without looking back. Just, what's the use of this? In terms of my strength, even if I take the Chunin exam, I am afraid I will be eliminated. Lee, are you a little confident in yourself? Tenten frowned and said dissatisfied. I know your talent is not bad, but you have been working hard for the past 6 months. What's more, we are still on the same team with Niji, and we will definitely be promoted to Chunin successfully. During the exam, if he drags us back, I will definitely not help. Hyaga Niji's indifferent voice came from the side. Brother Niji, how can you talk like this? Tenten said. Rather than caring about this and that, you might as well spend these time practicing. Hyaga Niji said coldly. Although we are a team, when we are in the examination room, the only person we can rely on is you. You. Tenten became angry. Tenten, I think what Niji said makes sense. Glossai said with a smile. You, I don't bother to care about you. Tenten shook his head angrily and strode away. Don't hold us back during the exam. Hyaga Niji glanced at Glossai and said lightly. If there is any danger, I will not save you. Thank you for your reminder. Glossai smiled and said. However, if your life is in danger, I will save you. After all, we are a teammate. It's ridiculous. Hyaga Niji smiled arrogantly. He stopped paying attention to Glossai, and turned his gaze to the big tree in front of him again. There are palm prints on the trunk, which is a set of palms he has just learned recently, and it is extremely powerful. He believed that with this set of hands, it was enough to make him look down on everyone who took the Chunin exam this time. Since it was a special period for the Chunin exam, all the Jonin teachers were summoned to discuss some important things. Naturally, the practice of Golosi and others was left unsupervised. After Gluasi combed through the martial arts techniques that he could currently practice in front of a big tree, he realized that there was no omission, and turned and left here. Standing next to him was Hyaga Niji, who was a bit annoying. Glossai wandered the streets of Konoha village, with a pair of eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, carefully remembering every corner. His future is full of too many uncertainties. If one day he is exposed, he will definitely not catch it. What he has to do now is to familiarize himself with every road in Konoha village and plan his future retreat. Let go of me. Let me go. Suddenly, a boy's voice with a very loud voice came from a corner not far away. Obviously, there was a child in trouble there. Smelly boy, very energetic. A low-pitched man's voice rang, very indifferent. Could it be someone from another village? Glossai frowned slightly. He could hear that the indifferent and low-pitched man's accent was somewhat different from that of Konoha village. Don't do this, you will cause trouble. A nice Oni-san voice was discouraging. Sorry, it's all because of my mess. A trembling girl said in a pleading tone. From the tone and manner of her speech, you can hear that her character must be very weak. Quickly let him go. A big boy's voice rang right after the trembling girl. The boy's voice was so loud that he could hear him even if he was far away. Such a loud voice, such a straightforward way of speaking, is it him? Glossai's heart moved, and a person's name could not help but appear in his mind. This name is very famous in Konoha village. However, few people like him. Even people are extremely disgusted with him and do not allow their children to come into contact with him. Glossai took a brisk step, stepping on Yulufiufeng's step, and walked in that direction silently. Yulufiufeng's step is a relatively low-level footwork in the martial arts world, and its speed is not fast. However, it has an excellent feature, that is, once it is displayed and walked silently, it is difficult to detect even if it is very close. He is Uzumaki Naruto. From a distance, Glossai could not help whispering when he saw a young man in a yellow shirt and short blonde hair. In his body, there is something sealed, an extremely terrifying existence. Once it bursts out, it will be enough to destroy the world. Golosi's powerful spirit caught the tiny waves emanating from the blonde boy's body for the first time. The inaudible breath of horror made the mind shake. Chapter 16, The Fierce Outer Village Ninja. At this moment, Glossy was truly shocked. He could clearly capture that the blonde boy named Uzumaki Naruto hosted a super terrifying existence in his body. Although that thing was sleeping and being sealed, the inaudible breath he inadvertently revealed was enough to make Glossy terrified. Because the aura from that thing is powerful enough to be comparable to the half-step martial emperor in the martial world. Half-step Woody, even in the martial world where the strong are like clouds, that is a big man who can dominate one side. Glossy never expected that he would encounter such a terrifying existence in this ninja world. This kind of aura is very similar to the monsters in the martial world. Could it be that a terrible monster is sealed in the body of that blonde boy? Glossy muttered silently in his heart. His spirit is extremely powerful, enough to look down upon everyone in the ninja world, but after all, he has suffered heavy damage from the tribulation, and he is no longer in his peak state. Therefore, although he can capture the breath radiating from Uzumaki Naruto's body, he cannot tell which kind of creature the breath belongs to. Uzumaki Naruto? Interesting. Glossy looked at the blonde boy intently and said to himself. The size of Uzumaki Naruto is almost the same as that of Glossy, about 1.5 meters away. His body is thin and weak, his muscles are slightly loosened, and his physical fitness and strength are far from that of Glossy. He was wearing a beige suit with golden hair, and he also looked handsome. However, the 6 beard-like things evenly distributed on both sides of his face, like a civet cat, destroy his overall beauty. At this moment, he was clenching his fists, glaring at a tall man not far in front of him who was dressed in black and carrying something wrapped in a long bandage. The man in black is tall, more than 20 centimeters taller than Uzumaki Naruto. His face is very handsome, but because he painted some red patterns, it makes him look weird and fierce. He put his left hand in the kabuto, and his right hand grabbed a little boy's shirt half lifted in the air, leisurely and contentedly. How can that little boy struggle constantly and desperately? On the side, a beautiful girl with a height of about 1.65 meters persuaded the fierce man. However, from the inattentive tone of her persuasion, it can be seen that she is not really persuading her, she is just acting. After all, this is the Konoha shinobi village. If things really go wrong, she can still stand up to protect her companions. Next to Uzumaki Naruto stood a little girl with long pink hair and a big forehead, as well as 2 children shivering with fright. They all looked at the fierce man with horror and pleading eyes, and kept talking softly. However, although they were scared in their hearts, they did not abandon their companions and escape. This made Garasi nodded secretly, saying that the education of Konoha Shinobi Village is indeed very good, and it can become the most powerful force in the ninja world. Not a fluke. Konohamaru. Are you okay? Uzumaki Naruto shouted. Quickly let him go. He turned his gaze to the fierce man again and shouted. Are you the genin of Konoha Village? So weak. The fierce man said with a disdainful smile on his mouth. Well, since the troublesome guy hasn't come over yet, I'll play with you for a while first. You guy, damn it! Uzumaki Naruto was irritated by the fierce man's words and couldn't help but yelled, clenching his fists with both hands, and rushed towards the fierce man. This, brainless guy. Glossy shook his head secretly. A discerning person can tell at a glance that the fierce man is far superior to Uzumaki Naruto and others, and saying those words is just deliberately irritating everyone. And once a few people are provoked to take action, then he can take action openly and self-defense. And in this way, even if there is an accident, they can shirk their responsibilities cleanly. I'm a little stupid in my head, but I can act recklessly for my companions. This kind of disposition is not bad, Glossy said in his heart. Glossy stared at the fierce man without blinking. He hopes to take this opportunity to observe this person's abilities up close and learn about the ninjutsu in other villages by the way. Uzumaki Naruto's speed was not slow, and he approached the fierce man in just a few steps. Just when Uzumaki Naruto raised his fist to beat the fierce man on the head, the fierce man gently stretched out his left hand and moved his fingers silently. At this time, something unbelievable happened. Following the movement of his left hand, Uzumaki Naruto, who was running fast, seemed to be attacked with his left foot. Uzumaki Naruto let out a scream and fell to the ground without warning. What happened just now? Uzumaki Naruto didn't get hurt, and quickly got up from the ground. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the fierce man. His face was shocked and unbelievable. And the little girl with long pink hair and the two children were trembling with fright. They couldn't even speak, so they could only stare at the fierce man with horror. What? Genin of wood industry is very weak. Uzumaki Naruto's horrified eyes greatly satisfied the vanity of the fierce man. He became more arrogant and spoke more unscrupulously. Let go of him. Otherwise I can't spare you. Idiot. Uzumaki Naruto became even more angry. He pointed at the fierce man with his finger and yelled. You idiot, why keep adding fuel to the fire? Can you shut up your mouth? The little girl with pink medium and long hair rushed over to cover Uzumaki Naruto's mouth and whispered. Humph. Upon seeing this, the fierce man let out a cold snort of disdain. You guy is very annoying, you are so arrogant and arrogant at a young age, I hate the kid the most, I really want to kill you. As soon as the statement came out, several people were shocked, even Uzumaki Naruto was no exception. Just so scared, hey. Gulasi shook his head helplessly. I'll kill this short winter melon first, and then solve the long-winded kid over there. The fierce man lifted the little boy in his hand, clenched his left hand, and hit it with all his strength. Damn it! Uzumaki Naruto broke through the shock of fear at this moment and rushed towards the fierce man again. But how can his speed be faster than the fist of a fierce man? Hey, there is really no way. Gulasi sighed. He didn't know when there was a small stone in his right hand. He gave it a slight pinch and was about to hit it out. Chapter 17 What is your name? Snapped. Amidst the exclamation of the crowd, a black shadow flew by quickly, hitting the fierce man's right hand heavily, and the blood burst into light. The fierce man groaned painfully, and could no longer hold the little boy, and threw it to the ground. The fierce man endured the severe pain from his hands, while looking viciously at a big tree not far away. You fellow, too presumptuous in other people's villages, right? On the big tree, a big boy with an indifferent look, handsome, almost perfect, said coldly. There is still a stone in his hand, and it keeps tossing upwards. This guy is amazing. I don't know how many times stronger than Uzumaki Naruto. Gulasi threw the stone in his hand on the ground and said to himself. Just now, he was ready to save people. What he didn't expect was that the handsome, nearly perfect boy lurked silently on the big tree and took the first step. Gulasi smiled, not paying attention. In fact, he didn't want to expose his strength prematurely. It was the best for someone to stand for him. Sasuke. The little girl with long pink hair saw the handsome boy sitting on the big tree and couldn't help screaming loudly. Her eyes are full of little stars, and she admires them very much. The two children who were so scared to cry, and Konohamaru who fell to the ground, admired the big boy on the tree to the extreme. Even the fellow of the fierce man, the girl with a very good figure, had a gleam in his eyes and admired it. Here is another eye-catching kid. The fierce man said with a deep voice while stroking his injured right hand with a solemn expression. Hurry up. Sasuke squeezed the stone in his hand firmly, and the stone turned into powder and floated down from the tree. So handsome. So cool. So handsome. Several girls with long pink hair screamed loudly. Even Gulasi had to admit that at this time the young man named Sasuke was too aura, and coupled with the handsomeness of the leader, it is no wonder that several people can be fascinated. Brother Naruto, you are so bad. Konohamaru looked at the extremely handsome Sasuke blankly, then suddenly turned around and pointed at Uzumaki Naruto with his finger. Stupid, stupid. I can get rid of that kind of guy in one fell swoop. Uzumaki Naruto was extremely embarrassed, but said boldly. Huh. Konohamaru turned his head aside. You come down to me, kid. The fierce man shouted at the tree with sharp eyes. Sasuke didn't speak, but looked at the fierce man with indifferent eyes. I hate you, this kind of little devil who can only make good use of his tongue. As the fierce man spoke, his right hand grabbed the long thing behind his back and pulled it hard, and the bandage wrapped around it immediately loosened. What looks like a person's hair is exposed, which makes people feel chilling. Do you want to use a crow? The girl who went with her said in surprise. The fierce man didn't speak, his eyes shot two sharp eyes, staring at Sasuke on the tree without blinking, ready to do it at any time. Kankuro, stop. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice that was extremely cold and almost extinguished human emotion rang out abruptly. Who? Everyone was taken aback, even Sasuke was the same. Because the sound came from behind the trunk of the big tree where he was, and he didn't even know when there was an extra person on the tree. This person can hide behind him silently. If he is on the battlefield, isn't he already a dead body now? Following the sound, everyone turned their eyes to the back of the tree trunk where Sasuke was. I saw that a teenage boy was quietly hanging upside down on a tree, looking at everyone present with a pair of cold and endless eyes. His gaze is really terrifying, like 10,000 years Xianbing. Wherever he goes, no one dares to look at him, even the fierce man. He has fiery red hair and a big love on his forehead. His eyes are cold, but his eyes are dark, and it looks like he is seriously lacking sleep. He carried a big gourd behind him, which was particularly eye-catching. What a terrible guy, the strength is better than Hyaganiji. Glossai carefully observed the boy who appeared suddenly, and Chunin couldn't help feeling awe-inspiring. Of course, Glossai was not shocked by his strength, but by the smell of blood emanating from him. The smell is so strong that he can smell it so far away. There is a problem with the big gourd behind him. The strong bloody smell comes from that gourd. Glossai focused his gaze on the gourd. Don't be embarrassed here, it will only lose the face of our village. The boy ignored everyone, but said to the fierce man in an extremely cold tone. What do you think we are doing all the way to Konoha village? The tone of his speech was not at all polite, as if an elder was reprimanding a younger generation, and he didn't show any face. However, what surprised everyone was that the fierce man was so reprimanded without any anger or impatience. Instead, there was a hint of panic and anxiety on his face. Listen to my explanation, Gaara, they were the first to find the fault. Shut up. Gaara said sternly. Otherwise, I will kill you. No. I know, I'm wrong. The fierce man seemed to be frightened by Gaara, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Sorry. I'm really sorry. The girl who was with her also pleaded. Sorry, everyone. Gaara looked at Sasuke with cold eyes and said indifferently. The look in this guy's eyes is really uncomfortable. Sasuke looked solemn, and he could feel that this was definitely a super terrifying opponent. He can hit Kankuro's hand with a stone so easily, not easy. Gaara said silently in her heart. Let's go, we're not here to play. Gaara turned into a wisp of yellow sand, came down from the tree, and said coldly. What's your name? Sasuke asked, taking 2 steps forward. Gaara. Gaara of the Sand Waterfall. Gaara stopped, turned around, and said coldly. I am also very interested in you. What is your name? Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke said. Uchiha. Sasuke. I remembered it. Gaara nodded. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to another direction and said in a low voice, Where are you? I want to know your name too. Are you asking me? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and then exclaimed in excitement. My name is. It's not you. Gaara interrupted Uzumaki Naruto coldly. Come out, I found you a long time ago. He looked at where Glossai was. It's really rare that you can find my existence. Glossai walked out from the corner slowly, looking at Gaara with amazement. How did you do it? What's your name? Gaara asked again without answering. Rock Lee. Glossai frowned and said faintly. Chapter 18, Auto-generated chapter title. The 18th chapter shot for the first time. Lee. Lock. I took the name down. Gaara repeated slowly. His black pupils shot out two cold rays of light without any emotional color, and he fixedly looked at Glossai. You are very strong, and you were destined to become Chunin, and you will shine in this Chunin exam. But, unfortunately, if you meet me, you will definitely be defeated, and even, death. When the word death was uttered, a brutal murderous aura burst out from Gaara's body and swept towards Glossai overwhelmingly. Gaara, no. The beautiful girl was shocked and hurriedly discouraged. Gaara, don't. The fierce man named Kankuro also changed his face and stopped loudly. However, how can the speed of their discouragement compare to the speed of the momentum bursting out? That tragic, like the murderous aura that once killed thousands of creatures in blood, has surging and unstoppably rushed in front of Glossai. What a terrible murderous aura! This guy is only about 10 years old. Even if he received the most tragic training since he was a child, it is impossible to accumulate such a murderous aura. Glossai frowned. No. This murderous aura does not belong to him, but comes from another thing. Glossai's eyes were full of brilliance, and at this moment, he felt the aura fluctuations from Gaara very similar to Uzumaki Naruto. Inside Gaara, there is also an ancient and terrifying existence hosting. Boom. Suddenly, an aura of anger swallowing the mountains and rivers and arrogant to the world erupted from Glossai. Stimulated by the terrible murderous aura in Gaara's body, the warrior spirit hidden in the previous life of Glossai was activated. At this moment, Glossai suddenly felt the blood surging, and his heart was full of pride. He had an impulse to look up to the sky and howl, and in a daze, he once again became the martial idiot who was not afraid of the sky and the earth in the previous life of the martial arts world. What? Gaara let out a scream, staggered, and staggered back. His face was as pale as paper, and he stared at Glossai with incredible eyes, with a trace of panic in the shock. The murderous aura he exuded just now, the warrior's fighting aura released by Glossai, forced him back, causing him to suffer some backlash, and even a trace of bloodline oozes from the corner of his mouth. Gaara, what's the matter with you? The beautiful girl was shocked, and quickly reached out to support Gaara. Otherwise, Gaara must fall to the ground. I'm okay. Let me go, Temari. Gaara shouted sharply with a sharp flash in his eyes. But Temari felt the murderous intent emanating from Gaara, and couldn't help shivering in Lingling. However, she recalled the task the village had entrusted to her, and she had to insist on her scalp and refuse to let go of Gaara. Let go. Gaara said sternly. I don't want to kill you, don't force me to shoot you. Gaara. At this time, Kankuro also saw something wrong, and hurriedly stepped forward, preparing to stop this fickle and cruel little guy with Temari. Gaara. At this moment, Glossai, who had been standing by and watching coldly, said. There must be a battle between you and me. But not now. But I want to kill you now. Gaara growled. I advise you to give up this plan. Glossai smiled and said. You kill me now, it's a bad name, and it won't do any good besides causing a confrontation between the two villages. Well, when Chunin takes the exam, we will fight again. How? Good. Gaara gritted her teeth. In that case, I will allow you to live a few more days. Let's go. Garo left without looking back. Tamari and Kankuro glanced at Glossai with horrified eyes, and then ran after them without saying a word. In an instant, the three people of Sand Shinobi village walked without a trace. Only Glossai, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, a girl with long pink hair and three children were left here. Here, fell into quiet for a while. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Glossai unblinkingly with a pair of indifferent eyes, as if he wanted to see Glossai from the outside to the inside. And Uzumaki Naruto's eyes looking at Glossai were full of curiosity and a hint of dissatisfaction. Gaara didn't ask his name just now, but instead asked Glossai's name, which made him feel very upset. As for the girl with long pink hair and the three children, they have been completely conquered by Uchiha Sasuke's previous performance. They all looked at Uchiha Sasuke with admiring eyes, just like a little girl who saw her idol, unable to hold on to herself. Uchiha Sasuke. Glossai fixed his gaze on Uchiha Sasuke and said word by word. Li, Luo, K. Uchiha Sasuke also spoke slowly. Is your Sharingan turned on? Glossai asked with interest. The famous Sharingan, I have been famous for a long time, I don't know when I can see it with my own eyes. You will see it? Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. I will show you the power of the real Sharingan. I hope so, don't let me down. Glossai smiled faintly. Oh, by the way, I would like to warn you that when you meet the guy carrying the gourd in the future, you can hide as far as you can. Otherwise, you will be killed. Do you dare to underestimate me? Uzumaki Naruto's violent temper came up again, and the first one shouted loudly. I didn't mean to look down on you. I just told the truth. Glossai shrugged and said. Don't pass this, see you in Chunin's exam. After speaking, Glossai turned and walked in the other direction. Damn it! As soon as Glossai turned around, Uzumaki Naruto let out a loud roar, with a fierce force under his feet, and the whole person turned into an off-string arrow, fiercely rushing towards Glossai's back. When he was still half a meter away from Glossai, the whole person leaped high and kicked his right leg towards the back of Glossai's head fiercely. Naruto, stop! The girl with long pink hair exclaimed. This idiot, Uchiha Sasuke said disdainfully. However, there was a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, and he looked at Glossai unblinkingly. Obviously, he wanted to use Uzumaki Naruto's surprise attack to assess Glossai's strength. You BD dare to underestimate me, go to hell. Uzumaki Naruto saw that Glossai was unprepared and couldn't help laughing proudly. However, at this moment, Glossai turned around, her cold eyes radiating coldly. He moved his feet slightly to the right 2 steps, and unexpectedly escaped Uzumaki Naruto's kick. At the same time, he stretched his right hand forward and swiped on Uzumaki Naruto's left leg. Uzumaki Naruto immediately became a rolling top, spinning on the ground. Chapter 19 You are too weak. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Sasuke's heart, Chunin couldn't help taking a breath, shocked. Although he had long expected Gallozi's strength to be extremely strong, otherwise, he would not be valued so much by Gaara. However, what he never expected was that Glossai's strength was so powerful, far beyond his imagination. You know, although his strength is much stronger than Uzumaki Naruto, it is impossible to defeat Uzumaki Naruto in one move. What's more, Uzumaki Naruto just took advantage of the sneak attack. In this case, Uzumaki Naruto was defeated by Glossai's understatement, which is incredible. I'm afraid, even the so-called elite Chunin can't defeat Uzumaki Naruto with such ease, right? How is this possible? How could he be so strong? The girl with pink medium and long hair widened her eyes and looked at Glossai with an incredible look, her face full of shock. She is in the same team as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and naturally knows how strong Uzumaki Naruto is. Although Uzumaki Naruto is not as good as Uchiha Sasuke, he practiced very hard on weekdays and made rapid progress. Even if Uchiha Sasuke wanted to defeat him, he would have to work hard. However, Uzumaki Naruto was easily defeated by someone who took advantage of the sneak attack. This simply subverted her perception. Could it be that the inconspicuous and even somewhat ugly guy in front of me is still stronger than her male god Uchiha Sasuke? How can this be? The other three children, especially Konohamaru, were even more stunned. Because he usually admires Uzumaki Naruto very much. Roller wheeler wheeler. I didn't know that after dozens of turns, Uzumaki Naruto finally stopped spinning. I have to say that his physical strength and energy are really good. Even after dozens of turns, he is still energetic. He immediately got up from the ground, roared, and rushed towards Glossai again. Give up. You are too weak. Glossai flashed away, dodged, and said lightly. You. Uzumaki Naruto flushed, clenched his fists, and stared at Glossai, his face full of anger. Although he is a bit stupid, he is not a fool. After a short fight, he already knows that Glossai is far stronger than him, and even better than Uchiha Sasuke. He is not an opponent at all. Rushing up again will only be humiliated. Don't be discouraged, you have a lot of potential. Glossai smiled at Uzumaki Naruto and said. I am waiting for you to become stronger, waiting for you to challenge me again. For Uzumaki Naruto, Glossai did not appreciate it very much. However, Uzumaki Naruto obviously sealed a terrible thing in his body, and it is likely to involve a super secret in Konoha village. For future consideration, it is not impossible to make friends with it. One day, I will defeat you. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed with two firm rays of light in his eyes. Although the strength is very weak, the spiritual will is very strong, and it has a little in common with the martial arts technique I created. Gulaxi said silently in his heart. Try your best to practice, I'm waiting for you. Rock Lee, you also want to take the Chunin exam? Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke asked. That's natural. Glossai smiled and said. I missed the last Chunin exam, how can I miss it again this time? Last time I missed it? Do you mean that you already had the qualifications and ability to take the Chunin exam 6 months ago? Uchiha Sasuke's face changed again. This is not, there is another reason. Glossai said lightly. In fact, you don't need to feel inferior. After all, I am a graduate of the previous year, 1 term higher than you. I have never felt inferior. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. How about the last graduate? In front of my Uchiha clan Sharingan, everything will be thoroughly seen through. Hee. Glossai said with a smile. I hope that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is really that strong. This will not be a waste of my expectations. The Uchiha clan, Sharingan, our fame is all made on the battlefield. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. A powerful war intent burst from Uchiha Sasuke. Then see you on the battlefield of the Chunin exam. Glossai smiled and said. By the way, what's your name, that little girl next to you? Me. My name is Harano Sakura. The girl with long pink hair was taken aback and replied. You're too weak, it's just outrageous to be weak, Gulaxi said. If you don't want to support the two of them, you'd better practice desperately from now on. Otherwise, if you really get on the battlefield, you will kill both of them. You. Harano Sakura flushed immediately and could not speak. I will protect Sakura. You don't need to be nosy. Uzumaki Naruto glared at Glossai. You will protect her? Then who will protect you? Glossai said with a faint smile. After speaking, Glossai stopped paying attention to the glaring Uzumaki Naruto and Harano Sakura, and went straight away. Sasuke, where are you going? Suddenly, Harano Sakura said loudly. I'm going to practice. Uchiha Sasuke paused and whispered. I found that my strength, is far from enough. I want to become stronger. I want to practice too. I must beat that damn it Rock Lee. Uzumaki Naruto yelled. I have to work harder. Looking at the figure of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto going away, Harano Sakura clenched his fists hard and said to himself. There was something called strong in her eyes. Lee, where have you been? Teacher Guy has been looking for you. Back at the place of practice, Tenten said in a dissatisfied tone. And Hyaganiji was still in a daze at the tree in front of him, not caring about Glossai's arrival at all. What does Mr. Guy want me to do? Glossi was stunned and asked. Lee. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Glossai. This is the swiping technique that only Jonin can perform. Glossai's heart stunned. In the past, Might Guy had never used it in front of him. Ms. Guy. Glossai turned around and said loudly. Come with me. Might Guy said in a deep voice. The Chunin exam is about to begin. Niji and Tenten are almost ready, only you are still one thing worse. Is there something missing? Glossai wondered. Lilianhua. Might Guy said. Chapter 20 first revealed. Lilianhua? Mr. Guy is talking about Lianhua in the second style of 8 Inner Gates. Glossai exclaimed with an excited expression on his face. Yes, that's right. Might Guy said with a smile, not evading Hyaganiji and Tenten in the slightest. What? Lilianhua, 8 Inner Gates. At this time, Hyaganiji, who had been in a daze at the big tree in front of him, turned his head, looked at Might Guy and Glossai in surprise, and said in disbelief. 8 Inner Gates, as the only band physique in Konoha Shinobi Village, can be said to have a great reputation. And the Hyaga clan, who are famous in physical skills, know it very well. At that time, a strong man from the Hyaga clan was extremely interested in the 8 Inner Gates and asked for the cultivation method from Hokage. It's a pity that the 8 Inner Gates technique took the path of rigidity to Yang, which was completely different from the feminine way of the Hyaga clan, and even collided with each other. The strong man of the Hyaga clan not only didn't make any more breakthroughs, but suffered a severe physical injury, almost half-waist. Since then, 8 Inner Gates has become a taboo word for the Hyaga clan. As the most outstanding descendant of the Hyaga clan, Hyaganiji is naturally very familiar with the 8 Inner Gates. Now, he actually heard that Might Guy was going to teach Glossai's moves in 8 Inner Gates. How could he not be surprised? The title of 8 Inner Gates is really too big. According to legend, the moment it is displayed, it can increase the performer's own strength several times. If Glossai learns it, doesn't it mean that the crane's tail, which he can easily knock down within 10 strokes, will become a strong man who can rival him in one jump? Hyaganiji looked at Glossai with complicated eyes, which was unacceptable for a while. Lianhua 8 Inner Gates, what are you talking about? Tenten was baffled by the weird atmosphere between the three. She walked over and asked inexplicably. She is a girl who specializes in hidden weapons, but she has never heard of 8 Inner Gates. 8 Inner Gates is a very powerful physical skill, and Lilianhua is one of the moves in 8 Inner Gates. Might Guy explained. Tenten, your current hidden weapon technique is already very powerful. Niji's Gentle Fist and Byakugan are getting better and better, and it is almost impossible to meet an opponent in Genin. Only Lee among the three of you has no tactics to defeat the enemy, so I prepare to hand it to him before Chunin's exam. A very powerful physical skill. How powerful is it? Tenten stared at Might Guy and asked. Is it better than Niji's Gentle Fist? 8 Inner Gates is the most powerful tactic, and Niji's Gentle Fist is the most feminine to soft. Both have their own strengths. No one knows which one is strong or weak. Might Guy, after taking a deep look at Hyaganiji, he said in a deep voice. If Niji and Lee meet in the Chunin exam, we can compare the two most intuitively. 8 Inner Gates is so powerful, It can be compared with Niji's gentle fist. Tenten said in disbelief after eating. Mr. Guy, you are too partial, why only give it to Lee? I want to learn too. You can't learn. Might Guy said. Why? Tenten pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. 8 inner gates is the purest physique faculty. It requires extremely strong physical quality as the foundation. Might Guy said lightly. I ask you to do those overloaded physical exercises every day, have you done it seriously? Tenten opened his mouth, speechless. You didn't. Might Guy said. It's not just you, even Niji has never done it. However, I have never scolded you. Everyone has a different path. Niji has inherited the blood of the Hyoga family. The way of gentle fist is feminine, and you are the Grand Master for hidden weapons. Lee, he doesn't have any talents. He can't practice ninjutsu or illusion, but can only learn physical skills. Therefore, I passed the 8 inner gates technique to him. Might Guy said. Don't blame me for being partial. Even if I give you 8 inner gates, you will not be able to learn. I see, Mr. Guy. Tenten lowered his head in shame, blushing. At this moment, she recalled that in the past 6 months, when she and Hyoga Niji were resting, Lee was sweating and practicing desperately. She had laughed at Lee once. Thinking about it now, she just wants to scold herself for being a fool. Niji, you members of the Hyoga clan can't practice 8 inner gates, you should understand. Might Guy said to Hyoga Niji. Well, I know. Hyoga Niji nodded and said. Although 8 inner gates is very famous, I don't think it will be better than our Hyoga gentle fist. I will let you change this kind of thinking. Glossai waved his fist at Hyoga Niji and said. I'm waiting for you. Hyoga Niji said lightly. I just realized another magical skill of gentle fist, and I am worried that there is no one worthy of shooting. If you can learn 8 inner gates, I am looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to your Hyoga Byakugan. Glossai said. Lee, come with me, the time left is running out. Might Guy glanced at Glossai and walked away first. Glossai quickly followed. For physical skills and martial arts, the entire ninja world is probably only 8 inner gates worthy of Glossai's learning. Lee, I did not misunderstand you, you are a genius with no 1 in a million. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly after dozens of minutes. He didn't expect that Glossai would completely master Lianhua after he demonstrated it 3 times. What's more, what surprised Might Guy was that Glossai was able to freely open the first door of 8 inner gates open door and the second gate closed door without causing any damage to his body. Such an amazing talent for physical skills made Might Guy couldn't believe his eyes. You know, even for himself, it took no less than a year to complete the master's first gate and second gate. In fact, Glossai had deliberately hidden his strength. Today, if he explodes with all his strength, it will be enough to open the 8 inner gates to the 6th gate Jingmen in an instant. After all, what Glossai did was not the physique system of the ninja world, but the martial arts created by himself in his previous life. This kind of martial arts, even if you look at the powerful martial arts world, is the top-level technique, let alone in the ninja world where physical skills are completely suppressed by ninjutsu and illusion. He has now cultivated his own martial arts mentality to the peak of the 2nd level, and may enter the 3rd level at any time. His physique is far stronger than Chunin, and even in Jonin, it is second only to Might Guy. Chapter 21 Konoha 8 Colors. Mr. Guy, am I really a genius? Glossai said with an awkward smile while scratching the back of his head. He was very disgusting with his behavior in his heart. Obviously he is a 1,000-year-old monster, but he has to act like an innocent young man in front of Might Guy. More than a genius? It's a genius among geniuses, super genius. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly. Did you know? 8 inner gates is the only forbidden technique in Konoha village. The practice is so difficult to imagine. Since my father created it, only I and Kakashi have learned it. And you learned it effortlessly, how could you not be a genius? I'm a genius, I'm a genius, I'm a genius, ahaha. Gulasi smirked. Mr. Guy, who is Kakashi? He asked tentatively. Just now, Might Guy mentioned that in the entire Konoha village, only he and Kakashi learned the 8 inner gates. Needless to say, they also know that this is a very good person. Kakashi, hey take Kakashi. Might Guy said in a deep voice. He is my biggest opponent in my life and my best friend. Hey take Kakashi. Glossai was taken aback. At this moment, the memory that originally belonged to Rock Lee emerged from the bottom of my heart. Many years ago, when 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was still at its peak, Konoha village's strength reached the highest level ever. 8 outstanding ninjas appeared. They were hailed as Konoha 8 colors. They are Red Sunset, father of Sunset Red, Orange Water, grandson of 2nd Hokage, Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, Green Seedling Sarutobi Shinashuk, Blue Beast Might Do, Purple Knight, Mitarashi Anko's uncle, Dark Knight Dancer, Moonlight Hate's father, Konoha's White Fanja Hatake Sakumo. Each of these 8 people is a brilliant genius, especially the Blue Beast Might Do, the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, and Konoha's White Fang Fang Hatake Sakumo. The reputation shocked the entire ninja world and was frightening. The Blue Beast Might Do, a 10,000 years genin, had no reputation, but in the 3rd Ninja War, he killed 5 of the famous Mist Shinobi 7 and shocked the world. Was directly included in one of the 8 colors. Yellow Flashing Namikaze Minato, the youngest of the 8 people, is stunning in the world, radiant and radiant, almost covering everyone except Konoha's White Fang. His instantaneous technique has reached a state of supernatural transformation, like a ghost, the enemy can't even catch his figure, only a yellow light is seen. On the other hand, Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, is the first of the legendary Konoha 8 colors. He is a super genius at the lunatic level. Comparable. On the battlefield, Hatake is an absolutely ruthless killer, as long as it is an enemy, regardless of gender, young or old. Therefore, Konoha's White Fang's wicked name spread throughout the entire ninja world. Ninjas in many villages can directly give up the mission when they encounter Konoha's White Fang, and they will not be punished. However, everything has a process of prosperity and decline. Hatake Sakumo, who is extremely powerful and respected by everyone in the village, was forced to make a dilemma as the team leader when performing a secret mission whether to perform the mission or save his companions. According to the regulations of the village, it is absolutely strictly forbidden to give up the mission. However, Hatake Sakumo chose to save his companion and terminated the mission. Later, Konoha village suffered a huge loss because he missed the plane. For this reason, Hatake Sakumo was severely punished by the senior officials in the village, and even his companions were alienated. In the end, the person who came out by him also criticized him and slandered him. As a result, Hatake Sakumo, who was extremely powerful and frightened all enemies on the battlefield, was forced to commit suicide by his village and his companions. A generation of strange people ended sadly. And he left a son named Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi is in a very bad situation and is often bullied and insulted by others. Later, the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato missed the old love and accepted Hatake Kakashi as a disciple, which changed the fate of Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi is amazingly talented. He has grown rapidly under the guidance of Namikaze Minato, and is now one of the most powerful jonin in the village, on par with Might Guy. Yes, it is Hatake Kakashi. Might Guy nodded and said. However, the requirements of 8 inner gates for practitioners are too harsh. Even a genius such as Kakashi, he can only drive to the 3rd gate at most. Ms. Guy, do you know who the Kakashi students are? Will they take the Chunin exam this time? Glossai asked suddenly. I know. They are Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hara no Sakura. Might Guy said. Kakashi has signed up for the Chunin exam for them. Is it them? Glossai was taken aback. Have you met them? Might Guy asked differently. Well, I just saw it today. Glossai nodded and said. Mr. Guy, can the three of them really take the Chunin exam? They are, utterly weak. Lee, don't underestimate others. Might Guy frowned and said. Maybe you don't know yet? Uchiha Sasuke is a descendant of the Uchiha clan once known as the strongest in the ninja world. And that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of Lord 4th Hokage. What? Uzumaki Naruto is 4th Hokage's son. Glossai was taken aback and asked in disbelief. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, known as the Yellow Flash, is the most outstanding character among the Konoha 8 Colors ninjas except Konoha's White Fang. His reputation shakes the world. Glossai would never have thought that Namikaze Minato's son would be a waste. Do you think he would be eligible to be assigned to Kakashi's class if he didn't have the status? Might Guy said. However, Uzumaki Naruto is not useless. The reason why he practiced so slowly is because he is sealed inside. Speaking of this, Might Guy's recruitment stopped all of a sudden. Is there something sealed in his body? Glossai asked, his eyes widened. You, don't know it for the time being. Might Guy thought for a while and said. Teacher Lee, I ask you to do me a favor. If they encounter any trouble during the Chunin exam, you might as well take it and save it. The identities of those three people are all extraordinary. If the relationship is good. Might Guy shook his head and didn't go on. Remember my words and help if necessary. I remember, Mr. Guy, Gulasi said loudly. Chapter 22 Konoha who is strong and dry. In his last life, Gulasi lived more than 1,000 years old. Although his strength was unmatched, he had almost no rivals in the vertical and horizontal martial arts, but he had always been alone. He didn't have friends with fate, and he didn't join any big forces, which directly led to no one to protect him when he was going through the tribulation. Moreover, even more deadly, 7 of the 9 martial arts gods chose to attack him and get into trouble. In this life, although Gullo still believed that personal strength was the most important thing, he also realized the importance of relationships and connections. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji, Tenten, etc. are still young, even if they have a somewhat eccentric personality, but if Glossai manages them carefully, it is easy to get their approval. After all, their minds are still very simple. After Might Guy told the three of Glossai about some things that need to be paid attention to in the Chunin exam, he let the blinking technique leave directly. Neji, Lee, let's report in quickly. Tenten said cheerfully. It can be seen that she is extremely looking forward to this Chunin exam and is full of confidence. Yeah. Hyuga Neji nodded indifferently and left immediately. Glossai did not speak, but followed silently. Neji, Lee, do we need to hide our strength temporarily? Tenten said as he walked. I heard people say that many newcomers appeared in the Chunin exam this time. Almost all of them were students carefully trained by Jonin in various villages. Among these people, I am afraid that there will be some powerful guys. Among Konoha village's graduates, Uchiha Sasuke, who graduated with the 1st grade, also took the Chunin exam this time. Glossai said casually. I heard that he is a student of Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke. When he heard the name, Hyuga Neji's indifferent expression couldn't help his pupils shrinking slightly. Hyuga is the number 1 gate in Konoha village. The family biography of Byakugan and Gentle Fist shakes the world, and it is well known in the ninja world. Uchiha, on the other hand, is known as the strongest in the ninja world, and both fame and strength overwhelm Hyuga. This makes Hyuga's people unconvinced. Although the Uchiha massacre occurred a long time ago, all the Uchiha clan except Uchiha Sasuke was killed, almost annihilated. However, the Hyuga clan still has grievances against the Uchiha clan. Today, Hyuga Neji, as the most outstanding child of the Hyuga family, hears that the only survivor of Uchiha graduated first and worshipped the famous Hatake Kakashi. How can he not be touched? Is Uchiha very good? Glossai asked deliberately, pretending to not know. Uchiha used to be very good, Tenten said. In the past, Uchiha and Senju were also known as the strongest in the ninja world. But, it's a pity, hey. Uchiha and Senju? Are they called the strongest in ninja? Glossai said in surprise. Are these two groups really that powerful? Are they stronger than the Hyuga clan? This. Tenten glared at Glossai, not knowing what to say for a while. Since the Uchiha and Senju clan are called the strongest in the ninja world, they are naturally stronger than the Hyuga clan, and much stronger. However, Hyuga Neji is on the sidelines, and Tenten admires him most. How can this make her speak out? The Uchiha and Senju clan are stronger than our Hyuga clan. Hyuga Neji's cold eyes swept across Glossai's face and said without a trace of emotion. He knew that Gallosi was deliberately stimulating him, but he was still affected a bit. That's not right. Gulogo suit maker didn't see Hyuga Neji's eyes, and continued. The Uchiha clan was killed in the massacre, and now only Yuya Shihasazuke is a survivor. But what about the Senju clan? Why have I never met their clan members? Most of the Senju tribesmen died in the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War, and sacrificed heroically for the country and the village. Tenten said. However, the Senju clan has not completely disappeared, and some people still exist. However, their whereabouts are mysterious, and no one knows where they are now. Tsunade-sama's name, should you have heard of it? Tenten asked. There was a pious, faith-like look on her face, and it was obvious that she worshipped this person to the extreme. Master Tsunade? Glossai was stunned. He hasn't really heard of the name. You don't even know Master Tsunade? Tenten looked at Glossai with an angry look. Then you should have heard of the name Sunin, right? Of course I have heard of Sunin, Glossai said loudly. Sunin, this name is too big, it can be said that no one knows, no one knows. It is said that all three of them are students of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. They are all powerful and unpredictable. They became famous in the Second Ninja World War, many years earlier than the famous Konoha 8 Colors. At that time, the three of them fought together Hanzo of the Salamander, the most recognized strongest man in the ninja world, and they persisted until Konoha village won the victory. The half-god Hanzo of the Salamander recognized their strength and bestowed them the name Konoha Sunin, which has since moved the world. Tsunade-sama is the only female ninja in Sunin. Tenten said in a pilgrimage-like manner and voice. Master Tsunade, whose full name is Senju Tsunade, is the granddaughter of the founder of our village, First Hokage, and a descendant of the Senju clan. The Senju clan is so powerful. Gulasi said in surprise. Tenten, do you know where Tsunade-sama is now? How could I know the whereabouts of Master Tsunade? Tenten said regretfully. If I knew, I would have rushed to ask Master Tsunade to accept me as a disciple. Unfortunately, Master Tsunade has been out of the village for many years, and no one knows where she went. In fact, not only Tsunade-sama, but the other two people in Sunin have disappeared for many years. At this moment, Hyuga Neji suddenly said. Is it this way? Glossai whispered to himself. From the news revealed by Tenten and Hyuga Neji, Glossai quickly reached a conclusion in his mind. The current Konoha village is strong in the outside world and in the middle. The crisis is perilous, and the situation is extremely critical. Sunin has already left the village for many years. Konoha 8 Colors, White Fang was forced to commit suicide by the villagers, Yellow Flash 4th Hokage died in a battle to protect the village, Might 2 desperately killed 5 of the Mist Shinobi 7 at the expense of his life. It can be said unceremoniously that today's Konoha village powerhouses are all withered, and only one jonin such as 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Might Guy Kakashi and others are struggling to support them. If there is any danger or challenge at this time, I am afraid it will collapse in an instant. Chapter 23, No, I can't bear it anymore. Here, Tenten said suddenly as Glossy was thinking. Hey, why are there so many people here? Why don't you go in? Glossy raised his eyes and looked forward, and saw that the corridor was densely packed with people. Someone in front seemed to be blocking the way, and the girl's exclamation was heard from time to time. Boom! Suddenly, a dull voice sounded in front of him. Glossy's eyes flashed, and he knew it was from a fist hitting the man's jaw. Someone is working there. Huh? Do you want to take the Chunin exam at this level? An extremely arrogant and contemptuous voice rang, full of disdain. I don't think you guys should take the exam anymore. Hurry up and go back to take the milk. A bunch of stinky little ghosts, said another equally unpleasant voice. Glossy, Hyaganiji and Tenten walked behind the crowd and looked inside through the gaps in the crowd. There were 2 bad boys Chunin in the corridor standing in the way, arrogantly looking down at those who participated in Chunin. The students who took the exam were full of disdain and arrogance. In the hallway, a young man with a shabby appearance and extremely thick hair was lying on the ground. There was a bruise on his face, and he knew it was injured by 2 Chunin just now. Please let us pass. A female ninja ran over and helped the young man up, and looked at the 2 Chunin with pleading eyes, and said. She looked so pitiful, and Glossy couldn't help but dum jumped up wildly when she was looking at it. What's going on? Why is my heart beating so hard? Glossy felt a little bit ridiculous, and said to himself. Bang! What makes people unbelievable is that the 2 Chunin's actions were ruthless, and they were able to deal with such a pitiful girl. I don't know why, when seeing the girl being beaten, Glossy couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. He clasped his hands tightly, and almost rushed up without holding back. What is going on? Is this love? Glossy muttered to himself in disbelief. In the previous life, although Gulaxy lived more than 1,000 years old, and his strength was tyrannical, many beautiful women in the martial arts worshipped him. But he was fascinated by martial arts, never married, and did not understand the relationship between men and women. Now, he has been repeatedly tempted by such a young man who met for the first time, which really makes him a little bit at a loss. It's too much. Someone whispered to himself. What are you talking about? Chunin, with 2 weird weapons slanted behind him, looked in that direction and said coldly. Listen to me, this is our kindness. The Chunin exam is very difficult. Someone once gave up being a ninja completely because of taking the exam. And he paused, and said in a very gloomy tone. And some people are disabled because of it, and even die because of it. In addition, once you become Chunin, you are the leader of the squad. The failure of the mission and the death of the subordinates are all the responsibility of the team leader. Can you little ghosts be reliable? Another person said in a disdainful tone. It's okay to drive away people who can't become Chunin from here, if you want to come, he continued. For an instant, there was silence in the corridor. Glossy looked at the 2 Chunin intently, and suddenly realized it after a moment. He realized that this is also a part of the Chunin exam. It is no coincidence that these 2 Chunins appeared here to block everyone, but a test deliberately set by the teacher in charge of the assessment to test the aptitude of this group of students. 301. Suddenly, Glossy's gaze fell on the number plates behind the 2 Chunin, frowning involuntarily. Such a simple method of blindfolding, is this also an assessment? He said disdainfully. You are right, but I still want to go in. Suddenly, a cold and proud voice rang out in the silence. Glossy followed the voice, but saw Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura approaching. The speaker is Uchiha Sasuke. Excuse me, please quickly dispel this illusion barrier. I have to go to the third floor if I have something to do. Uchiha Sasuke said. Illusory enchantment? What is that guy talking about? As soon as the words came out, the people around immediately started making a noise, and some people said in a puzzled way. This, I don't know. The person next to him also looked confused. A smile appeared on the two Chunin's faces. Their eyes were sharp, and they quickly remembered the confused candidates. What awaits those people is to lose the qualification to take the exam directly. Have you noticed? Not bad. A Chunin said lightly. It's just a small illusion barrier, we've already seen it. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. This is the second floor, not the so-called third floor. While Uchiha Sasuke was speaking, everyone felt that there was a flower in front of them, but the number of 301 had become 201. Okay, so handsome. The pitiful female ninja looked at Uchiha Sasuke with an admiring look, and said to herself. What's so handsome about this? It's just a stunt boy. It's no good to show off his strength in the public, except for being watched by everyone. For some reason, Glossy was angry for no reason. Uchiha Sasuke was very dissatisfied. Among them, there is a trace of jealousy. Huh. Quite a bit of trouble, said a Chunin, curling his lips. I just don't know what your ability is under your hand. Raised, he jumped forward, flew up, and kicked Uchiha Sasuke with his right foot. Uchiha Sasuke responded quickly and made the same counter-attack immediately. He also kicked hard with his right foot and greeted the Chunin without showing any weakness. It's so cool. Seeing this scene, the pitiful girl couldn't help but said with gleam in her eyes. No, I can't bear it anymore. Seeing the girl's appearance, Glossy's heart burned blazingly, his whole person turned into a black light, and he appeared in Uchiha Sasuke and that in an instant. Between Chunin. He blocked Chunin's kick with his left hand, and Uchiha Sasuke's kick with his right. But his body didn't move at all, he didn't seem to be affected in any way. It seemed that what he caught was not the flying kick of a Chunin or an outstanding descendant of Uchiha, but just the legs of two weak children. Okay, so fast. And so strong. Haruno Sakura couldn't help exclaiming. He is so strong. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Glossy, and said silently in his heart. He had seen Glossy's power a long time ago, because he was not too shocked. That's amazing. The pitiful female ninja looked at Glossy with shocked and admired eyes, and muttered to herself. Chapter 24 The Challenge of Sasuke. For some reason, when Glossy felt that the poor female ninja looked at him with admiration, his heart immediately. It was greatly satisfied. This feeling is very wonderful, even when he broke through the martial god in his previous life, he has never had it before. Could it be that this is the so-called love? Gulathai murmured in his heart. For his current impulsive behavior, Glossy felt deeply helpless. He planned to hide his strength a long time ago, but he didn't want to. The intention has attracted too many people's attention. However, when he saw the pitiful look in the eyes of that female ninja, he couldn't help changing his. The original intention was to stand up and expose yourself to the public. Moreover, he has absolutely no regrets at all. Golosi stood motionless, a pair of brilliant eyes staring at the pitiful female ninja unabashedly, her eyes light and hot. As soon as the female ninja came into contact with Glossy's eyes, her face flushed suddenly, and two red roses dotted her white face. Peng Shang, exceptionally beautiful and moving. The female ninja lowered her head slowly, not daring to touch Glossy's eyes. Hashinoyuki, Yamashita, are you two okay? Suddenly, a tall and lanky man walked out of the crowd. Said at the female ninja with her head down and the man lying on the ground. We're all right. Hashinoyuki raised her head and glanced at the tall and indifferent man, and whispered. I'm sorry to trouble you. Yamashita Kazuo said with shame. Huh. The thin, tall, and indifferent man snorted coldly and stopped talking. He first glanced at Glossai and Uchiha Sasuke with cold eyes. Then he left without looking back. Hashinoyuki helped him down the mountain and walked slowly into the crowd. It turns out that her name is Hashinoyu. It sounds so good. Glossai said in his heart, looking at Hashinoyu's back. As Hashinoyuki left the field, everyone focused on Glossai's body. Just now Glossai came first, with one hand. Blocked the first place kick of this newcomer, and the other hand blocked the kick of a Chunin. How could such a powerful skill not be noticeable? Some powerful characters in the crowd are looking up and down Galozi, among them is Gaara from Sand Shinobi Village. It blocked my kick so easily. The power in his hand is so strong. Uchiha Sasuke looked solemn and stared at Gu without blinking. Lozi. He knows that Galozi is very strong, but after all, he has not played directly against him. The confrontation just now, although short, made his mind jump straight. He has already judged that this is a super terrifying opponent, even more terrifying than Gaara of Sand Shinobi Village. Lee, what are you going crazy? At this moment, Tenten came from the side and said dissatisfiedly at Glossai. I didn't say yes before. Don't want to attract attention, try to hide your strength? I can't help it either. Who made me meet the girl who is beloved? Gilasi smiled awkwardly and said. Hyagoniji's eyes were gleaming, and he kept looking Glossai up and down, as if he had met him for the first time. However, he did not. You kept his gaze on Glossai. The one over there, please report your name. He said to Uchiha Sasuke in a condescending tone. When asking someone's name, you should first report your family. Uchiha Sasuke is also an extremely arrogant person. How can you be convinced? He said blankly. It seems that you are a newcomer. How old are you this year? Hyaganiji continued, his tone blunt. I don't have to tell you. Uchiha Sasuke said lightly. What are you talking about? Hyaganiji frowned and said dissatisfiedly. However, Uchiha Sasuke does not pay attention to Hyaganiji. He turned straight around and said to Harano Sakura, let's go. For Uzumaki Naruto, he didn't bother to pay attention. Okay, let's go. Harano Sakura said happily. Naruto, hurry up. She yelled at Uzumaki Naruto fiercely. The attitude towards the two people is completely different. You have great potential, work hard. Glossai walked to the frustrated Uzumaki Naruto, reached out and patted his shoulder. Lo, said the voice. I look forward to the day when you beat and surpass Uchiha Sasuke. Can I, really do it? Uzumaki Naruto said uncertainly. You can definitely do it, Gilasi said in a deep voice. Do you know? I'm a natural waste wood, unable to practice ninjutsu and illusion. Can only learn physical skills. Why? How is this possible? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. How could such a strong person? Is it a waste? Do I have to lie to you? Glossai said lightly. However, although I can only practice physical skills, my strength is not weaker than Ren. Who? I can do it, and I believe you can do it too. Thank you. A trace of firmness flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's confused eyes. He nodded vigorously at Glossai, then quickly moved towards Uchiha Sasuke chased in the direction where he had left. Glossai, Hyaganiji, and Tenten did not stay longer, and walked towards their goal. At this moment, the two Chunin who blocked the crowd were hiding in a room, observing the candidates through the crack in the door. Are they the disciples treasured by Kakashi and Might Guy? They look pretty good. One person nodded and said. Yeah. At least they have passed the submission of the application. Another said. The quality of candidates this year is pretty good. It's worthy of our examiners' expectations. You two go first, I have one thing to confirm. Uchiha Sasuke, who was silent along the way, said suddenly. He did not. Waiting for two people to respond, they ran away quickly. Sasuke. Harano Sakura shouted loudly, but Uchiha Sasuke ignored it. I go to the toilet and will be back soon. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to think of something, said to Harano Sakura, and ran away. These two guys, damn it. Harano Sakura clenched his fists and waved toward the sky, seeming to vent his dissatisfaction. Someone is here, and it's for you. While walking, Hyaganiji suddenly stopped and said to Glossai. Well, it was indeed directed at me. Glossai said lightly. Who? Tenten's strength is the weakest, and his reaction speed is also the slowest. Until then, he hadn't noticed anyone approaching at high speed. Rock Lee. A shout spread from afar. Uchiha Sasuke looked solemn, and rushed toward this side, his eyes fierce and fighting spirit. Abundant. I want to fight you. Chapter 25 Crane Fist. Uchiha Sasuke had a fierce look, high-spirited warfare, stared at Glossai, and shouted. It's him. Hyaganiji's eyes flashed sharply. He was extremely uncomfortable seeing Uchiha Sasuke looking at Glossai with unconvinced eyes. He knew that Uchiha Sasuke was the only surviving descendant of the famous Uchiha tribe, who inherited the best blood of Uchiha and was a true genius ninja. This can be seen from the fact that Uchiha Sasuke graduated from ninja school with the highest grade in the school. And Hyaganiji is the most outstanding genius of the previous year, from Hyaga's famous door, which has attracted much attention. Originally, he should be the object of Uchiha Sasuke's challenge, but Uchiha Sasuke ran to challenge Glossai. How could this make Hyaganiji, who has always been arrogant, calm? It's you. Glossai turned his head, glanced at Uchiha Sasuke lightly, and said lightly. Why? I want to fight with you here. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Challenge me here? Are you sure? A smile appeared on the corner of Glossai's mouth and asked softly. Not bad. Uchiha Sasuke said. In the name of Uchiha Sasuke, I challenge you. He said seriously. Uchiha. Glossai said lightly. Uchiha is very famous, but I don't know how good your Uchiha Sasuke is. Rock Lee, I know you are very strong. Uchiha Sasuke said. However, my Uchiha clan is not in vain. I want to fight with you here to see if your moves work for me. Now what I want to know is, are you here in your own name or in Uchiha's name? Glossai asked, looking at Uchiha Sasuke intently. It is both my own name and the name of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke said proudly. He. Glossai said with a smile. Frankly speaking, you are really naive. No, or arrogance is the most appropriate. Uchiha, do you know what it means? Of course I know. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Uchiha, this surname represents the strongest in ninja and represents invincibility in the world. Although my current strength is still very weak, I will never shame Uchiha. I am Genin, then I will fight Genin invincible. Hand. Humph. Hyaganiji couldn't help but snorted, with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Hit Genin's invincible hand all over, even he dare not say such a thing. And Uchiha Sasuke is just a newcomer who has just graduated. He is so arrogant that he doesn't know the heights of the world. Uchiha Sasuke naturally heard Hyaganiji's cold snort and couldn't help frowning, and raised his eyes. He comes from the Hyaga clan and his name is Hyaganiji. Glossai smiled and said. By the way, he is the strongest player in our team. Hyaganiji. The look on Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly changed, and the look in Hyaganiji's eyes was full of jealousy. The Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan have always been in a competitive relationship, treating each other as rivals. As the most outstanding genius of Konoha village last year, Hyuga Niji has long been known as Konoha. Hyuga Niji gave Uchiha Sasuke a cold look, but did not speak. Although he also wanted to personally defeat the last Uchiha survivor to prove his strength, the opponent clearly came to Rock Lee, so he would not be stupidly strong and expose his strength prematurely. What's more, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to observe the current strength of Glossai at a close range, and whether he could fight him. 8 Inner Gates, the daimyo shocked the entire ninja world. Even if Hyuga Niji inherited the excellent blood of the Hyuga family, he was very afraid and did not dare to be careless. I can play against the most powerful newcomer so quickly. My luck is really good. Gulasi sighed and said. Furthermore, this most powerful newcomer is still a descendant of the famous Uchiha tribe. It is a great honor. Perhaps, this is your greatest sorrow. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. The famous Sharingan, let me see it today, Gulasi said. Don't let me down. Otherwise, it would be too boring. I will let you remember my Uchiha Sasuke's name and Sharingan's greatness forever. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward with his left foot, posing for an offensive posture, and said loudly. Come on, challenger. Glossai said lightly. Guru. In a hidden corner in the distance, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help swallowing and spitting. His eyes widened, and he stared at Glossai and Uchiha Sasuke unblinkingly. He knew that a collision between the strong would begin soon. Challenger. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Then I will let you know how good I am as a challenger today. With a fierce force under his feet, his whole body leaned forward, suddenly raising from stillness to running quickly. Explosive power is not bad. But Glossai stood motionless, watching Uchiha Sasuke getting closer and closer without blinking. Ha! Uchiha Sasuke yelled and jumped into the air, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he slammed Glosai's chin with great strength, and his power was not weak. Idiot! Actually attacked from the front, and still rushed straight. Is this the strength of the so-called strongest rookie? Hyuga Niji's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Uchiha is really in decline, the only one left is actually so weak. The Hyuga family specializes in gentle fist and has strong physique and close combat capabilities. At this moment, Hyuga Niji came up with 5 or 6 ways to deal with it. Each of them can easily resolve Uchiha Sasuke's attack, and then launch a counter-attack to gain the upper hand in one fell swoop. Lee, let me see how you respond. Hyuga Niji said to himself. It's too late, it's fast, Uchiha Sasuke's fist is already less than 20 centimeters from Glossai's chin. At this moment, Glossai, who had been standing there quietly, moved. The 5 fingers of his right hand were joined together, like a crane's beak, lightly pecking at the back of Uchiha Sasuke's hand. In Zingiikwan, the crane-shaped fist, one of its variants, was thus performed by Glossai. Glossai was a god of war in his previous life, and his melee combat ability and martial skills are naturally extremely powerful. Now that he has practiced martial arts mental techniques to the peak of the second heaven, he can naturally perform some of the simplest fighting techniques. Although the power is far less than 1/10,000th of the previous life, it is more than enough to deal with genin like Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 26 Sling Sasuke. This is. Suddenly, Hyuga Niji's eyes were full of energy, and he stared at Glossai with a shocked expression on his face. He was astonished as if he had never seen Glossai. With his strength, how can he not see the subtle and terrifying point of Glossai's move just now? Although the peck Glosai made with his hand just now seemed unremarkable and an understatement, the control of the timing and the strength of the shot were just right and wonderful. And what makes Hyuga Niji unacceptable is that he didn't even think of using this method to deal with it just now. Could it be that Glossai's current strength is better than him? Or is it that Glossai's close combat talent is better than him? Regardless of the possibility, Hyaganiji felt unacceptable. What? Uchiha Sasuke let out an exclamation. His body rose up in the air, and the back of his right hand was pecked by Glossai with a crane-shaped fist, immediately losing his balance. He slammed his head down on the ground. Ah! Tenten, who had been standing by and watching, couldn't help but yelled. Bang! Uchiha Sasuke deserves to be the #1 rookie of this year. Although he is at a disadvantage, he is still sensitive. He put his hands on the ground firmly to stabilize his figure, and then crossed his legs towards Golo. Shi's face was swept away. With a slight movement under Glossai's feet, he immediately hid. Afterwards, he supported his right foot and swept his left leg along the ground. Kanahagale! Glossai shouted in a low voice. Danger! Uchiha Sasuke was shocked when he saw this. He is now supporting the ground with both hands, and he can't dodge at all. He can tell from the sound of Glossai's sweep of his legs. Glossai's sweep is extremely powerful. If he is swept, he will immediately lose his combat effectiveness. In critical moments, Uchiha Sasuke showed extraordinary talent. He was anxious to gain wisdom, using his head as a support, pushing forward with both hands violently, facing the leg swept by Glossai. It's a manufacturable material. Glossai nodded secretly. He quietly recovered 70% of the power of sweeping his legs. Boom! Uchiha Sasuke only felt a sharp pain coming from his hands, as if he had been hit by a big hammer. A huge force dragged his body toward the rear, and hit a wall 3 meters away. Good, strong. Uchiha Sasuke endured the pain in his heart and immediately got up from the ground. There was a wave of shaking in his indifferent eyes. He had long expected that Glossai's body art was extremely strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Among the people he has seen, apart from his teacher Kakashi, I am afraid that this person is the strongest. Is this the strength of Lee now? The light in Hyaganiji's eyes flickered, and the blue veins that looked like a horned dragon appeared on his face for some time, looking particularly hideous. That is the most terrifying heritage of the Hyaga clan Byakugan. Is this really Lee? He has become so strong. Tenten's eyes widened, looked at Glossai in disbelief, and muttered. Even if it is waste wood, through his own efforts, he can become very strong. He can only practice physical skills, but he can defeat Sasuke so easily. I can definitely do it if I work hard enough. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and said to himself. At this moment, he seemed to see the road he was going to take in the future. Is this the famous Uchiha clan? Glossai said with a sneer. Even if you dare to claim to represent Uchiha, you are not afraid of people laughing out loud. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke roared and rushed over again. This time, Uchiha Sasuke was smarter and stopped attacking with all his strength like the first time. He placed his left hand horizontally on his chest to take defense, while his right fist hits Glossai's door, both offensive and defensive. You are a good student, Glossai said lightly. With all his strength raised under his feet, his whole person disappeared in an instant. He has been practicing desperately these days, tempering his body to a level second only to Might Guy, and now the explosive power is very amazing. He is like a green shadow, disappearing without a trace in an instant. So fast. Hyaganiji looked extremely solemn. Disappeared. Uchiha Sasuke took a breath. He looked around nervously with a pair of eyes, his expression nervous. His body is tight, even when he faced Kakashi for the first time, he was not so nervous. Here. Glossai's voice came from above Uchiha Sasuke's head. Leave Hurricane. Glossai kicked Uchiha Sasuke's face with his right foot. I have to say that Uchiha Sasuke reacted very quickly. He knelt down with his right leg for the first time, and escaped the kick of Glossai dangerously. The response is good. Gulasi said lightly. He landed on the ground and didn't stop for a moment. He supported it with his left hand, traversed an arc with his right foot, and kicked Uchiha Sasuke in the face again. Gulasi's movements are like moving clouds and flowing water, without even stopping for a moment, just like a dancer dancing, full of indescribable beauty. No way, I can't hide it at all. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. Gulasi's attack was too powerful, and extremely fast, he couldn't keep up with Gulasi's movements at all. In desperation, he could only put his arms horizontally in front of him, ready to use the strength of his arms to fight against Gulasi's kick. Innocent. Gulasi said sternly. At this moment, the old tricks that were already about to be used were changed again abruptly, from a side kick to a straight kick. Such easy changes of moves were too easy for Gulasi, who had reached the realm of the Valkyrie in his previous life. Boom! Gulasi kicked Uchiha Sasuke's chin with his feet fiercely, kicking him abruptly more than 5 meters away. This foot was so heavy that Uchiha Sasuke fell to the ground and trembled, unable to get up for a while. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke was seriously injured. Lee. 2 terrible rays of light came out of Hyagoniji's eyes, staring at Gulasi. And Tenten was also shocked, looking at Gulasi incredulously. She had never imagined that the wastewood Lee in her eyes was so powerful that it was comparable to Hyagoniji. What the hell is going on? Uchiha Sasuke was in pain and trembling constantly, but his heart was even more painful. As the only surviving descendant of Uchiha, the strongest in the ninja world, he was so tortured and beaten by a man of civilian origin, and he had no power to fight back. How could his arrogant heart bear it? Chapter 27 The Sad Sasuke. Is this the famous Uchiha clan? In my opinion, it is nothing more than that. Gulasi said blankly. You. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes raised 2 terrible fierce lights. At this time, he was like a wounded beast, bursting with murderous intent, trying to choose people to eat. What Gulasi said was nailed into his heart like nails, causing him an unprecedented humiliation. Obviously, the pride and honor of the race had long been deeply imprinted in his soul. In his mind, the dignity of the ethnic group is more important than himself. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't wait to rush up to beat Gulasi to the ground, and beat him severely to let him know the horror of Uchiha. However, he was lying on the ground at this time, and the severe pain that came from all over his body reminded him that the man was really too powerful and a super terrifying opponent. Are you only able to use Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke said bitterly. Hyagoniji was on the side. He didn't want to expose his strength too much, but Gulasi was too strong, and he could only be beaten if he didn't turn on Sharingan. In order to defeat Gulasi, in order to defend the majesty of the Uchiha clan, he can only do so. Although Uchiha Sasuke was arrogant, he still inherited the best ninja talents. After the initial rage, he quickly calmed down and began to analyze the previous fight scenes. I have already taken a defensive action just now, so it shouldn't happen like that. However, his foot passed through my defense and kicked directly in my face. What is going on? Uchiha Sasuke said silently in his heart as he stood up from the ground while resisting the severe pain of his body. Is that ninjutsu or illusion? He was thinking. After all, this is a world where ninjutsu and illusionism dominate, and he naturally put Gulasi's tricks into this category. In fact, after searching the entire Konoha shinobi village, apart from a few people such as Might Guy, no one can practice physique to that extent. Sure enough, I can stand up. Gulasi nodded and said. Uchiha Sasuke, you didn't disappoint me too much. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. What Gulasi said was a compliment, but it fell into Uchiha Sasuke's ears and it was particularly harsh, making it even more uncomfortable. Since you are so strong, then I will take this opportunity to try that trick. He said coldly. Why, are you planning to use Sharingan? Glossai said with a faint smile. I hope Sherry-nan can be as strong as the legend. Otherwise, it would be too boring. As you wish. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. I will use Sherry-nan to play with you. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's dark eyes turned scarlet. Among the scarlet pupils, 2 in each of the left and right eyes, a pitch-black guyu were very conspicuous, and a strange aura came to his face. Is this Sherry-nan? Glossai felt a unique and powerful, but with an evil aura, he couldn't help but look a little bit serious. Sherry-nan enjoys a high reputation, really deserves its reputation. Is that the legendary Sherry-nan? Tenten murmured as he looked at Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet eyes in surprise. Sherry-nan is the blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan, known as the strongest in the ninja world. It is said that even the Uchiha tribe can only be opened by a small number of people. Sherry-nan is divided into 1 Gojade, 2 Gojade, and 3 Gojade. Powerful. Hyaga Niji said softly. It seems to be explaining to Tenten, and it seems to be warning Galozi. Sherry-nan, the ability is generated by the pupil, can see through all the ninjutsu, illusion, and physique in an instant, and copy, and then counter-attack back intact. Moreover, Sharingan's ability is by no means limited to this. Having said that, Hyaga Niji stopped talking, as if he was scrupulous. Sherry-nan, the Uchiha clan is so powerful, it's no wonder this newcomer is so arrogant. Tenten said in shock. Now that Uchiha Sasuke uses Sherry-nan, doesn't it mean that Lee will be defeated? That's not necessarily. Hyaga Niji shook his head and said. No matter how powerful ninjutsu is, different people have different powers. Although this Sherry-nan is powerful, Uchiha Sasuke can't be all masters, and I don't know how much power it can exert. Come on, no matter if it is ninjutsu or illusion, there will be nothing to hide under my eyes. I can see through him. Although Uchiha Sasuke still suffers from severe physical pain, he is full of confidence after turning on Sherry-nan. He rushed towards Glossai again. His eyes were fixed on Glossai, and he refused to let go of any subtle movements. He must completely defeat the man who made him suffer such insults and defend the prestige of the Uchiha clan. It's boring. I rely too much on my own blood heritage, I can never become a real powerhouse. Glossai shook his head helplessly. When he was in the martial arts world, he had encountered many children who came from famous families. They are either from the famous sect, or from the immortal sacred place, or the close disciple of an old monster, and some are even the old immortal heirs of the Valkyrie level. However, in the end they were all blocked from the threshold of the strongest without exception. Some people can't even enter the realm of Emperor Wu for life. The reason is that they rely too much on their own inheritance, and neglect their own practice and innovation, and ultimately ruin their great future. Obviously, this is the case with Uchiha Sasuke now. Not only did his pair of Sherry-nan not become a weapon for him to defeat the enemy, but instead became a shackle to hinder his advancement. Who? Suddenly, Glossai, who was standing there quietly, turned into a green lightning, like a lion that had hibernated for a long time and finally waited for its prey, and all of his power burst out in an instant. Boom! With a dull loud noise, Glossai kicked his right foot fiercely on Uchiha Sasuke's jaw again. This time, Glossai increased his strength to 50%, and he kicked Uchiha Sasuke directly to an altitude of more than 5 meters. So fast. Hyaga Niji's pupils shrank for a while. At this moment, he actually felt a huge pressure from Glossai. He had never felt this way before. So strong. Both Tenten and Uzumaki Naruto stared at Glossai with shocked faces. How is this possible? Sherry-nan can't see through it? Uchiha Sasuke's jaw was painful, but the pain in his heart was even worse. He turned on Sherry-nan, but this time he lost even worse. No. Sherry-nan can't see through. Isn't his tricks ninjutsu and illusion, but physique. In extreme pain, Uchiha Sasuke finally realized. Chapter 28 Effort is more important than talent. Physical surgery. It turned out to be the purest physical technique. Uchiha Sasuke was extremely shocked in his heart. He never thought that the extremely powerful man who was even afraid of Gaara in the sand waterfall turned out to be a man who reached this realm by relying on physical skills. How can this be? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't believe it. This is the world of ninjas, and ninjutsu and illusion are dominant. Although everyone practiced physical exercises, it was only the most conventional method of combat. Once the real life and death struggle, all of the decisive factors are ninjutsu and illusion. He has never seen a person using physical skills as a means of defeating the enemy. Yes, I have never seen it before. However, the physique madman in front of him was incredibly strong, and he completely suppressed the two-go jade Sharingan that had been turned on by relying on physique, and he didn't even have the power to fight back. Physical skills, can it be so powerful after practicing to a certain level? Uchiha Sasuke, my trick is neither ninjutsu nor illusion. It's just the purest physical skill. Glossai said lightly. The Sharingan of your Uchiha clan is extremely powerful and can see through any ninjutsu, illusion, and physique in an instant. But Glossai paused, and continued, indeed, it is not difficult to see through the lawful ninjutsu and illusion that require Jujin practice, but physique is different. What do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke struggled to get up from the ground, and while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, he looked at Glossai with fierce eyes. The meaning is very simple. Glossai smiled and said, even if your Sharingan can see through my tricks, your body cannot respond to my physique. In other words, your eyes can see it, and your mind knows what way to deal with it. But your body cannot keep up with your thinking. Uchiha Sasuke's body was trembling constantly, and a pair of scarlet eyes shot out an angry light. However, he felt very helpless. Because, he can really feel that what Glossai said is the truth. His Sharingan is indeed powerful, and at the moment Glossai took the shot, he saw through the tricks Glossai wanted to use. However, his body could not keep up with Glossai's movements. In other words, his current strength is too weak, and he is far from able to display the true power of these eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, did you know? Glossai said slowly. The strong have two types, genius and hard work. If your Sharingan is a genius type who inherited the Uchiha lineage, then I am a hard-working type who endures hardships and works hard to cultivate. Moreover, I will prove to you that it is hard-working type. The strong can defeat the genius type strong. While speaking, Glossai glanced at the place where Uzumaki Naruto was hiding. He had discovered that I was watching in the dark. Uzumaki Naruto trembles with excitement when he touches Glossai's eyes. Those words he just said to me. He is a natural crane tail, no matter what he does, he can't do well. When he graduated from ninja school that year, he couldn't even complete the simplest clone technique. Later, if it weren't for Chunin Mizuki Long's ambition to lure him to steal the Book of Seals from the village and learn the multiple shadow clone techniques in it, he might even be a problem with graduation. He often cried silently alone, hating why he was so useless, and he couldn't even learn the most basic things. He has also given up on himself. Although the mentality has become more stable after Iroquois enlightenment, there is always a strong inferiority complex deep in my heart. Until he saw the battle between Glossai and Uchiha Sasuke, a descendant of the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world, was so embarrassed by Glossai who only knew physical skills. The shock shook his soul. Yes, the strong are divided into genius and hard-working. Moreover, the hard-working strong can defeat the genius strong. At this moment, a firm belief that had never been seen before took root in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, completely clarifying the path he would take in the future. From now on, he will no longer be envious and jealous of Uchiha Sasuke, but will focus all his energy on practice. He will use facts to prove that he is no worse than Uchiha Sasuke. What? As if stimulated by Glossai's words, Uchiha Sasuke roared and rushed towards Glossai again. However, his figure was constantly shaking, completely losing his composition, and Glossai had completely lost his interest. This is the end of this time. Glossai said lightly. If you want to challenge me again, just become stronger. You are too weak today. I don't even have any interest in you. You go to die. Uchiha Sasuke had a terrifying face, yelling and shaking his fists at Glossai, smashing his head and covering his face. Bang! Glossai shook his head, suddenly raised his legs and kicked his feet, hitting Uchiha Sasuke's chin for the third time. With a crisp sound, Uchiha Sasuke's jaw finally couldn't bear the heavy blows and broke. Hiss! Uchiha Sasuke made a hiss sound, and gulps of blood flowed out of his mouth. However, he had completely lost his mind, and once again got up from the ground and rushed towards Glossai. Huh! Glossai snorted coldly, and with a violent force under his feet, the whole person immediately turned into a blast, and instantly came behind Uchiha Sasuke, with his hands in a strange posture. This is the advanced physical skill that only the elite Chunin can perform. Shadow Dance Leaf. Hyaga Niji said shockedly. A high-level physical skill that only the elite Chunin can perform. Tenten said incredulously. Are you saying that Lee has already reached that level? Hyaga Niji did not speak any more. He had a pair of Byakugan blooming, staring at Glossai. From this moment on, he had regarded Galozi as the biggest opponent in this Chunin exam. Uchiha Sasuke, in fact, I didn't intend to humiliate you on purpose today. Glossai stood quietly behind Uchiha Sasuke and said softly. I just want to tell you one thing. Although talent is important, it is not a decisive factor. Sometimes hard work is more important than talent. Chapter 29 Heitake Kakashi. Effort is more important than talent. These 8 characters are like thunder blasting in Uchiha Sasuke's ears, like morning bells and evening drums, awakening him from the extreme sense of family pride and honor. At this moment, he woke up with a horror, and since he awakened Sharinan, he has relied too much on these eyes. You, what do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke squinted at Glossai behind him, and asked loudly. However, his jaw was already broken and he was speechless, only making a series of hissing sounds. Uchiha Sasuke, I know you are very unconvinced. Glossai said lightly. I will let you feel it with your body today, how scared a hard-working powerhouse is. Stop it. Just as Glossai reached out and grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's arms and was about to use Shadow Dance Leaf, a low but lazy voice rang from behind Glossai. Who? Glossai was shocked. He didn't even notice that someone was approaching behind him, which was an extremely dangerous signal to him. Glossai reacted extremely fast, reaching out and pushing hard on Uchiha Sasuke, while he himself leaped more than 3 meters away in the other direction. He displayed a standard defensive posture before raising his eyes and looking in the direction where the sound had just come from. That's Jonin's costume. Glossai's pupils shrank for a while. A man with white hair, a slender body and a full length of 1.8 meters was standing there. His forehead protector was worn diagonally, covering one eye on the left. His expression was slow, but the exposed eyes were piercing, and he kept looking up and down Glossai, as if he was very interested in Glossai. Heitake Kakashi. A name flashed through Glossai's mind. He is so powerful, he can sneak into behind me quietly, avoiding my divine mind detection. Glossai felt awe-inspiring. He knew that he was a little overwhelmed today. Heitake Kakashi, once a member of Konoha's most mysterious Umbu, served as the captain of the team. He was extremely capable of observing words and expressions. If Kakashi saw some clues, he would be in great trouble. Okay, let's end the discussion. Kakashi said, after looking at Glossai for a long time, A smile appeared on Kakashi's face. Are you guys student? My name is Rock Lee. Glossy nodded. Well, you are very good. Kakashi said approvingly. From you, I vaguely saw the shadow of Guy back then. I believe that within a few years, we will have another master of physical skills in Konoha village. You are too rewarding. Glossy felt uncomfortable. I didn't deliberately praise you, but tell the truth. Kakashi said. Your physical fitness is simply a miracle at this age. Not to mention Chunin, even ordinary Jonin can't match you. Hiss. As soon as Kakashi said this, everyone present took a breath. They all looked at Glossy with incredible eyes, pale in shock. Who is Kakashi? The disciple of the legendary 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, one of the most powerful Jonin in the entire Konoha village. How can he say anything in his capacity? Everyone was shocked. Glossy's current physical fitness has surpassed Chunin and even stronger than ordinary Jonin, so how strong is his current strength? However, although your physical skills are strong, it has extremely obvious weaknesses. Kakashi's words turned and continued. If you meet a ninja who is a grandmaster far-reaching ninja, or a ninja who is good at illusion, you will become vulnerable. Thank you for your guidance. Glossy bowed slightly at Kakashi and said. Of course he knew that Kakashi was not pointing him, but pointing out his weaknesses and finding a glimmer of hope and faith for Uchiha Sasuke, who was defeated today. Otherwise, Uchiha Sasuke will most likely fail after this battle. The Uchiha clan, known as the strongest in the ninja world, Uchiha Sasuke, as the only survivor of this clan, would the people in the village tolerate this happening? Are his weaknesses ninjutsu and illusion? Uchiha Sasuke, who was gloomy in his heart at this time, seemed to have suddenly encountered a bright lamp, and two amazing rays of light appeared in his eyes. Sharingan is an extremely powerful pupil technique, specializing in illusion technique. If he develops his eyes to the 3-go jade, he can use some powerful illusions. Wouldn't it just be able to restrain Glossy? Thinking of these things, Uchiha Sasuke's blocked heart suddenly opened up. In a daze, he seemed to see the scene where he defeated Glossy with the Sharingan of the 3-go jade, and returned all the humiliation he suffered today. Sasuke, can you still move? Kakashi squinted at Hyaganiji and Tenten next to him, but did not speak. He said to Uchiha Sasuke. I can go by myself. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. His character is born like this, and it is like this to anyone. He was very grateful to Kakashi in his heart, but he didn't show it. That's good. Kakashi said. Remember, you defeated Chunin yourself during the exam. Yu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is good at illusion, and it is the nemesis of the strong body skills. I will repay the humiliation I suffered today. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Lots of people. When they walked into the assembled classroom 301, when the three of Glossy saw the hundreds of people crowding the whole room, they were immediately taken aback. Especially Hyaganiji's expression changed even more. In his impression, there has never been a situation where so many people took part in the Chunin exam in the past. These hundreds of people are all elite genin from various countries and villages, wearing forehead protectors from their respective villages. Some of them are kind, some are fierce, some are silent and cold, some are laughing loudly. Countless auras rushed towards each other, among which there were no less than 10 more powerful ones. In these breaths, there was a trace of blood mixed in. Obviously, some of these people have undergone terrible trials, and their hands have already been stained with blood. What? Among the three, Tenten was the weakest, and was shocked by these auras and took 2 steps backwards. A ray of red tide appeared on his white and tender face. Are you okay? Glossy reached out and grabbed Tenten's hand and asked. It's okay. Tenten only felt an electric shock from his hand. She was taken aback, her face was hot, and she threw away Glossy's hand and said. That's good. Gulasi smiled and didn't mind. His eyes searched among the crowd, and soon found the pitiful female ninja. Chapter 39 Newcomers. I don't know if it was a coincidence or what, when Gulasi looked at the pitiful female ninja, the female ninja happened to be looking at Gulasi. As a result, the eyes of the two people collided. Gulasi only felt his heart shaken, and the blood in his body suddenly boiled, as if he had taken a stimulant, extremely excited. However, his mind was mature and sophisticated after all, and he did not make any rash moves to rush directly. He smiled at Chuchu's poor female ninja, and said hello. The female ninja's face turned red after brushing. She blushed, and quickly lowered her head, never daring to see Gulasi again. Hashinoyuki, what's the matter with you? A tall, thin, indifferent man standing next to the female ninja found an abnormality and couldn't help but ask. No, it's okay. The female ninja said shyly. It's him. The indifferent man swept his gaze across the crowd, and soon found Gulasi, who was looking at this place. There was a trace of murderous intent on his cold face, grinning at Gulasi sternly, and then reached out and put his hand on his neck to cut his head. The threat was extremely obvious. Gulasi smiled faintly, not paying attention to it. He has been in the martial arts for so many years, and he has been used to life and death. How can he take the threat of such a child in his heart? Sasuke, you're so slow. Suddenly, a nice girl called out from the door. Huh, Sasuke, what's wrong with your face? Gulasi raised his eyes and saw a beautiful girl with a slender figure and long blonde hair lying on Uchiha Sasuke's body, looking at him with worried eyes. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke's chin was wrapped in a thick bandage, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Obviously, he was seriously injured in the fight against Gulasi. That girl. Yamanaka Ino. A name jumped into Gulasi's mind. The Yamanaka clan, one of the famous gates of the Konoha shinobi village, possesses secret ninjutsu, which controls the mind, and is extremely powerful in spirit. Yamanaka Ino is the only descendant of the Yamanaka clan, and he is extremely talented. Ino Pig, please stay away from Sasuke. Harano Sakura on the side couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Yamanaka Ino. Hey, isn't this little Sakura? Your forehead is still that big. Ugly. Yamanaka Ino said in a breathless tone as if he had just seen Harano Sakura. You. Harano Sakura was so angry that he couldn't speak. She is not ugly, or should be said to be very beautiful, the only drawback is that her forehead is very big. But this was caught by the rival Yamanaka Ino, who was taken out to hit her every time. What's the matter? Are arguing again? It's really troublesome. At this time, a lazy voice said with Kakashi. This kind of exam is troublesome enough, and you are still arguing here, really? This is a boy with a thin body, a braided hair and a look of lack of energy talking. Yes, it's really troublesome, said a fat little boy beside him. It's better to eat than to fight there. Holding a packet of puffed food in his hand, he kept throwing it into his mouth. This makes people extremely suspicious, that's how his bloated figure came out of it. Nara Shikamaru, the direct descendant of the Nara family of Konoha, has the secret shadow series of ninjutsu. Although the offensive power is not strong, it is extremely effective as a support. Akimichi Koji is also a descendant of the Akamaika clan from Konoha, whose secret ninjutsu doubling technique shakes the world. The families of these three are Yamanaka, Nara, and Akamaika. They are closely related. They often team up in battle and cooperate closely. They are known as the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, and they are very famous. Although there has never been a cage-level powerhouse in the three major families, Jonin has been born from generation to generation. Coupled with the close relationship between the three major families, they have great influence in the entire Konoha village. Sasuke is mine. Yamanaka Ino stuck out his tongue at Harano Sakura, which was so cute. I found you, is everyone here? Suddenly, 3 people came from a distance, 2 men and 1 woman, and they knew they were the contestants taking this Chunin exam. Big, hello everyone. A shy voice sounded. The girl had a very thin face, and she flushed with shame and was very cute just talking to everyone. Hyaga Hinata, the eldest lady of the Hyaga clan. A message flooded into Glossai's mind. The Hyaga clan is one of the oldest and most powerful clan in Konoha Shinobi Village, and has inherited the powerful blood inheritance boundary Byakugan. In order to protect this powerful blood inheritance boundary, they divided themselves into a clan and a branch house. Although Hyaga Niji is known as the most outstanding genius of the Hyaga clan, it is from the branch house. And this Hyaga Hinata is the heir of this generation of clan family, whose status is far above Hyaga Niji. The man with a dog on his head and 2 bright red marks on his face came from the Inyazuka clan, and all the ninjutsu in the family was related to canine animals. The tall man wearing sunglasses and a high-collar trench coat with a cold face is Abarame Shino, also from the Konoha Dora Abarame clan, who is good at manipulating insects. What's the matter? Are you guys coming too? Nara Shikamaru said impatiently. Obviously, they, who are also famous for Konoha, have a very close private relationship. We will come if we want, what does it matter to you? Inyazuka said dissatisfiedly. Are these the 9 newcomers who participated in this Chunin exam? Glossai's eyes slowly swept across the 9 people including Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and said silently in his heart. Almost all of these 9 people are behind the famous sect, and worshipped under the sect of the famous teacher. The teacher of Uzumaki Naruto is Kakashi, and the teacher of Hyaga Hinata is Yuri Hong, who is the biological daughter of the Red Sunset in the famous Konoha 8 colors. The teacher of the 3 Nara Shikamaru is Sarutobi Asuma, the son of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. All of them were born in famous families, and they were taught by the powerful Jonin. However, their strength. Gulaxi secretly shook his head. How can it not be seen with his eyesight? Except for Uchiha Sasuke and Abarame Shino, the others are weak and pitiful. If you encounter cruel people from other villages in the exam, it might even be a question of whether you can survive. Tooth, that thing on your head looks delicious. Suddenly, the fat Akimichi Koji, who was eating puffed food almost non-stop, said. He suddenly stepped forward and walked towards Inyazuka. I don't know if he is joking or serious. Inyazuka's brows frowned, and he was about to have an attack, only to find that Abarame Shino was standing in front of them. What are you doing? Akimichi Koji asked unhappy. Don't step on it. Abarame Shino said in a cold voice. Instead of looking at Akimichi Koji, he cast his eyes on the ground. Following Abarame Shino's gaze, Akimichi Koji saw a bug crawling across the ground. I told you not to step on it. Do you want to eat it? Abarame Shino turned his head and looked at Akimichi Koji, shooting 2 fierce lights through the eyes of the sunglasses. Hey, you guys had better be quiet for me. Just when the people were arguing, a gentleman with round glasses and long white hair came over and stopped. Chapter 31 Yakushi Kabuto. Hearing the sound, Uzumaki Naruto and the others all turned their heads and looked at the man who came by suddenly. Their brows can't help but frown, because they don't know this person. Is this guy, is also here to take the Chunin exam? When Glossai saw the man for the first time, his pupils contracted uncontrollably. From this person, he actually sensed the danger no less than Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi. There are so many monsters in the Chunin exam this time. Glossai thought of Gaara, Hyaga Niji, and others, and said silently in his heart. You are the 9 newcomers, right? The man walked up to the 9, with a familiar appearance, and said with a smile. 9 newcomers who have just left the ninja school not long ago? They look very happy, noisy. Really, aren't you here for an outing? He said, shaking his head and sighing. Who are you? Such a shit. Yamanaka Ino stared at the man and said dissatisfiedly. I'm Yakushi Kabuto. The man said with a smile on his face. Also, please take a look at the surroundings, okay? Uzumaki Naruto and the others couldn't help but look around, but were suddenly surprised. Because they suddenly discovered that the people from various shinobu villages were staring at them with unkind eyes, just like staring at a prey. The few behind you are from Rain Shinobi village. They have no patience. The exam is about to come and everyone is very nervous. It's better not to provoke them. Yakushi Kabuto kindly reminded. Oh. Harano Sakura and others couldn't help but swallow. Obviously, the ferocious Rain Shinobi village ninjas behind made her feel a strong pressure. However, it is no wonder that you are all newcomers after all, which reminds me of my previous self. Yakushi Kabuto said. You are Kabuto Sr. Harano Sakura said suddenly. It seems that you have taken the Chunin exam for the second time. No. Yakushi Kabuto interrupted Harano Sakura and said. It's the 7th time. The 7th time. Harano Sakura and the others couldn't help being taken aback. Because of this kind of examination, it is only held twice a year. This is already the 4th year. Yakushi Kabuto explained. So, you know the exams well. Harano Sakura asked with a bright eye. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto nodded. Kabuto-senpai is very good. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. But it still failed. Nara Shikamaru curled his lips and said. Is the standard of Chunin's exam really so high? It's really getting more and more troublesome. Well, forget it, let me give you lovely juniors some information, use these ninja cards. Yakushi Kabuto didn't get angry at Nara Shikamaru's words at all, but took out a stack of paper from his pocket and said. Ninja card? Harano Sakura asked puzzledly. Simply put, it is to use chakra to tokenize the information and record it on the card. Yakushi Kabuto said, kneeling on the ground and placing the stack of cards on the ground. This is the information I spent 4 years gathering for this exam. There are 200 cards in total, although at first glance they are blank. If you want to interpret the information in the cards, you need to inject my chakra. He put the fingers of his left hand on the card, and he said in a low voice. Boom. With a soft sound, the blank card unexpectedly had many small characters that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Is this a flexible use of chakra? In the distance, Glossai saw all this in his eyes and said to himself. It's amazing. Harano Sakura said in amazement. What kind of information is this? This is the number of people who took the Chunin exam and the country. Also, the number of candidates in each ninja village is also marked separately. Yakushi Kabuto said. By the way, do you know why all countries jointly hold the Chunin exam? Suddenly, Yakushi Kabuto looked up at several people and asked. Uzumaki Naruto and others looked at each other, confused, and didn't know how to answer. First of all, it is to deepen the friendship between countries. Second, it is said that it is to improve each other's quality of ninja. Yakushi Kabuto said lightly. It is said. Uchiha Sasuke asked puzzledly. Yes, it is said. Yakushi Kabuto said. In fact, the real purpose is to confirm the level of ninja among countries and try to ensure that the power of each country can be balanced. The balance of power. Uzumaki Naruto murmured and repeated. Why is it so complicated? Nara Shikamaru said impatiently. If you don't do this, the weak country is likely to be captured by the strong country in an instant and in a situation of being dominated. This is probably also to contain each other. Yakushi Kabuto explained. Do you have any detailed personal information in these cards? Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while, then suddenly said. Yes. Do you already have a goal? Yakushi Kabuto said lightly. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly with a flash in his eyes. Although the information I collected is not complete, but you basically have it, Yakushi Kabuto said. Tell me about the characteristics of your target person. No matter what, I will help you find it. Rock Lee of Konoha Village, and Gaara of Sand Shinobi Village. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Do you even know the name? It's much faster like this. Yakushi Kabuto said, fumbling through the stack of cards with his hands. Soon, he took two from the middle. Let me see. Uchiha Sasuke said. Look at Rock Lee first. Yakushi Kabuto said with a smile. He is 1 year older than you. He has 20 missions experience of D level and 11 times of C. The instructor is Might Guy. Although he has improved his physical skills this year, he is totally unsuccessful in other aspects. Last year I didn't know why I didn't take the Chunin exam. He was the same as you, this is the first time. His companions are Tenten and Hyaganiji. Next, Gaara of Sand Shinobi Village. Yakushi Kabuto said. Quest experience, 8 times at C level, 1 time at B level. Very powerful, Genin performed a B level mission. He is very strong. Uchiha Sasuke said. Because he is a ninja from another country and a newcomer, there is no more detailed information. Yakushi Kabuto said. However, I once heard a rumor that he returned unscathed every time he went on a mission. Chapter 32 Sound Shinobi. What? Genin performs a B-level mission, and is still unharmed. Nara Shikamaru took a breath and said in disbelief. What kind of monster is this guy? Even Uzumaki Naruto, who was not afraid of the sky, couldn't help being surprised. Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, but from the solemn expression on his face, he was extremely moved in his heart. And the others are the same, secretly startled. Konoha, Sand Shinobi, Rain Shinobi, Kushinorai, Takanen, Otanen. Yakushi Kabuto continued. This year there are many excellent genins from various ninja villages here to take the exam. Oh, yes, Otanen village is a small country ninja village that has just been established in recent years, so there is not much information. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 sharp and unusual gazes projected from the crowd. These are 2 men and 1 woman, and the forehead protectors worn on their foreheads are the symbol of Otanen village. This is the basic pattern of the ninja world today. Although Glossai stood far away, every word Yakushi Kabuto said was in his ears. While benefiting greatly, he has a strong interest in the origin and purpose of Yakushi Kabuto. The strength of this Yakushi Kabuto is extremely strong. I am afraid that it is not as good as Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, and it will not be too far apart. Such a terrible person, but mixed in the Chunin exam, deliberately approaching Konoha's 9 newcomers, this made Glossai have to doubt his motives. What is his purpose? Glossai was contemplative, his eyes flicking across the faces of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and others. Uzumaki Naruto, hosting in his body is a super terrifying existence. And Uchiha Sasuke is the last blood of the Uchiha clan, possessing the legendary and precious Sharingan. They all have the possibility of becoming targets. However, considering Uzumaki Naruto's special identity, the village must value it extremely, and there must be a master to protect it secretly. Even a person of the level better than Might Guy cannot take people away in Konoha village. After all, Konoha Shinobi village is known as the most powerful force in the ninja world. It is by no means a nameless name, but it was created after 3 wars in the ninja world. So, from this Glossai inferred, Yakushi Kabuto's goal should be Uchiha Sasuke. Okay, terrible. I seem to have lost faith in myself. Hyuga Hinata muttered with a worried expression on his face after hearing these words of Yakushi Kabuto. What's the use of you saying these now? Yamanaka Ino said uncomfortably. In other words, the people who come here to take the exam are all elites selected from genin from various countries. Harano Sakura said word by word. Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru, and others were silent, but Uzumaki Naruto's body was shaking constantly. Harano Sakura saw Uzumaki Naruto look like this, and couldn't help feeling a move, thinking that Uzumaki Naruto, who had always been fearless, also became nervous. Naruto, don't be so nervous, actually. Harano Sakura walked behind Uzumaki Naruto and put his hand behind Uzumaki Naruto and said encouragingly. However, she stopped just halfway through her words, because she was surprised to find that Uzumaki Naruto's face was not only not nervous and fearful, but full of excitement and excitement. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto's body trembling is not because of tension and fear, but because of excitement and excitement. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his right finger to all the contestants who took the exam and shouted loudly in the stunned look of everyone. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I won't lose to you. Have you heard that? Swish. 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 In an instant, everyone turned their gazes in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone's eyes are sharp, like a fierce beast, exuding a creepy aura. Among them, Gaara, Kankuro and other people's eyes were disdain and sarcasm, with sneers on their faces, as if they were watching a monkey juggling. This idiot. If fourth Hokage knows what his son looks like, will he be so angry that he will die again? Glossai was speechless for a while, slandering in his heart. What is this guy doing? Yamanaka Ino was so angry that he rushed to Harano Sakura and asked loudly. Her temperament is a bit hot, but she is not a fool. Now everyone who is yelled at by Uzumaki Naruto's voice regards them as enemies. How can she not be angry? This idiot. Harano Sakura said helplessly. The two girls complained to each other there, but Uchiha Sasuke and others were silent and didn't care. Taking the Chunin exam, everyone except yourself is an enemy. Isn't this the guy I met before? Kankuro said with a sneer. A dog that can bark can't bite. The beautiful girl Tamari spoke harshly. Is he an idiot? Tenten shook his head. I think he is very powerful, Hyaganiji said with a smile on his face. Lee, what do you think? He looked at Glossai. Full of youthful enthusiasm. Glossai said with a smile. It looks like you haven't suffered enough for them. Hyaganiji said. It's not that they don't suffer enough, but that they have a heart that is not afraid of the strong and keeps getting stronger. Gulaxi said lightly. At this time, in a corner of the crowd. Have you heard? He actually said that Otanin is the ninja village of a small country. A sturdy man said coldly. It's really regrettable. Next to him, his companion said sternly. His back is curved, and his upper body is leaning forward, looking like a big tortoise at first glance. There were circles of bandages wrapped around his face, and only his left eye showed through. He gives people an extremely gloomy and terrifying feeling. It's better to play with them, said the only female ninja among the three. That's right, we are actually talking about us like a second-rate ninja, let's help him improve the information of the file. Turtle also said the man sternly. The ninjas of Otanin village are cruel. Swish. 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 In an instant, the three people turned into three black shadows, pushing in the direction of Yakushi Kabuto in three directions. Finally anyone can't help but want to do it? Glossai murmured with a flash of light in his eyes. Yakushi Kabuto, let me take a look at your true strength. Boom. A person from Otanin village put his foot on the table, and the whole person rose into the air. Two sharp konao appeared in his hands for unknown time, and they hurled at Yakushi Kabuto forcefully. Yakushi Kabuto is very responsive, with a violent force from his feet, he retreats towards the back, and escapes easily. However, at this moment, the tortoise-like man deceived him and hit Yakushi Kabuto's face with his left hand Yuyin and his right hand clenched into a fist. You are, the ninjas of Otanin village. Yakushi Kabuto was so good at physique. Although he was caught off guard, he still easily escaped the man's 3 punches in a row. Your cooperation is not bad, but it's a pity that the speed is too slow. Yakushi Kabuto said in a tone of predecessor, pointing to the younger generation. Is this really the case? The 3 of Otanin village stood together and said coldly. Crack. Crack. At this moment, the glasses that Yakushi Kabuto was wearing broke silently. Chapter 33 The Chunin exam begins. This is too sudden. Yakushi Kabuto had easily escaped the tortoise man's continuous fast attack. His face turned sullen, but his eyes suddenly split at this time, making him unable to help his expression change, as if thinking of something. What the hell is going on? It's right to avoid all of them. Why is this? Uchiha Sasuke said in surprise. You probably wiped the tip of your nose, right? Nara Shikamaru said uncertainly. Others also looked at the 3 people in Otanin village with solemn eyes, and they all realized that these 3 were good at strength and were not easy to provoke. This is similar to the ability of sonic power. In the distance, Glossai frowned and said silently in his heart. This ninja world is really amazing, with all kinds of abilities, all kinds of strange. So, it's such an attack. Yakushi Kabuto quickly recovered his calm after experiencing the initial surprise. He reached out and took his glasses off the bridge of his nose and said to himself. Otanin village, is worthy of this name. Thanks for the praise. The tortoise man said abruptly. The other 2 people also looked at Yakushi Kabuto with the same eyes of dead people. It's a pity that the attack power is too weak, wow. Yakushi Kabuto said, his body trembled violently, and he knelt down on the ground with his knees weakened, and began to vomit. Why? Threw up. Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. Kabuto-senpai. Harano Sakura shouted. Uchiha Sasuke and others changed their expressions greatly. The eyes of the 3 people looking at Otanin village were full of awe. Such a strange and unpredictable attack method is really daunting. Brother Kabuto, are you okay? Uzumaki Naruto and Harano Sakura both ran over to support Yakushi Kabuto and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Yakushi Kabuto said weakly with a pale face and cold sweat. Glossai looked indifferent and looked at Yakushi Kabuto unblinkingly, feeling even more jealous of him. Obviously possessing incomparable strength, but being humiliated by a group of genin pretending to be inadequate here, needless to say, it must have some ulterior motive. Are you sure? The turtle man said with a sneer. What's the matter? You are so weak, it's not a big deal, but you are still a veteran taking exams for 4 consecutive years. Write on your card that the Otanin trio will definitely become Chunin. Yakushi Kabuto, Uzumaki Naruto, and Harano Sakura looked at the Otanin trio with unwilling eyes, but did not dare to say a word. The abilities of these 3 people are too weird, they can't see through. Lee, how are their moves? I don't know when. Hyaganiji walked up to Glossai and asked softly. Their moves are very ordinary, and it is easy to avoid them. However, their abilities are a little weird. Glossai said lightly. Sonic Kung Fu is also one of the most famous Kung Fu in the martial arts world, and is known as the treasure of heavenly Kung Fu. In his previous life, Glossai provoked a martial arts sage who had practiced sonic skills. He fought more than 10 times, and suffered more than 100 small battles. He suffered countless big losses, and finally killed the enemy after his martial arts became complete. That opponent was almost the most terrifying enemy he had encountered in the previous life for Glossai. Thanks to this person's blessing, Glossai also figured out a whole set of methods to deal with sonic power. The 3 people in Otanin village all have their abilities related to their voices, but after all, their strength is too weak to be compared with the enemies of the previous life. How could it be placed in Glossai's heart? Quite all for me, you rubbish. Raised, at this moment, a loud shout resounded throughout the classroom. The person who came was too arrogant, spoke unscrupulously, and did not put anyone present in his eyes. However, no one dared to stand up and express dissatisfaction, because accompanied by the voice was a powerful and breathtaking and terrifying aura. Among those auras, the weakest is the elite Chunin. The examiner is here. Let you wait a long time. I am the chief examiner of the Chunin selection examination, Marino Ibiki. A 1.9-meter tall man wearing a black trench coat with 2 slash marks across his face. The young man said coldly. His eyes were like vultures, extremely sharp, and no one dared to look at him wherever they looked. This is a powerful Jonin. Glossai said silently in his heart. Genin of Otanin village, you'd better be honest before the exam. Do you want to be disqualified immediately? Marino Ibiki glanced at the classroom and immediately spotted Yakushi Kabuto and others who were facing each other. He pointed his finger at the 3 tortoise men and shouted sharply. I'm sorry, because it's the first time I took the exam. I was so excited, I just didn't know it. The tortoise man turned his head and defended. Humph. Marino Ibiki said with a cold snort. Well, just take this opportunity to make it clear that you can't fight without the examiner's permission. Even if you get the permission, you can't put your opponent to death. Which trash dared to attack the uncle, immediately disqualified for the exam, have you heard of it? Morinoi said happily. Yes. The 3 tortoise men didn't dare to defy, and immediately walked to the side obediently. And Uzumaki Naruto and Harano Sakura also helped Yakushi Kabuto up, and both looked at Marino Ibiki with unblinking eyes. Okay, now we will start the first session of the Chunin selection examination. After submitting the application form, collect your number plates and sit in the designated positions according to the number plates. Marino Ibiki said. Next, the papers for the written test will be issued and the written test will be conducted. Glossai clearly saw that when he heard the words written test, Uzumaki Naruto's entire face turned bitter. Of course, there are many people like Uzumaki Naruto with expressions and reactions. Under the supervision of more than a dozen invigilators, Glossai and the others quickly completed the adjustment of their seats. It's a strange question, I don't know one. Glossai glanced at the test paper casually, and smiled helplessly. However, he was not panicked. Taking the Chunin exam was no different from playing for him anyway. He knows his strength best. Where does he need others' recognition and evaluation? In the first exam, there are several very important rules. I won't accept any questions after I've finished speaking. You have all heard me clearly. Marino Ibiki said loudly. First of all, the first item. Everyone present has a score at the beginning. There are a total of 10 test questions, and each question is worth 1 point. In addition, the test adopts a deduction method, and every wrong question is deducted 1 point. Second, test scores are judged by the total score of 3 people in each group. Chapter 34 The True Meaning of the First Exam. As soon as Marino Ibiki finished speaking, many of the examines became extremely ugly. Obviously, there must be a crane tail in their team. Among all the people, Harano Sakura responded most violently. She slammed her head on the table, and then said loudly unconvincedly, please wait a moment, why should the total score of each group be judged? Less long-winded. Morina Bixi's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted sharply. It makes sense for us to do this. Just shut up and listen. Next, is the most important rule. If you are found to be cheating or suspected of cheating by the invigilator in the exam, you will be deducted 2 points from the full 10 points each time it is found. Marino Ibiki said in a deep voice. Said. As soon as the statement came out, the eyes of Glossai, Hyaganiji, Gara, Uchiha Suzuki and others all flashed, as if they were thinking of something. But Uzumaki Naruto and others are completely at a loss, their eyes widened, staring at the chief examiner, mourning for their poor basic knowledge. In other words, there is no need to wait for the test results to come out, Someone may have been kicked out of the test room. Marino Ibiki continued. Anyone who commits bad cheating is ruining himself. I will observe you at any time. An invigilator with a bandage on his face seemed to be cooperating with Marino Ibiki, speaking in a gloomy tone. Since you want to be promoted to Chunin, as a ninja, you have to be like a good ninja. Marino Ibiki said. Oh, yes, if one person in the other group gets a 0 score, all members of that group will be considered unqualified together. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the whole classroom. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who has always been silent and calm, couldn't help his face change drastically. Although he is full of confidence in himself, he knows the level of Uzumaki Naruto better. If nothing happens, Uzumaki Naruto scores 0 on the test, that's alright? There is a murderous aura. Glossai was thinking about it, and suddenly he noticed a cold aura coming from behind him. He glanced at the corner of his eyes and found that it was Hyaganiji who was looking at him with murderous eyes. Although Rock Lee used to be diligent and hard-working, he was too dumb to know anything about cultural classes. Even if Hyaganiji is the strongest of the Genin generation of Konoha village, if he is disqualified because of Rock Lee, there is no way he can do it. Golosi turned his head and smiled at Hyaganiji, as if he was not paying for his life. Hyaganiji almost breathed fire in his eyes, but he quickly recovered his calm. Because, not far away, Tenten was gesturing to him in secret words to signal Rock Lee's affairs to be on her. Don't worry. In addition, the last test question will be given 45 minutes after the start of the test. Marino Ibiki said. The test time is 1 hour. Now, the exam begins. Morinoi Bixi shouted loudly when the time was pointing to 3:30 in the afternoon. As a result, the entire examination room immediately became quiet. All the examines focused on the test papers, carefully reading the questions and answering the questions, while the invigilators stared at the examines like an eagle, just like staring at a group of little chickens, ready to do it at any time. The atmosphere of the examination room is quiet and depressing. Of course Golosi is no exception. Although he doesn't like this kind of examination very much, he still needs to do the most basic things. In the martial arts world, when the famous Martial Arts Academy selected students, there were also written examinations. He once participated in the assessment of the prestigious War God Academy. It's just that I've never been admitted. Glossai picked up the test paper and looked at it carefully from the first question. A secret sign. He frowned. He didn't know anything about it, so he chose to skip it and turn to the second question. The parabola B in the picture is the maximum range of the enemy ninja A standing on a 7-meter high tree to throw a dart. Please write down the characteristics of the enemy ninja that will appear within the range of this dart, as well as the plane battle. The maximum range of, and write down the basis. When Glossai finished reading the question, he smiled directly, threw the test paper on the table, and stopped reading it. He doesn't need to read on and know that the following questions must also be super difficult questions of this type. Although Rock Lee's brain is not easy to use, he once graduated from a ninja school and often came into contact with test papers and other things. In his surviving memory, he has never seen these difficult questions. In other words, these questions on the test paper are simply not something Genin can answer. The difficulty of these questions is not something Genin can answer, but the chief examiner gave such a paper. What is it for? Glossai was contemplative. The purpose of the Chunin exam is to select outstanding Genin to be promoted to Chunin, and to train them into talents who can be alone. If this is the case, then the chief examiner must not deliberately embarrass the candidates, deliberately ask such difficult questions. Could it be that? A flash of lightning flashed across Glossai's mind, and he couldn't help but recall the words Marino Ibis said not long ago. Anyone who commits botched cheating is ruined. As a ninja, you have to be like a good ninja. That's how it is, that's how it is. Glossai turned his gaze to the invigilators who were staring at the candidates like a thief, and his heart suddenly became clear, and he understood the true meaning of this exam. This is not a pure knowledge test at all, it is actually an exam that allows the candidates to use the disguise and concealment technique to collect intelligence. When seeing the true face of this exam, Glossai couldn't help but admire the talent training opportunities in this ninja world. Although the force of the ninja world is far less than the martial arts, their talent training method is much better than the martial arts. A ninja must see the truth of the facts clearly, so the chief examiner named Marino Ibiki characterizes this test as, if you want to cheat, don't cheat by clumsy means, and be undetected like a good ninja. And because of this test has adopted the strange system of deducting points. What a great talent training mechanism! Glossai said with admiration in his heart. This exam is actually forcing the candidates to cheat, and they must be cheated without being discovered by the invigilator and plagiarism. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the exam room and lose their qualifications. Chapter 35, each shows his magical powers. After trying to understand these things, Glossai's attention shifted from the test papers to the classroom. He carefully and conscientiously observed every corner, every person, and probed with his powerful spiritual knowledge. This is. Soon, a strange color flashed in Glossai's eyes. He found a few weird people out of a total of 153 candidates in 51 groups in the entire examination room. Those few people are not strong, but they are extremely composed. When others are frowning, they quietly lie on the table to answer the paper. Inferring from the speed of their answering papers, it is obvious that they are very familiar with these exam questions, and they don't even hesitate to think. This is not normal. As far as the content of this exam is concerned, it is extremely difficult. Even if the elite genin comes to answer the paper, I am afraid it will take a while to think about it. However, those few people answered too smoothly. Could it be that, these few of them are not examines, but the model that the chief examiner puts in the classroom, waiting for the examines to cheat and plagiarize? It should be. After Glossai carefully observed the seats of several people, he was determined in his heart. He looked at the candidates and found that Hyaganiji, Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke and others had already seen through the true meaning of the exam, and they all sat there, quietly waiting for the opportunity. Glossai turned his gaze to Uzumaki Naruto again, only to find that Uzumaki Naruto was already sweating profusely, scratching his head and head. Obviously, with his big nerves, he couldn't see the true meaning of the exam at all, and he kept focusing his attention on the test paper itself instead of jumping out of it. The person sitting next to Uzumaki Naruto is not someone else, but Hyuga Hinata. The shy girl looked at Uzumaki Naruto from time to time, and wanted to share her answer with Uzumaki Naruto, but she never dared to speak. His face is red, so cute. This guy, hey. Glossai shook his head helplessly. Recalling 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, how vigorous and heroic it was back then, with a superb body flicker technique that shook the world of ninja, it was frightening to hear. But his only son is now behaving like this. If Kwangxia knew, would he sigh? Uchiha Sasuke, has Sharingan turned on already? Glossai's expression stunned. He just swept the scarlet light with the outside of his eyes, which was where Uchiha Sasuke was. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke is like Glossai, and it has been determined that someone in this classroom must know the real answer. At this time, the powerful Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can finally come in handy. Call. Suddenly, a breeze blew in the quiet examination room. This wind was very weak and almost imperceptible, but it did not escape the powerful spirit of Glossai and was caught all at once. That's sand. Glossai stared at Gaara intently. At this moment, he understood the fact that Gaara's ability is to manipulate sand. When they first met, Gaara discovered his hiding place, relying on the sand's induction. That's how it is. Glossai secretly said in his heart. Wow, Wow! At this moment, a soft dog barking suddenly came from the classroom. It turned out that the puppy Akamaru on top of Inyazuka's head was barking, while Inyazuka showed a slight smile on his face, and began to write on the test paper with a pen. Obviously, as an Inyazuka clan, he can understand the language of dogs. At the same time, the three of Otanin village began to move. They all closed their eyes, quietly listened to the voices in the classroom, distinguished the correct answers from the complex sounds, and then used their abilities to restore them to words. This is the powerful ability of the three people in Otanin village. OM. A fly buzzed and flew, circling and flying above a ninja's head. He waited until the ninja was impatient and stretched out his hand to drive him away. However, the fly flew in front of a Barame Shino and kept making strange movements. So that's it? A Barame Shino looked at it for a long time, nodded, and said, "This is the ability of the Abarame clan to communicate with insects." Byakugan. Hyaga Niji moved, opening the most precious heritage of the Hyaga clan. Byakugan possesses a powerful insight that is almost heaven-defying, and can travel directly through the human body and look directly at the answers on the test paper. Sharinan. Uchiha Sasuke finally identified the person who had the correct answer, and displayed Sharingan's copy function, directly copying his answer. Ninfa. Heart-turning technique. Yamanaka Ino observed Harano Sakura for a long time. After confirming that Harano Sakura had finished answering the test paper, he used the family secret technique to temporarily occupy Harano Sakura's body. Over time, those with unique abilities and secret skills inherited from the family have started to take action. Their secret skills and abilities are so powerful that they can hardly be resisted, so they easily get the answer and get the qualifications for the next exam. While these people from well-known families developed their abilities, those from the poor also started their own actions. However, their cheating methods were so clumsy that they were soon discovered by the invigilator and expelled. Who? A sharp kunao pierced through, unbiasedly shot at an examinee's table, and cut his test paper in half. The candidate was trembling with fright, and sweating. What does this mean? The examinee stood up and roared sternly. It's the 5th time. You are disqualified for the exam. The invigilator with a bandage on his face said coldly, with a disdainful smile on his face. Also, the other 2 people in the same group with him also left. Get off now, he said sternly. All 3 of them were ashamed. They are like puppets that have lost their souls, walking towards the outside in a blink of an eye. Number 23 loses his qualifications for the exam. Number 43 and number 27 are disqualified for the exam. One after another icy voices sounded, and groups after groups were expelled from the entrance examination. In the blink of an eye, the huge examination room was much empty. Do you have any evidence that I have cheated 5 times? A ninja from the outer village roared grumpily. You are just a few invigilators, you can really notice all the candidates in the examination room. Ah! Before he could finish his words, he was hit by an elbow on his neck by an invigilator, and then he set it on the wall, extremely domineering. Listen to me. We are the elite selected by Chunin for this exam. Your every move can't escape our eyes. The invigilator said coldly. To put it bluntly, this power is evidence. Chapter 36 Marino Ibuxi. Get out. The invigilator looked at the examinee who was lying on the ground like a dead dog with disdain, and said coldly. It feels like this is not a student taking an exam, but an incompatible enemy on the battlefield. Such a scene fell in the eyes of all the examines, and everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Especially those who were going to plagiarize by bad means were so scared that they would never dare to act rashly anymore. Among them, Uzumaki Naruto is included. Uzumaki Naruto is a complete crane tail, not only can't keep up with practice, but even cultural classes are in a mess. Fortunately, the person sitting next to him is Hyuga Hinata. This little girl has a good impression of Uzumaki Naruto. After finishing the test papers, she has to show Uzumaki Naruto the answer. And just when Uzumaki Naruto wanted to plagiarize, the person behind him cheated was discovered by the invigilator and interrupted directly with a sharp kunao. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto was not caught, but he was so scared that he never dared to have other thoughts. He would rather hand in a blank paper at the end than be caught by the invigilator and then thrown out like a dead dog. This guy hasn't figured out the true meaning of this exam at all. Glossai looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was sweating and almost desperate, and shook his head helplessly. After that, he turned his gaze to Gaara, the guy with a strong smell of blood. As far as Glossai's eyes were, Gaara was sitting there quietly, with a cold expression. He stretched out his left hand, palm up, and his right hand was imprinted. He was extremely calm. It seemed that the things that happened in the examination room from beginning to end had nothing to do with him. Unaffected by any influence from the outside world, this guy has either received almost cruel training since he was a child, or his strength far surpasses everyone else, and he has never put this exam in his eyes. Glossai said silently in his heart. Following a faint to almost imperceptible wave of chakra, a faint yellow light flew in the air, and then condensed in Gaara's outstretched left hand. That's an eye. Glossai was awe-inspiring. He didn't expect Gaara to have such a weird ability. If this trick is placed on the battlefield, it is equivalent to having a third eye, and you can control the battlefield to the greatest extent. Suddenly, a dazzling light fell from the sky and fell straight on the table in front of Glossai. He quickly withdrew his attention from Gaara and took a closer look, only to see a mirror reflecting off a shadow of the test paper filled with dense answers. This is Tenten. Glossai moved his head and turned to look at Tenten, only to see Tenten smiling at him, beckoning him to finish the test paper as soon as possible. Glossai smiled gratefully at Tenten, and quickly copied the answer without any hesitation. I remember that the exam this time was a group score. Helping him by Tenten is equivalent to helping himself. When Glossai finished answering the last question, more than 40 minutes had passed. He sat quietly for a while, and found that the examiner Marino Ibisi suddenly had a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and immediately knew that the highlight of the exam had arrived. The waste is probably eliminated, it's about time. Marino Ibis said in a deep voice. It has been 45 minutes. Okay, now we will announce the 10th question. All the remaining candidates focused their attention on Marino Ibiki, and they all knew that it was the moment when they could decide their destiny. There is one more thing before the announcement. I have to add a few rules for the last topic. Morinoi's gloomy voice resounded throughout the examination room, and a particularly depressed atmosphere enveloped the place. Explain beforehand, this is a desperate rule. First of all, I want you to choose to take the 10th question or make up the 10th question. Marino Ibiksi said gloomily. Do you want to choose? Beautiful girl to marry from Sant Shinobi Village exclaimed. What if I choose to make up the 10th question? If he chooses not to take the 10th question, his score will become 0. Morinoi Heike said lightly. In other words, he will be disqualified for the exam. Of course, other people in the same group will also be out. What do you mean? Someone asked puzzledly. Since we have reached this point, of course we will choose to take the test. Another person said. For a time, opinions were divergent. However, Glossai, Hyaganiji and others were silent, staring at Marino Ibiki unblinkingly, because they knew there must be something to follow. If you choose to take the 10th question but fail to give the correct answer, the candidate will forever lose the qualification to take the Chunin exam. Marino Ibiki's voice raised dozens of degrees and shouted loudly. Why? How can this be done? How can there be such a broken rule? Immediately, the examination room seemed to explode, and one candidate after another stood up and criticized Marino Ibiki. Everyone looked angry. If it weren't for Marino Ibiki's identity and strength as the chief examiner, someone would have gone up to beat him. Where are there such broken rules? Are there many people who have taken the Chunin exam many times? One person stood up and asked loudly. Haha. After hearing the examinee's words, Morinoy Bixi suddenly sneered. I can only say. Your luck is too bad. The rules of this year's exam are the final say. While speaking, an almost irresistible aura permeated Morinoy Biki's body, which was a terrifying aura belonging to Jonin. The emotional candidates in the examination room immediately became honest after sensing this terrible breath. Because they have a strong hunch, if they dare to talk nonsense, what awaits them will be the most terrible thing. However, it's not that I don't give you a chance. Marino Ibixi's momentum receded and said coldly. Those who have no confidence can choose not to take the test, and wait for the next year or the next year to take the test. Perhaps next year, the chief examiner will not be my uncle, he. Marino Ibixi sneered again, which made people feel terrified. How can there be such a rule? Gulasi lowered his head in thought. This time the test is made up of 3 people, which means that as long as one of the 3 chooses not to take the test, all 3 will be out. If you choose to take the 10th question, but the answer is wrong, you will never be promoted to Chunin and be Genin forever. For a ninja, this is the biggest threat besides death. Whether you choose to take the exam or choose not to take the exam, you will endure unparalleled strong psychological pressure. Glossai squinted his eyes and stared at Marino Ibixi unblinkingly, amazed in his heart. Regardless of what the 10th question is for the time being, just choosing the 10th question causes the stress on the examines, which is incomparable. Marino Ibiki, this is definitely an expert who is good at studying human psychology. Glossai is now extremely suspicious whether this Marino Ibiki is the leader of Konoha Shinobi village who specializes in interrogating enemies and spying on intelligence. Chapter 37 passed smoothly. For a while, the examination room was abnormally quiet, and there were no other sounds except for some rapid and heavy gasps. At this moment, if a slender needle falls on the ground, it must be clearly audible. Marino Ibisi's 10th question caused great psychological pressure on everyone present except Glossai. Even those who are better than Hyaganiji, Gara, Uchiha Sasuke and others are no exception. Although these people are strong and have absolute self-confidence in themselves, this exam is a team model. If the other 2 are dragged down, they will also fail and will be disqualified from the exam. Then, let's start now. Marino Ibixi glanced at the audience with a pair of stern eyes, and said in a low voice. Question 10, those who choose not to take the test should raise their hands. After confirming the number, get out for me immediately. The examination room became quieter. Everyone fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. Some people were trembling. They were too nervous and scared. If they choose to take the 10th question but fail to give the correct answer, then they will be Genin for a lifetime, which is unbearable. However, if they give up, they will not be reconciled. Tangled, extremely tangled. Why does the 10th question look like this? Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself, sweating profusely, shivering all over. If you get a wrong answer, you will be a Genin for the rest of my life. I definitely don't want it. But if I choose not to take the exam, I am fine, but didn't it hurt Sasuke and Sakura out together? I don't know how to raise my hand. Harano Sakura looked tangled, but his heart was extremely firm. Even if the 10th question is difficult, I am confident to give the correct answer. But she is 100% confident in her cultural class, but now she is extremely worried about Uzumaki Naruto, for fear that Uzumaki Naruto can't stand such a huge psychological pressure and raise her hand. In that case, she would also be disqualified as a teammate. My heart is harder than a rock. I will never quit. Uchiha Sasuke has cold eyes and firm eyes. He has a proud and strong heart. Marino Ibuki's words can't scare him. Temari, Kankuro, if you two dare to raise your hands, I will kill you when I go back. Gaara stared fiercely at Temari and Kankuro, and said in his heart. In an instant, both Temari and Kankuro felt as if they had fallen into hell, and the terrible breath of death spread all over the world. They shivered involuntarily, obediently putting away the previously uncertain thoughts. Even being genin for a lifetime is much better than dying in Gaara's hands. Bang! Suddenly, a pencil rolled to the ground. I chose to give up. A man in Konoha village who had taken the Chunin exam twice tremblingly raised his hand and said with difficulty. His face was full of pain. He didn't want to quit, but he didn't have any confidence in himself and didn't want to be genin for a lifetime. Number 50 was disqualified for the exam. An invigilator announced immediately. Number 130 and number 111 are disqualified together. Yes. I'm sorry, Genui, Inagaki. The man who raised his hand tremblingly said. Damn it! One of his companions said viciously at him. Me. Me too. Me too. And I. The first man who raised his hand seemed to have brought up a domino. Many people raised their hands and stood up. After all, they are all ordinary people, not too talented, and are unwilling to bet on their life's future. For a time, more than half of the huge examination room was vacated. In other words, in the face of Marino Ibis's cruel rules, the vast majority of people chose to succumb, unwilling to bet their life's destiny. Looking at the candidates who have left one after another, everyone feels afflicted. In a sense, their fate is the same. No, perhaps, the fate of those waiting to stay is even more tragic. Once you answer the 10th question incorrectly, you will be genin for a lifetime, and you will never be able to stand up. Uzumaki Naruto, don't let me down. Glossai fixed his gaze on Uzumaki Naruto, who was trembling, and said silently in his heart. You have 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's blood flowing in your body. You should also have his pride. Don't give up. Uzumaki Naruto did not choose to raise his hand, but Glossai knew clearly that Uzumaki Naruto was not determined now, but was sitting in a fierce psychological struggle. As for in the end, Uzumaki Naruto will be overwhelmed by Marino Ibuki's aura, or whether the pride passed down in his bones will prevail, it is unclear. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto, who was trembling all over, finally slowly raised his left hand. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed fiercely, and he wanted to rush to kill Uzumaki Naruto. Harano Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru and others also cast their eyes over it, because this was the first person to raise his hand among the 9 newcomers. This guy. Glossai showed a strange smile on his face. Sure enough, I didn't disappoint, and I was still proud of myself. Snapped. When everyone thought Uzumaki Naruto was about to give up his qualifications for the exam, he suddenly slapped his hand on the table. Don't underestimate me. He shouted. I will never escape. I want to take the 10th question. If I want to be a genin for a lifetime, I have to work hard to be a Hokage for you to see. Who is afraid of whom? He seemed to vent all the depression in his heart. The sound is so loud that even people from hundreds of meters away can hear it. After speaking, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his seat. I'll ask you again. This is a lifelong choice. If you want to give up, just take advantage of it now. Marino Ibi was pleased to look at Uzumaki Naruto's eyes full of appreciation, and asked again. I always do what I say, this is my Shindo. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Uzumaki Naruto's words were full of positive energy, and all of a sudden, he swept away the terrible depressive aura Morino Ibiki had created before. Although Marino Ibiki repeated what he said before, it didn't work for the rest of the group anymore. He calmed down people's hearts. 78 people. Marino Ibi was pleased to see that no one raised his hand again, a smile on his face. A lot more than I expected. Your decision is good, then. Morinoi paused and announced loudly. All those who chose to stay, passed the first exam. Chapter 38 Mitarashi Anko appears. Passed. Even if you passed the first exam successfully. Hearing Marino Ibuxi's words, everyone was stunned, their mouths opened wide, their eyes widened, and Marino Ibuxi was staring at Marino Ibuxi, with an incredible face. This feeling is like riding a roller coaster. A moment ago, Marino Ibis used the 10th question to psychologically oppress all the candidates, telling them that if the 10th question was answered incorrectly, the candidate would lose the chance to be promoted to Chunin forever and be Genin for a lifetime. But now, Marino Ibiki said such words, it was an instant from hell to heaven, so that everyone could not believe their ears. Isn't it necessary to take the 10th question? Wait, what's going on? Why did you pass the test suddenly? What about the 10th test? Harano Sakura's temperament was so hot, the first one couldn't help standing up and saying, ha ha ha. Facing Harano Sakura's questioning, Marino Ibuki's gloomy face showed an unprecedented smile. That kind of thing was not there at the beginning. I really want to say that the choice just now is the 10th question. Is that so? Gulasi nodded secretly in his heart. In fact, since Marino Ibisi stated the rules of question 10, Gulasi had already had such a guess, but it had not been confirmed. After all, the Chunin exam is an exam jointly organized by the 5 major countries to select outstanding talents. Its purpose will not change anyway. No matter how strong Marino Ibuxi is, it is impossible to violate it. Wait. Tamari, a beautiful girl from Sant Shinobi village, said unconvinced. So what are the 9 exam questions before? Are they all for nothing? How could it be a free test? Marino Ibuki said. The 9 questions in the previous exam have achieved our first goal. That is to test each of you's intelligence gathering ability. Intelligence gathering ability. Tamari was stunned. First of all, the focus of this exam is what was mentioned in the initial rules. It is a 3-person team to determine whether to pass, so that you will feel a great pressure because you are afraid of hurting your peers' results. However, this test is too difficult for you Genins. In this way, there is only one way for you to go, and that is to rely on cheating to score. In other words, this test is conducted on the premise of cheating. Therefore, I selected a few Chunin who knew the answer, and mixed them in at the beginning to be the targets of cheating. Marino Ibuki said. Following Marino Ibuki's words, the people who had been identified by Glossai as having problems at the time all waved to signal their existence. Everyone suddenly. However, people who cheat by clumsy means will of course lose their qualifications for the exam. Marino Ibuki said. Because, sometimes intelligence is more important than life. Whether it is to perform a mission or on the battlefield, it is often obtained by desperate efforts. While speaking, Marino Ibuki took off the forehead protector he was wearing on his forehead, revealing his almost hideous and horrible head. On the bald head, it was densely covered with burns, screw holes, knife wounds, sword wounds, and traces of torture. It was so tragic that everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The information obtained after being discovered by the enemy or a third party may not be reliable. I hope you must remember one thing. If you are misled to obtain the wrong information, it may bring devastating effects to your partner or the village. Disaster. That's why we will use cheating to test your intelligence gathering ability, and weed out people who are obviously inferior. That's what it is. Marino Ibuki brought his forehead protector back, and said in a deep voice. But, I still don't understand the meaning of the last question. Tamari whispered. In fact, this 10th question is the real question of this exam. Marino Ibuki said. The 10th question is whether to choose to take the test or not to take the test. Needless to say, This is a painful and tangled dilemma. Those who choose not to take the test will be out immediately with themselves and their teammates. But those who choose to take the test but fail to give the correct answer will lose their eligibility for the test forever. This is actually a very unreasonable test question. If you really encounter this situation, how would you choose? Marino Ibiki said. If you have been promoted to Chunin, the content of the mission is to seize secret documents. The number, abilities, and arms of the enemy ninja are unclear, and the enemy may set up traps. Such a difficult task, would you choose to accept or reject it? Morinoi said sharply. Because you cherish your life, and because you don't want your companions to be in danger, can you choose not to accept dangerous tasks? The answer is no. Marino Ibiki said happily. Sometimes there are tasks that you can't refuse no matter how dangerous it is. At this time, being able to show courage to your companions and the ability to break through difficult situations is what you need to be the captain of the Chunin army. At a critical juncture, people who dare not bet on their lives, pin their hopes on the next year or an uncertain future, shake their confidence, and finally choose to give up opportunities. I feel that this kind of unsteady will be useless, fundamentally. You are not eligible to be promoted to Chunin. It is you who chose to take the test. It can be said that you have answered the 10th most difficult question correctly, and I must be able to face the difficulties that you will encounter in the future. Marino Ibiki said with encouragement. You have broken through the entrance. The first session of the Chunin selection exam is over. I wish you success. Yeah. As soon as Marino Ibiki's words fell, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help cheering loudly. There was a blank on his test paper, and he finally passed the examination, which he couldn't believe it. Huh. Suddenly, Marino Ibiki looked terrified and turned his head outside the window, seeming to notice something. Another strong person is here. Glossai's pupils shrank slightly. When? With a crisp sound, the glass was torn apart, and a dark shadow rushed in quickly. 4 sharp kunai shot at the 4 corners of the classroom, and a curtain fell down, directly blocking Marino Ibiki. Immediately afterwards, a woman with a concave and convex body, exquisite and translucent, exuding a kind of mature feminine charm, stood in front of everyone. Little guys, this is not the time to be happy. I am the second examiner, Mitarashi Anko, and the next exam is about to begin. The woman said loudly to everyone. Chapter 39 Palpitations. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Everyone looked at the beautiful woman who entered through the broken window with strange eyes. Is this crazy-looking woman the chief examiner of their second exam? For a while, the entire examination room was silent, and everyone looked at the woman blankly, even Glossai was no exception. Please clarify the situation. Marino Ibiki poked her head from behind the curtain and said softly. Cut. Mitarashi Anko's face blushed slightly, and he cut, feeling slightly embarrassed. There are 78 people, and there are 26 groups left. Isn't the first exam too simple this time? There was a trace of disdain on her face. No. Marino Ibiki shook his head and said. The candidates this time were all excellent and exceeded my expectations. It doesn't matter. Mitarashi Anko curled his lips and said. In the second exam, I will remove more than half of the number of people. As soon as this remark came out, everyone couldn't help feeling awe-inspiring. Needless to think about it, the second exam must be extremely cruel. I can't wait. Mitarashi Anko showed a terrible expression on his face. Tomorrow, when you arrive at the examination room, I will explain in detail. As for the gathering place, time, etc., go back and ask your instructor. This is a terrible person, and it is very likely to pervert psychologically. Gulasi commented on Mitarashi Anko. That's it, disband. At 8 o'clock in the morning the next day, the exam meeting place. This is the test room for the second exam, practice 44. Another name, Death Forest. Mitarashi Anko said in a deep voice, standing in front of a huge forest surrounded by barbed wire. I always think this place is gloomy, said a weak female voice. Glossy trembled in his heart, followed the voice and looked over, and immediately saw that the weak female ninja named Hashinoyuki was talking. Hashinoyuki met Glossy's gaze, like a frightened deer, and immediately retracted from the crowd, never daring to come out again. Mitarashi Anko sneered. You will be able to experience firsthand why this place is called the Death Forest. You will be able to experience firsthand why this place is called the Dead Forest. Uzumaki Naruto passed the level with a blank roll yesterday, and he is still very emotional until now. While shaking his hips, he imitated the examiner's voice and said, It's less scary, I don't feel scary at all. He pointed to Mitarashi Anko and said, Really? You are so motivated. Mitarashi Anko showed a sweet smile on his face. However, a kunao appeared in her right hand and flew towards Uzumaki Naruto in a thunderous manner. Kunao's speed was so fast that Uzumaki Naruto couldn't even react, so he wiped Uzumaki Naruto's left cheek and flew over. And through the hair of a long fluttering female ninja behind, nailed to a big tree. Who? Immediately afterwards, Mitarashi Anko turned into a black streamer, and instantly came behind Uzumaki Naruto. Children like you usually die earlier, she said sternly. So fast. Glossy looked awe-inspiring. He now finally knows the gap between himself and Jonin. If he confronts Jonin, he might even have a problem with running away. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was already shocked. Standing there motionless, like a stone statue. A long and narrow wound was drawn on his left cheek by Kiwu, and bright red blood flowed out and dripped on his body. This is my favorite red blood. Mitarashi Anko embraced Uzumaki Naruto's neck with one hand and wiped the blood from the wound on Uzumaki Naruto's face with the other. This scene only made everyone's scalp numb. There are indications that this extremely beautiful Mitarashi Anko is definitely a more dangerous figure than Morinoi Bixi, so he can't provoke it. That person. At this moment, Glossy's expression changed slightly, because he suddenly discovered that the female ninja who had been cut off by a strand of hair was actually sticking out her long tongue and pinning the bitterness to the tree trunk. Ryupa came out, and then walked towards Mitarashi Anko. This person has such a weird aura. Why do I have a creepy feeling? I don't know why. Looking at that person, Glossy became strongly wary. That feeling is countless times stronger than when Glossy faced Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yakushi Kabuto. Glossy had lived for more than 1,000 years in his previous life and had experienced countless catastrophes. Although he still doesn't know the origin of that person, he has decided to stay away from this person. This Chunin exam has gathered so many monsters. Glossy was secretly shocked. Swish. Mitarashi Anko was very sensitive, and once again grabbed a kunao with his left hand and stabbed it back. Kunao will be returned to you, said the female ninja with fluttering hair. Facing Mitarashi Anko's suffering, she didn't even have a trace of fear on her face. Thank you, please help me pick it back, Mitarashi Anko said with a smile. However, you better not stand behind me with murderous aura, if you don't want to die so early. I'm sorry. The female ninja with fluttering hair returned Mitarashi Anko, and then put her long tongue back. I feel so excited when I see the blood, so I'm embarrassed. After speaking, she turned and walked back to the crowd. What a terrible guy, even the chief examiner has been concealed by her, where is she sacred? Glossy murmured in his heart. It seems that there are a lot of healthy guys this time. It's really exciting. Mitarashi Anko said excitedly, looking at the female ninja with fluttering hair. Before the second exam starts, I will send this to everyone. Mitarashi Anko took out a thick stack of paper from his chest and said loudly. What is that? Someone asked. Consent. Mitarashi Anko said. Those who take this exam must sign this paper first. Why? Someone asked. Because in the next exam, some people may die. Mitarashi Anko said. So, you have to ask for your consent first. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. Chapter 40 The second exam. Will anyone die? For a while, everyone was silent. The second exam was more cruel than the first. In the first test, the atmosphere created by Marino Ibiki was extremely depressing, but it was ultimately just a way to test the psychological resistance to stress. Failed, it's just disqualification for the exam. However, in the second exam, some people were in danger of death. This made everyone's heart like a big stone, which was extremely dull. After Gilasi took the consent form in his hand and read it carefully, he became more sure of his thoughts. In the Death Forest, powerful people can kill weak people at will, and no one will be held accountable. Okay, everyone should have finished reading it. Mitarashi Anko clapped his hands and said loudly. Next, I will explain to you the rules of the exam. First of all, I will start with the topography of the exercise site. The 44th exercise site is a circle surrounded by 44 locked entrances, with rivers and forests in it, and a tall tower in the center. The distance from that tall tower to the entrance is about 10 kilometers, in this limited area. Inside, there will be a knockout process. And its content is, unscrupulous scroll competition. Mitarashi Anko said, took out 2 scrolls from his waist and shook them at the crowd. Scroll. Uzumaki Naruto said puzzledly. Yes. Mitarashi Anko nodded and said. I have the scroll of the Book of Heaven and the scroll of the Earth in my hand, and I want you to compete with each other for these 2 scrolls. A total of 26 groups passed the first exam, 13 of which carried the scroll of the Book of Heaven, and the other half carried the scroll of the Book of Earth. Each group will get a scroll, which is simply a battle for each other. What are the qualifications? Uchiha Sasuke asked. The 3 people brought the twin scrolls of heaven and earth to the central tower together. Mitarashi Anko said. In other words, half of the teams will lose the reels and be eliminated. In addition, time is limited. The second exam lasts 120 hours, which is almost exactly 5 days. Mitarashi Anko said. Why, 5 days? So long. One person exclaimed. What if I get hungry? Think of it yourself. Mitarashi Anko said. The forest is a paradise for wild animals. There are food materials in it. Of course, there are also many beasts and poisonous insects that can eat people. Be careful, don't be eaten by the beasts inside. There was a pervert smile on her face. This second exam is simply encouraging the candidates to kill each other. Glossai said silently in his heart. In theory, there will be 13 combinations in 26 groups, but in practice, this is almost impossible. In order to ensure that they can get Chunin's quota, some people even make shots against other teams when they have already obtained the qualifications. It is inevitable that there will be casualties in the real battle, and it is not surprising that someone died in such a cruel environment. Mitarashi Anko said. Excuse me, can you abstain in the middle? Suddenly, Nara Shikamaru raised his hand and asked loudly. According to the regulations, we are not allowed to withdraw halfway. Mitarashi Anko said simply and neatly. You must spend these 5 days in the Death Forest. Sure enough, it's really troublesome. Nara Shikamaru said impatiently. Okay, now let me tell you the conditions of elimination by the way. First of all, the first point is that it is impossible for 3 people to bring the earth coiling shaft to the tower's team within the specified time. Second point, someone died or was unable to continue fighting. Team. In addition, there is one more thing. You should never peek at the contents of the scrolls until you reach the tower, Mitarashi Anko said. What would happen if I peeked halfway? Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously. This, you might as well try it. Mitarashi Anko said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. Once you become Chunin, you have the opportunity to deal with very confidential documents. This is to see if you are trustworthy. Mitarashi Anko explained. Explanation so far, the three of them will take their own consent to go to the hut over to exchange your scrolls, and then choose the entrances. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice, don't die. Mitarashi Anko exclaimed with a serious look. Everyone was awe-inspiring, knowing that the cruelty of the second exam would be far beyond their imagination. The most important thing before them now is not to pass the exam successfully, but to walk out alive in the forest of death. It's been a long time since the death trial is the same pattern. Glossai muttered to himself, staring at the death forest with unblinking eyes. In the martial arts world, in exchange for training resources, Gulos, who was a civilian, had to go to the Warcraft forest to hunt and kill Warcraft to obtain magic cores as his only source of income. In the Warcraft forest, powerful beasts are everywhere, terrifying, and if you are not careful, your life will be in danger. At that time, Glossai suffered multiple death crises in the Warcraft forest, but they all survived fortunately. Later, after he became the god of war, he was very nostalgic for that period. What he didn't expect was that in the ninja world, he actually encountered an environment with almost the same pattern. It is extremely dangerous not only to always guard against the attacks of terrible beasts, but also to guard against other people's sneak attacks. However, instead of feeling nervous and scared, Golosi became excited. It has been a long time, and he has not been in such a high mood as he is now. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The group that got the scroll will follow the person in charge of the entrance to their respective entrances. Mitarashi Anko said loudly. From now on, we will act together in 30 minutes. Entrance number 41. Lee, are you ready? Hyaganiji looked at Glossai with provocative eyes and said. Once we enter the death forest, we will immediately encounter countless powerful enemies. Countless powerful enemies. Glossai said lightly. Actually, compared with them, I'm more willing to fight with you. There are so many opportunities for us to fight each other, Hyaganiji said. Why don't we join hands for the time being and pass this exam first? I have no problem. Glossai nodded. Entrance number 20th. The opportunity is finally here, and we can complete the task with fairness. The three people in Otanin village stood there, and the man who resembled a tortoise said. Entrance number 6. The enemy team is terrible. However, I think it's more terrifying to stay with this guy for 5 days. Kankuro looked at Garo with fear in his eyes and said in his heart. Entrance number 15. Let's put the goal on the newcomer. One person said. Next, it seems that I can kill people by hand. It's a lot easier. The woman with long fluttering hair and a long tongue said sensibly. Chapter 41, Auto-generated chapter title. The 41st chapter shot is an insult. In the afternoon, 2:30. Chunin selection exam, the second exam, officially begins. Mitarashi Anko looked at the time and announced loudly. Swish. 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 Immediately, almost all the candidates at the entry point moved into action, rushing toward the death forest like a predator. Lee, your speed is too fast. Tenten said loudly. The exam has just begun, there is no need to be so anxious. I have something to deal with. Gulasi said. I want to act alone. Just follow Niji. Remember, don't be alone. Lee, what do you mean? Hyaganiji said displeasedly. What do you think of me? Nani? Tenten will be handed over to you. Glossai smiled at Hyaganiji, raised force under his feet, and his body quickly disappeared into the eyes of the two of them, like a bow and arrow from the string. You two damn it guys. Tenten was irritated by the conversation between Glossai and Hyaganiji. Her strength is not very weak. What does it mean to treat her as the tail of a crane? Tenten, you must not stay away from my body for 50 meters. Although Hyaganiji was unwilling, he still said to Tenten. If you exceed this distance, I will not be responsible for your safety. I can take care of myself, don't worry about you. Tenten said angrily. Gulasi left the team and walked quickly through the dense forest alone. He didn't pay much attention to the Chunin exam this time, and he was even less interested in the scroll of the Book of Seizing Heaven and Earth. The only thing he cared about was taking this opportunity to see the ninjutsu in each village. His path is to cultivate martial arts, to break the sky with martial arts, which is completely different from the practice of ninjutsu and illusion in the ninja world. If he does not learn about the world's abilities first, he will suffer a big loss if he encounters a real strong in the future. Therefore, this Chunin exam is a perfect opportunity for him. The dead forest occupies a huge area, with vast forests, and more than 90% of the area is covered by virgin forests. Towering ancient trees, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, ferocious birds and beasts haunt them from time to time, roaring and whistling, a scene of a barbaric era. From time to time, a terrible roar from the depths of the forest can be heard. In addition, the heaven and the earth are silent. At this time, although it was 2:30 in the afternoon and the scorching sun was high, the forest was mixed with a cold and awe-inspiring atmosphere. Even with a physique as strong as Glossai, he felt a bit of chill. Wow! Suddenly, a fierce giant tiger roared, showing its fangs, and rushed towards Glossai. Glossai looked indifferent, spinning around, swinging his legs, swiping his right leg violently, and immediately swept the behemoth to the ground. But at this moment, there was another terrible roar not far away, and a black ape more than 3 meters tall rushed over and swung his huge claw towards Glossai. It was covered with dark hair all over its body, and its blood basin was big and hideous, which looked particularly frightening. Bang! Glossai raised his right fist to greet him. With a loud noise, Glossai felt only a sharp pain in his arm, and a strong force spread along his fist. He was taken aback, knowing that this black ape was born with supernatural power, and with his current cultivation base, he couldn't confront it directly. He hurriedly withdrew and violently retreated, stepped on the 8 steps of the snake character under his feet, and withdrew from this area like lightning. The black ape yelled and chased from behind, but how did he catch up to Glossai's speed? Soon, Glossai dumped the black ape and disappeared. This death forest is also well deserved. If you are not strong enough, let alone pass this exam, it will be a problem to survive. Gulasi said secretly in his heart. There are people there. Suddenly, Glossai's eyes lit up and he ran towards a clearing not far from him. He stepped on the Yulu Fufang step, although the speed was extremely fast, but there was no sound. Koji, what are you doing? Said a nice girl's voice. This voice sounds familiar, and should be one of the 9 newcomers in Konoha village. Take a break, I feel so tired and hungry. A fat boy sat on the ground, tearing open the snacks in his hand, and said. The exam is less than 5 minutes. You look like this. It's really troublesome. Said a lazy voice. It turns out to be the offspring of the famous Konoha Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Giluo Tibet frowned as he stared at a big tree. Ino, Shika, Cho is the famous family of Konoha village, even in the entire ninja world. However, their descendants are like this, and Glossai has to be side. Someone is here again. It seems that there are quite a few guys who have targeted the 9 newcomers in Konoha village for this exam. Glossai rolled his eyes and looked in the other direction. Someone is coming. Hurry up and hide. Nara Shikamaru was very alert and was the first to spot the anomaly. He dragged Akimichi Koji and Yamanaka Ino into the dense bushes nearby. Swish. 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 The three silhouettes came quickly. From the forehead protector they wear, it can be seen that they should be genin from Vunan village. They looked around for a while, and found no trace of Nara Shikamaru and others, and soon went in the other direction. It's really a bunch of waste. I didn't even find the snacks that fell on the ground. Gulasi couldn't help shaking his head. He can already pronounce the death penalty of the three Vunan village genin in advance. Call. After the three genins from Vunan village left, Nara Shikamaru and others let out a long sigh, with a kind of surviving joy. Hey, you three guys, if you want to survive, you'd better be alert. Suddenly, a low voice came from behind the three. Who? Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Koji were all trembling with fright, suddenly jumped up from the ground, turned and looked behind. When they saw what Glossai looked like, their hearts calmed slightly. The other party is also genin from Konoha village, so I shouldn't do anything to them. It's you. Rock Lee. Nara Shikamaru said in surprise. How will you be here? I've been following you for a long time. Glossai said coldly. I originally wanted to take the scroll in your hands, but now I have changed my mind. Why? Yamanaka Ino couldn't help asking. You are too weak, it's an insult to shoot you. Gulasi said rudely. Especially you know all day to eat, what is the difference with a pig? If you don't want to kill your companion, you'd better take care of your mouth. Chapter 42 Stimulation Ino, Shika, Cha. You dare to call me a pig? Akimichi Koji's face flushed immediately, and an unnamed karmic flame burst into his hands. He doesn't care about anything, except that he is extremely taboo about the word pig. Now, Glossai actually called him a pig in front of his teammates. How could he swallow this breath? Why, are you still not convinced? Fat pig. Glossai said harshly. Want to do it with me? I advise you to forget it, lest you ask for trouble, fatty pig. He said again. Damn it. Akimichi Koji threw the snacks in his hand to the ground, and then rushed towards Glossai quickly. Koji, don't. Nara Shikamaru stopped loudly. He could quietly appear behind them through Glossai, and he judged that Glossai's strength was far above them. If he provokes him, he is absolutely asking for trouble. However, Akimichi Koji was touched by Neji, and became so angry that he did not listen to Nara Shikamaru's dissuasion at all, and rushed to Glossai. Ask yourself. Glossai said coldly. He raised his right fist and greeted him with 30% strength. Partial doubling technique. At this moment, Akimichi Koji shouted loudly. At this moment, something strange happened. Akimichi Koji's arm suddenly swelled up suddenly, more than 5 times thicker than an ordinary person's arm. And along with the swelling of the arm, the strength of Akimichi Koji's fist has increased more than 10 times. As expected of Konoha's famous sect, there are indeed some ways. Glossai said in admiration. He increased the force in his hand from 30% to 50%, and slammed into it hard. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Glossai stood still on the spot, but Akimichi Koji screamed loudly, turning the whole person into a gourd rolling on the ground and rolling back. Glossai, victory. Koji, how are you? Yamanaka Ino was shocked and ran over to help Akimichi Koji up. She and Akimichi Koji are companions, and they have practiced together for a long time. Naturally, she knows Akimichi Koji's abilities very well. Akimichi Koji's own strength is not strong, but once the family's doubling technique is displayed, the strength can be increased several times or even 10 times in an instant, and the combat effectiveness can be described as the first in the same group. She never expected that Akimichi Koji would suffer such a big loss in a head-to-head confrontation with others. Koji, does it matter? Nara Shikamaru asked loudly. He didn't dare to turn his head, the pressure that Glossai put on him was too great. One punch defeated Akimichi Koji, who had performed the doubling technique. Even if he was not the strongest person in Genin this time, he was definitely at the forefront. Rock Lee, Hyaganiji, who is stronger between the two? Nara Shikamaru thought. Although their Nara family is famous for Konoha, they are not known for their combat power. They are more inclined to think tanks. Nara Shikamaru had analyzed the strongmen who participated in the Chunin exam before the game, and Hyaganiji, as the strongest star of the previous year, naturally attracted his great attention. As for Rock Lee, he is only remembered as a member of the same group as Hyaganiji. What he never thought was that Rock Lee's strength was so strong that he was not inferior to Hyaganiji. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Uchiha Sasuke, the strongest rookie of this year, paid so much attention to Rock Lee. That's why. I'm fine. Akimichi Koji got up from the ground and said in a weak voice. At this moment, he once again looked at Glossai's eyes, already with a trace of awe and fear. Don't worry, I didn't make a heavy move. Glossai said lightly. What I said, I'm not even interested in your shots. I just taught him a little lesson. Remember, if it wasn't me this time, but a ninja from another village, you would have been dead for a long time. Glossai turned and walked towards the depths of the forest. Don't discredit your title of competition. In the blink of an eye, Glossai disappeared without a trace. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Koji seemed to be petrified, staring at the direction of Glossai's disappearance without blinking for a long time. What Gallosi said just now, like a slap in the face, made them suddenly alert. Perhaps, he was right. Nara Shikamaru sighed and said. Our strength is too weak, he is not even interested in our shots. I will definitely not discredit the Yamanaka family. Yamanaka Ino gritted his teeth and said loudly. Me too. Akimichi Koji was the hardest hit, his face was dead gray, as if he was reflecting on his previous actions. Akimichi Koji, will never let the Akamika clan fall. Let us do our best to live bravely and pass this exam. Nara Shikamaru said loudly. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio will once again shine in the Death Forest. Glossai hiding in the dark Vice Admiral saw clearly the scene, and his heart was relieved. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Koji are all from Konoha, possessing a powerful family secret technique, and once they grow up, they will surely become independent powerhouses. However, now the environment of Konoha village is too calm, and without the trouble of war, the senior officials of Konoha village have begun to slack off. Affected by this situation, the ninja training in Konoha village has become more and more gentle. Konoha village's approach is not wrong, but if a ninja cultivated in that way encounters an opponent who is struggling on the sidelines of death every day, that kind of tragic end is almost inevitable. Among the 9 genins in Konoha village, except for Hyaganiji, Uchiha Sasuke, and Abarame Shino who have some strength, the others are all weak and can't be weaker. Whether it's the 3 Gara from Sand Shinobi village or the 3 turtle men from Otanin village, as long as they meet, there is only one dead end. Since Gallosi accepted Rock Lee's memory, he still had a sense of identity with Konoha village in his heart. He is willing to help the newcomers in Konoha village within his abilities. Perhaps, someday in the future, his actions will bring him huge benefits. Brush. Glossai fluttered and walked through the dense forest of death. His purpose is not to seize the scroll of the Book of Heaven and Earth, but to find everyone who takes the exam. He wants to fight against everyone and understand their ninjutsu. That's Genin from Rain Shinobi village. Soon, Glossai found a new prey and followed quietly. Chapter 43 U3, it's interesting. Rain Shinobi village is a small village located in the cracks between the 3 powers of the country of Earth, the country of Wind and the country of Fire. It rains all the year round, hence the name. Because it is at the junction of the 3 major powers, it is often reduced to a battlefield where major powers engage in war, keeping war chaos and ravages. However, Rain Shinobi Village also because of this, their ninjas have been baptized on the battlefield for a long time and are very powerful. They grandmaster various water-style techniques, and the assassination technique is developed, often accept the commission of other countries to carry out assassination missions, famous all over the world. Moreover, not long ago, a superpower appeared in Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo of the Salamander, who was revered as a demigod, and was as famous as Konoha Village Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, shaking the world. Later, although the half-god Hanzo of the Salamander fell due to some unknown reason, he also left a reputation in the ninja world. Until now, Rain Shinobi Village is still the most powerful force outside of the 5 major countries, and no one dares to provoke it. The 3 genin from Rain Shinobi Village who Golosi secretly followed, seem not to be very old, but they are 2 or 3 years older than Uzumaki Naruto, and their strength is far surpassed. Are they, also aiming at several newcomers in Konoha Village? Glossai had already launched his own strong god-tier plan to explore the surroundings, and soon found that the 3 were standing in the direction of advancement. 3 of his faces are still childish guys. These 3 are none other than Abarame Shino, Inyazukaga, and Hyuga Hinata among the 9 newcomers in Konoha Village. These 3 genins from Rain Shinobi Village are simply seeking their own deaths. Glossai curled his lips and said in his heart. Among the 9 newcomers in Konoha Village, Glossai only recognized 3 people, namely Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Suzuki and Abarame Shino. Even if these 3 people are placed in the entire ninja world, they are definitely at the forefront of genin. Glossai even had a hunch that Abarame Shino is likely to be stronger than Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Suzuki. Glossai has never played against Abarame Shino, it's just his feelings. Abarame Shino, in addition, inherited Hyuga Hinata, the most precious Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the eldest lady from the clan family, even if the strength is not as good as Hyuga Niji. How can such 2 people walk together to fear the enemy's provocation? What's more, in addition to the 2, there is Inyazuka Tooth with a puppy lying on his head. He is definitely a good hand in charge of investigating and spying on intelligence. The 3 of Rain Shinobi Village may not have the chance to attack, but it is possible. Will be counter-designed by 3 people. Golosi watched quietly, and did not make a move. At this time, he chose to watch the tiger fight from a mountain and observe the abilities and ninjutsu of both sides at close range, which is more beneficial to him. All in all, everyone is aiming for the tower. We'd better try to set up some traps near the tower. Inyazukaga said, twitching his nose constantly. Obviously, he already knew through the smell that someone had sneaked over. He speaks this way purely to paralyze the nerves of the secret enemy and make the enemy mistakenly think that they have not been found. Well, yeah is right. Hyuga Hinata whispered. She has an extremely shy temperament, and her small voice is like a mosquito barking. If you don't listen carefully, you won't be able to hear clearly. Is this the descendant of the Hyuga clan? Glossai shook his head secretly. This girl doesn't talk about her strength for the time being, her personality alone determines that she will never be a real powerhouse. Hyuga Niji's temperament is tough, tenacious, and arrogant, just like a white swan-born noble, so everyone has to look at him with admiration. Take another look at this Hyuga Hinata, the gap between the 2 is not so big. The Hyuga family is in trouble. Glossai secretly said. A group of little ghosts, standing in such a conspicuous place, is this intended for us to discover? A genin from Rain Shinobi Village said with sarcasm and disdain. They seem to feel our breath. Another said. However, we probably haven't figured out where we are. Hey, what's the matter with you? Why is your face so ugly? The third person suddenly turned his head to the first person and asked in surprise. I. The first person's face was blue, and he looked at him with a trace of hideousness. His voice trembled and seemed extremely frightened. What's that? One person pointed to his back and said in surprise. There was a squirming behind the man, and a slimy thing bigger than a fist slowly crawled out. The thing was lying on the man's back, sucking the blood forcefully. Punch! 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 At this moment, countless squishy things suddenly fell from the sky, like a shower of rain, and immediately annihilated the three of them. That's... Glossy felt awe-inspiring, and immediately exerted force under his feet, stepped on the 8 steps of the snake character, and left the area like lightning. The thing that fell from the sky was exactly the same as the thing sucking blood lying on the back of that person. Konoha's blood-sucking leeches, as long as they feel sweat and body temperature, they will collectively jump on their prey, and they will continue to suck blood for 5 minutes, and they will definitely die. Abarame Shino's cold voice sounded. Damn it! Ah! The terrifying screams and screams resounded through the death forest, immediately making the already eerie and terrifying jungle even more terrifying and chilling. We have solved one group. Abarame Shino sneered coldly. It's really strong. Glossy was secretly surprised. He can now be certain that Abarame Shino's ability is to control insects, and the blood-sucking leeches he just set up may also be an ambush. Poor genin from the 3-range shinobi village. They came here with ambitions. They wanted to rely on their veteran qualifications to take the Chunin exam several times and seize the scrolls in one fell swoop, but they never wanted to meet Abarame Shino. The character was killed without even fighting head-on. I hope they have the scroll of the Book of Heaven. Hyuga Hinata whispered. She said as she stepped in and walked in the direction of the three of them. Hinata, wait a minute. At this moment, Inyazuka's low voice shouted, stopping Hyuga Hinata. What's the matter, Yat? Hyuga Hinata asked puzzledly. Those who are hiding in the dark, get out. Inyazuka did not answer, but instead looked at where Glossy was and shouted. There are enemies. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but flush. If it weren't for Inyazuka's reminder, the enemy launched a sneak attack while she was picking up the scroll, then she would have been more fortunate. Hee, you really deserve to be from the Inyazuka clan, I can smell it even so far away. Glossy walked up to a big tree and said condescendingly. This is what Akamaru told me. Inyazuka tooth-stroked the puppy lying on his head and said proudly. If I remember correctly, you should also be a ninja in our Konoha village, named Rock Lee. What are you doing behind us? Do you want to grab our scroll? Abarame Shino asked sternly. Yes. Glossy nodded. However, compared to snatching the scrolls, I would rather fight against the three of you. The three of you are kind of interesting. Chapter 44. Don't you feel ashamed? In that case, is that the enemy? The aura exuding from Abarame Shino's body became even colder. A terrible murderous aura that almost surpassed all genins invaded and permeated, and this murderous aura was second only to Gaara in the genin that Glossy had encountered. Sure enough, this is an extremely terrifying strongman who is good at forbearing and low-key. It's really strong. Glossy nodded and said in admiration. The enemy is not counted, but I really want to fight the three of you. You are all extraordinary. Huh. Your vision is not bad, knowing that we are unusual. Inyazuka smiled triumphantly and said. I advise you to better not challenge us. Otherwise, I will let you know what regret is. Wow. At this moment, Akamaru, who was lying on top of his head, also called out, cheering. Hee. Glossy said with a smile. I hope you have this ability. Brush. As he spoke, his feet suddenly exerted force, and his whole person instantly changed from extreme silence to extreme movement like a cheetah dormant for a long time, and rushed towards Inyazuka's teeth fiercely. An iron fist pointed directly at the front door of Inyazuka, extremely swift, like a gust of wind and lightning, and the speed is incredible. All this happened in an instant, it was so fast, Even Inyazuka had been guarding against Glossy's possible attacks at any time and was fully prepared, but he never thought of Gyuto. She was so fast that he was close to him almost instantly, and there was no time to defend himself. That's it? Inyazuka's expression changed drastically. He knew that he underestimated the enemy, and he couldn't dodge the opponent's attack this time. However, despite this, he would not sit back and let the opponent kill him. He tried his best to turn his body to the right, ready to take Glossy's blow with his left shoulder, and then counterattack. Yeah, be careful, his fist strength is unimaginable. Abarame Shino, who had been cold all the time, couldn't help exclaiming, warning loudly. His face was full of shock, staring at Glossy, unable to believe that the opponent's strength was so powerful. Leaving aside other things, just relying on this physical skill alone is enough to rank among the most powerful genin. Call. The palm of the wind screamed, how fast Glossy was, and in an instant he caught Inyazuka's face. A fierce palm wind flew, and when it was a few tens of centimeters away from Inyazuka, it shook Inyazuka's hair and fluttered backwards. This shows how amazing the power of Glossy's punch is. Crap! His fist is so powerful, once it hits me, my bones and muscles will be broken and my combat effectiveness will be completely lost. Inyazuka was shocked. Can physical skills be so powerful? He was thinking. The person in front of him subverted his inherent ideas that he had formed over the past 10 years. Perhaps, without relying on ninjutsu and illusion, some people can reach the best of ninjas. Yeah, you step back. Just then, Hyuga Hinata's soft voice came from behind. Immediately afterwards, a snow-white guanghua palm stretched out and met Glossy's incomparably domineering punch. Boom! With a loud noise, Glossy's fist met Hyuga Hinata's palm. This was the first frontal collision between the most masculine and strong steel fist and the most feminine and soft gentle fist. With this punch, Glossy used 60% of his strength. Originally, he wanted to make Inyazuka lose his fighting power in one fell swoop, and then confront the extremely powerful Abarame Shino. As for Hyuga Hinata standing next to him, he didn't care at all. However, what Glossy did not expect was that the girl who looked shy and timid was doing good work. She inherited the blood of the Hyuga clan and actually blocked his fist abruptly and smashed Inyazuka. Tooth was rescued. Is the gentle fist of the Hyuga family? It's really good and well deserved. Glossy looked up and down Hyuga Hinata, and said approvingly. The punch he had just now was extremely powerful, not to mention genin, even the average chunin couldn't bear it. However, his fist hit Hyuga Hinata's palm as if hitting a pile of cotton, with no force at all, which made him very interested in Hyuga's gentle fist. Hyuga's house, with its names Byakugan and Gentle Fist, is not a vain name. Hyuga Hinata didn't speak, because although she received Glossy's punch just now, she also felt a mountain-like weight pressed through the palm of her hand, causing her to roll over with blood, and her face flushed. One slice. But her feet were even more uncertain, and she stepped back 5 steps in a row. The body was swaying, almost falling. Hinata, how are you? Inyazuka Hyuga Hinata helped to escape and was extremely grateful to Hyuga Hinata, but now seeing Hyuga Hinata look like this, he immediately rushed to support her. I'm fine. Hyuga Hinata tried to suppress the blood tumbling in his body, his flushing face gradually returned to normal, and he whispered. Ma, Shino, you must be careful, very strong, even more terrifying than my brother. Why? Both Abarame Shino and Inyazuka were shocked and looked at Glossy with unbelievable eyes. Hyuga Niji, from the Hyuga branch house, although it does not inherit the most authentic blood of the Hyuga family, it is exceptionally talented and terrifying with high qualifications. At a young age, he made the Hyuga family's Byakugan and Gentle Fist master perfect, strong, and last years at that time, he won the first place with absolute advantage. He is favored by many high-level figures and believes that he will become a great weapon in the future. There are even rumors that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once visited Hyaga Hayashi, the head of the Hyaga clan for Hyaga Niji, and begged him to return to the Hyaga clan. Although Hyaga Hayashi finally declined Sarutobi Hiruzen's request, it was enough to prove Konoha's attitude towards Hyaga Niji. As for Rock Lee, Hyaga Niji's teammate in the same group, his qualifications and reputation are far less than Hyaga Niji. It is said that this person is extremely talented, unable to practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique. Therefore, everyone focused on Hyaga Niji and ignored Rock Lee in the same group. But now, Hyaga Hinata, the most orthodox descendant of the Hyaga clan, says that Rock Lee is stronger than her brother Hyaga Niji. How can we keep them from being shocked? A person with such a powerful strength, but has been unable to bear it, waited until the Chunin exam to burst out. What on earth did he want to do? Is Yuming amazing? Have you finished the chat? At this moment, Glossai said lightly. You two are also men, but you hide behind a woman and accept a woman's asylum. Don't you feel ashamed? Huh. I will meet you. Abarame Shino said sternly. He stepped forward and walked towards Glossai, a powerful aura spreading out, surprisingly murderous. Shino, let me come. Inyazuka's temperament was relatively hot, and one jumped over Abarame Shino and rushed towards Glossai. If you are asked to act first, I'm afraid he will become a pile of bones, and I won't even have a chance for revenge. Chapter 45 Inyazuka Toa. I have to say that Inyazuka's physique is very good, coming first, passing Abarame Shino in an instant, and the whole person is like a fierce beast, rushing towards Glossai. Yes, the Inyazuka tooth statue at this moment is a beast. To be precise, it looks like a vicious dog that is countless times more ferocious than ordinary dogs, and it exudes an extremely uncomfortable breath all over. It looks like a man like this. A gleam of light flashed in Glossai's eyes. From the series of actions just now, he can judge that Inyazuka's strength is better than Hyaga Hinata. This time, he did not run in vain. Boom! Inyazuka came to Glossai in a blink of an eye, raised his hand and blasted over. His power is great, at least several times stronger than the power of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and others. Good come. Glossai was delighted. He didn't evade, but also greeted him with a punch. This time, he only played 50% of his power. Boom! With a loud noise, the fists of Glossai and Inyazuka slammed together. Both were shocked, and each took 2 steps back. No, why did his power become so weak all of a sudden? Abarame Shino's pair of cold eyes looked through the sunglasses carefully and analyzed carefully. When he saw the ending of the 2 punches, a pair of eyebrows immediately wrinkled up. When Glossai made his first shot before, he was immediately frightened and terrified. Because, Glossai's power is really too great, far beyond the level that genin can reach. Perhaps, after searching all genin, only Hyaga Niji of Grandmaster Gentle Fist can exercise restraint in a soft and strong way. In addition, I am afraid that only ninjutsu or family secret skills can be used to resist. That kind of formidable physique and overbearing power is not like a genin at all, but an elite genin who specializes in physical skills. No, it should be jonin. Monster. This is Abarame Shino's first evaluation of Glossai. For such a physique madman, Abarame Shino believes that it cannot be matched except for the use of ninjutsu. And Inyazuka Taga's strength is also physical skills. If he goes to war, he will undoubtedly lose. This is why he is the first to stand up and fight Glossai. However, what he didn't expect was that Inyazuka To moved too fast, and he handed over Glossai before he could react. However, what Abarame Shino was worried about did not happen, and the results of the 2 fist fights were evenly divided, which was really beyond his expectation. What the hell is it? Abarame Shino has a calm temper and seeks the roots of everything, not to mention that he is naturally extremely cautious when facing a powerful enemy like Glossy. He did not speak to remind Inyazuka, but secretly observed, and at the same time used his family transmission ability to deploy, ready to take action at any time. They came to take the Chunin exam, and naturally they had only one purpose, and that was to pass the exam smoothly. Although Abarame Shino really wanted to have a fair duel with Glossy, under the pressure of exams, he could only do so. He even decided that if the situation is unfavorable, he will join forces with Inyazuka and Hyuga Hinata. You are not as strong as I thought. Inyazuka himself was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that he could even fight Glossy. He laughed loudly and said, Hinata, you see how I beat him to the ground, use his best physical skills. As he spoke, he jumped forward again and rushed towards Glossy. His movements are agile, his offensive is fierce, and his physical skills are not weak. However, how powerful Inyazuka's physical skills are, how can it be compared with Glossy, who specializes in physical skills? Facing the onslaught of Inyazuka, Glossy looked indifferent, resisted easily, and was extremely relaxed. This guy, is he trying to force Inyazuka's strongest knack? Abarame Shino looked at it for a while, and his heart trembled violently, pale in amazement. Is Rock Lee so confident in his own strength? Once Inyazuka's strongest skill was forced out, even he was extremely jealous. Could it be that Rock Lee wanted to rely on pure physical skills to force the Inyazuka family's secret skills to fail? Damn it! How dare you look down on me? At this time, Inyazuka, who had been unable to attack for a long time, finally noticed something was wrong and shouted angrily. Tooth, no. Abarame Shino reminded loudly. However, Inyazuka had already been stunned by anger at this time. How could he hear Abarame Shino's words? Secret technique. Four-legged technique. He roared loudly. A powerful chakra gushed out of Inyazuka's teeth and spread to his limbs. At this time, a strange thing happened. His hands and feet actually grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then gave birth to a beast-like mane. Puff. Puff. Inyazuka's feet smashed through his shoes, revealing two hunting dog-like paws. His feet are twice as thick as ordinary dog paws, and the nails on the front of the paws are extremely sharp, like sharp knives, shining with a cold light. And his two hands are the same, turning into the appearance of dog paws. Is this the ability of the Inyazuka clan? Glossy exclaimed with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Come on, let me see the power of the secret arts of the Inyazuka clan. At this moment, he involuntarily recalled the experience of fighting in the Warcraft forest in his previous life. At that time, although he was very weak and was often dangerous in the face of Warcraft, he now misses it. Roar. Inyazuka's mouth roared like a beast. At this moment, although he still has a human body and appearance, his temperament is almost the same as that of a wild beast, and he can be called a humanoid beast. His eyes were cold and cruel, and the breath he gave out was no different from that of a wild beast. Obviously, although the abilities of the Inyazuka clan can increase combat effectiveness to a great extent, it also has a certain impact on the mind of the caster himself. Who? Suddenly, Inyazuka's teeth exerted force, and the whole person immediately flew toward Glossy like a bow and arrow from the string. So fast. Glossy's heart was stunned. After Inyazuka's esoteric surgery, the speed of the whole person was more than twice as fast as before. Die! Inyazuka shouted. He suddenly turned around in the air, and his thick right leg was like a very sharp long knife, radiating a cold light, and it slashed towards Glossy's abdomen. Glossy's eyes flashed continuously, and he reached out his hand to pick up an arm-thick branch from the side, and slammed it toward the right leg kicked by Inyazuka. Chapter 46 Humanoid Beast. Boom. With a loud noise, that arm-thin branch broke off. However, Inyazuka's right leg was not harmed in any way, and an after-image was drawn, and it continued to sweep towards Glossai's chest and abdomen. At this time, Inyazuka's teeth was almost like a beast. The power of the flesh was extremely powerful, sweeping all obstacles. That branch as thick as an arm was as fragile as glass in front of him, and it broke instantly. Not bad. Not only was Glossai not afraid, his eyes were filled with excitement. He roared, raised his feet, and left an afterimage on the spot, exploding with a wave of mountains and seas, and greeted him with Inyazuka. He is a warrior, and even a warrior in his previous life, and the most important thing for a warrior is his aura, arrogant and swallowing mountains and rivers. Fighting hard against hard, strong against strong, is the style of warrior. Without any bells and whistles, it is directly a duel of power and momentum. Boom! With a loud noise, Glossai's fist and Inyazuka's foot slammed into each other. What? Inyazuka let out a scream. He only felt a sharp pain in the palm of his foot, and an irresistible and terrible force surged in madly, even wanting to abolish his leg in one fell swoop. He didn't dare to neglect, he immediately used his feet, and with the terrifying force of Glossai's blast, his whole body flew out obliquely behind. In this way, he shed more than half of his strength and avoided the tragic ending of the abolition of his right leg. However, despite this, his fate is also very sad. His whole body flew out backwards, losing direction control, and directly hitting a tree that was more than half a meter thick. Because of too much power, he actually broke the tree in the middle. Terrible power, terrible physique, terrible Glossai. It's terrible. Abarame Shino's body couldn't help shaking. Before that, he knew that Glossai was very strong, but he still had the confidence to fight the opponent, but the scene just now made him completely chilled. Inyazuka, who has performed the family secret technique, is definitely not much weaker than himself. However, in this state, Inyazuka was defeated by Glossai in a single blow. What a terrible strength is this? Could it be that this person was the strongest person to take the Chunin exam this time? Abarame Shino was shocked. Yeah, are you okay? Hyuga Hinata hurriedly ran to help Inyazuka up, and asked concerned. Go away, I haven't lost yet. Inyazuka's consciousness was a little fuzzy at this time, and he slammed Hyuga Hinata roughly and rushed towards Glossai again. The secret technique of the Inyazuka family is nothing more than that. Glossai said lightly. There was a wild ray of light in his eyes, and his dark hair was windless, and he strode forward. With every step taken, there was a terrible aura that made people palpitate. Roar! Inyazuka yelled. Although his consciousness was almost blurred, his fighting instinct was still there. He attacked with 2 rows of sharp nails on his invincible feet, trying to fight against the incomparably powerful Glossai. But how rich is Glossai's combat experience! When he blinked his eyes, he could see the movements of Inyazuka clearly. His fists kept colliding with Inyazuka's legs, but he never touched those 2 rows of sharp nails. Soon, Inyazuka was yelled with anger. He has no indestructible weapon, but he has never been able to use it. How can he not be angry? You lost. After another 5 moves, Glossai's recruiting agent grabbed a leg kicked by Inyazuka and said sternly. You. Inyazuka's face changed drastically. Glossai didn't give Inyazuka a chance to speak at all. He clasped Inyazuka's leg tightly, and moved him vigorously like a scarecrow. Crack! With a crisp sound, Inyazuka body was used as a weapon, and Glossai used his life to break a small tree as thick as an arm. Crack! With another crisp sound, the second small tree as thick as the mouth of a bowl was broken again. Kaka! 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 Glossai seemed to be mad, so he was dancing wildly in the woods with Inyazuka's teeth, smashing to and fro. In the continuous click sound, there are constantly broken trees. This is an extremely wild picture. Both Abarame Shino and Hyuga Hinata were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, they felt that Glossai was more like a beast than Inyazuke, a human-shaped beast. It is too violent and violent. What? Inyazuke struggled and screamed constantly. Although his body has been strengthened by family secret techniques, it is a flesh and blood body after all. How can he stand up against so many big trees? After smashing 5 or 6 trees in a row, a lot of blood leaked out of his forehead, which was hideous and terrifying. Let go of him. Abarame Shino reacted at this moment and shouted at Glossai. Byakugan. Hyuga Hinata opened Byakugan for the first time and rushed towards Glossai. In order to rescue her companions, she has taken out her last hole cards and used Hyuga's most precious Byakugan and Gentle Fist to cooperate. Sure enough, the Gentle Fist of the Hyuga family can only exert its maximum power if it cooperates with Byakugan. Glossai felt a sharp palm wind hit his vest, and immediately knew that Hyuga Hinata had attacked. Glossai swept the Inyazuka tooth in his hand toward the back to fight Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata's beautiful big eyes flashed, and his hands changed their moves, and they lightly patted Inyazuka's shoulder. Boom! Immediately, Glossai felt a strong force passing through Inyazuka's teeth, and it went straight to a keyhole on his chest. This is spreading fire across the pay. Glossai was startled. He didn't expect the Gentle Fist of Hyuga family to cooperate with Byakugan to be so powerful, even such a high-level martial arts can be displayed. Glossai knew that he couldn't hold Inyazuka's teeth anymore, otherwise, Hyuga Hinata's move would be absolutely uncomfortable. However, before letting go of Inyazuka's teeth, he smashed it to the ground fiercely, allowing it to have the closest contact with the hard ground. Rainy. At this moment, Glossai heard a creepy sound coming from behind him. He didn't dare to neglect, his feet slammed into force, and the whole person flew out like a big bird. He flew to a big tree, stabilized his figure and looked down, and immediately felt that his scalp was numb, and his hair was erect. I saw that there were countless dense insects on the ground at some point. The number of them was too much, like a river, piled up in every corner of the ground. Chapter 47, Purpose Achieved. Bugs, endless, densely packed bugs. At this time, the ground has already become a sea of bugs. The number of these worms is too much, gathered together, the creeping room is like layers of black waves, it is creepy. What's more surprising is that the insects seem to have wisdom. Although they are densely packed and almost covering every corner, they only leave the place where Abarame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Inyazuke stand. This guy, really oozing. Glossai was condescending, frowning, and looking at Abarame Shino below with shocked eyes. He was shocked to find that those bugs had crawled out of Abarame Shino's body. In such a scenario, even Gullos, who had more than 1,000 years of experience in his previous life, couldn't help but fought a cold war. Obviously, in order to gain the approval of the insects, this person did not hesitate to keep the insects in his body, using his body as a nest. This is an extremely dangerous person. Yeah, are you okay? Hyuga Hinata grabbed Inyazuka's arm, shook it vigorously, and asked loudly. I'm fine. Inyazuka-to's weak voice came. However, if you continue to shake like this, it won't necessarily be the case. Yes. I'm sorry. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but blush when he heard the words, and quickly let go of the hand holding Inyazuka's teeth, and whispered. Thank you for saving me just now. Inyazuka-to groaned and slowly sat up from the ground, saying with difficulty. Just now, his body was grabbed by Glossai and used as an iron rod to smash it around, causing him serious injuries, and now he has completely lost his combat effectiveness. Yeah, where's Akamaru? Why didn't he fight with you? Hyuga Hinata looked at the scarred Inyazuka-toa, suddenly thought of something, and asked. SHHH. A weird smile suddenly appeared on Inyazuka's scarred face. I am Akamaru. Huh. Hyuga Hinata was taken aback. However, She was not too stupid at all, and immediately covered her mouth. "And you?" "Hidden," Inyazuka whispered. "That person is too strong, I'm afraid that even Shino is not an opponent. My body hides in the dark. If he reveals a flaw in the fight with Shino, I will shoot immediately." Hyuga Hinata blinked without speaking. Although she is soft-tempered, innocent, and kind, she was born in the Hyuga Giants and has undergone a lot of ninja training, knowing that if the enemy is not defeated, they will be eliminated and lose the qualification for the exam. "You are very strong." Abarame Shino's voice was cold, as if it was coming from an ice cellar. He stared at Glossy unblinkingly through his sunglasses, and said, "In order to show respect for you, I will fight with all my strength, regardless of life or death. It doesn't matter whether you live or die." "Haha." Garasi laughed and said, "We are all ninjas in Konoha village. We don't have any deep hatred between each other. Why do we fight to death and life?" "You?" Abarame Shino was taken aback. Obviously, he didn't expect Glossy to say such words in this situation. "I said from the beginning that my purpose is not to take the scrolls in your hands, but to fight against you," Glossy said. "Now that my goal has been achieved, why bother with you? You humiliated my companion, do you want to leave without paying any price?" Abarame Shino shouted at Glossy with anger rising from his chest and abdomen. Buzzing. At the same time, a large swarm of flying insects flew out of Abarame Shino's body, like a grey mist, and rushed towards Glossy. "I will fight you, but not now." Glossy's figure flashed quickly, and he appeared dozens of meters away in an instant. "Hyuga Hinata, you have great potential, but compared to your brother Hyuga Niji, it is too weak and vulnerable. As the descendant of the Hyuga clan, your future will be very difficult. I hope you can do it yourself." "Effort." "And you, Inyazuka, don't think that the main body hides and lets a dog fight me, you can hide it from me. See you next time, if your main body still dare not fight, I won't be merciful." Glossy's voice came from far away, but his figure quickly flickered, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. It turns out he had noticed it a long time ago. Inyazuka jumped out from behind a big tree and said with a wry smile. He originally thought that what he had made was perfect, but he never thought that the other party had already noticed that he was just too lazy to expose it. "He, may be really better than my brother Hyuga Niji," Hyuga Hinata said, biting his lip. The words Glossy said just now, like a stone thrown away on a calm lake, stirred endless ripples. She is the descendant of the Hyuga clan, and Hyuga Niji is the descendant of the branch house. For a long time, the descendants of the Zone family were much stronger than those of the branch house, but Hyuga Niji's strength was far above her, which caused a heavy pressure on her. Although she herself doesn't care about these things very much, she represents the Hyuga clan after all. How can she fall into the clan's reputation? He is strong, but from the current point of view, he is helpless with my abilities. Abarame Shino was silent for a long time before speaking slowly. He couldn't deal with my bugs, so he didn't fight with me and immediately left the fight. This person is extremely keen on the judgment and analysis of the battlefield situation, and he is a very powerful guy who acts decisively. "Shino, aren't you sure to beat him?" Inyazuka asked in surprise. He knew clearly about Abarame Shino's strength, it was absolutely comparable to ordinary Chunin. "Don't say it's me, I'm afraid no one among the people who took the exam this time would dare to praise Hokage and say they are sure to beat him," Abarame Shino said. "Well, everyone is gone, we should also transfer. The battle just now has probably attracted some people's attention. We must leave here immediately." "Akabal." Inyazuka took out a red pill from the back of his buttocks and threw it over. Akamaru changed back to the look of a dog, bruised all over. It opened its mouth and swallowed the pill, then jumped on top of Inyazuka's head, squinted and fell asleep. Swish. 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 Abarame Shino, Inyazukaga, and Hayagawa Hinata walked through the forest quickly and left here. Not long after they left, 3 people with amazing murderous auras arrived. Damn it! It's a step late, said a bearded man bitterly. Chasing, they must not have gone far. Taking advantage of the fact that they have just fought a battle and their physical strength is not at the peak, kill them and take the scroll. Yes, yes. Chapter 48, Auto-generated chapter title. The 48th chapter is ruthless. Hey, I actually caught up to you, I'm so courageous. Glossy frowned suddenly, muttering to himself. No, it's not the 3 of Abarame Shino. There was a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and he quietly hid in the dense branches of a big tree, quietly waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Swish. 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 3 figures rushed quickly. Their physiques are not bad, and they leap on tiptoes on tree trunks, just like agile apes. They traveled extremely fast, and in an instant they came near the big tree in Gilodo, Tibet. Stop. Suddenly, the leading man waved and shouted. What's the matter? The only female ninja among the 3 asked suspiciously. The traces he left have disappeared here. The man said in a deep voice. Be careful, I suspect he's lying in ambush here. Thunder Python, are you too careful? The other man said in a disdainful voice. He is only one person, and he has just gone through a big battle, both physically and energy are consumed greatly, I don't believe he dare to stay alone and attack us. Believe it or not. The headed man said coldly. In short, the traces he left are here. If I guess right, he is hiding in a nearby tree. What a keen insight, you really deserve to be an old man who has taken many Chunin exams. Glossy secretly nodded when he heard it. In a general sense, people who have had 1 or more Chunin exams have more strength and experience than newcomers, and it is difficult to deal with them. This is the main reason why most people are targeting the 9 newcomers in Konoha village. In my opinion, he must have noticed someone tracking him and deliberately erased the traces he left. Another man said disdainfully. If you don't believe it, I will prove it to you right away. As he said, he exerted force under his feet and jumped towards the place where Glossy was. Be careful. The female ninja reminded loudly. However, the man insisted on going his own way and couldn't listen at all. He has always been dissatisfied with his teammate Thunder Mana, always pressing him everywhere, which makes him extremely unhappy. This time, he must use facts to prove that his judgment is correct. Brush. Suddenly, just when his right foot was about to touch the trunk, a dark shadow was drawn across the dense foliage, and a wooden stick that was about half a meter long and as thin as a baby's arm was drew toward his head fiercely. What? He yelled in horror, his eyes full of regret and unwillingness. However, it was too late at this time. The wooden stick came too fast, like a gust of wind and lightning, there was no way to avoid it, and I could only watch it getting closer and closer. Boom. Bleeding. The stick drew on his head fiercely, blood spattered. He screamed loudly and his whole person lost his balance and fell to the ground. Puff. Puff. Glossy was unforgiving, he knew that the man's life would not be killed by the stick just now. He took out 2 sharp kunai from the backpack around his waist, and quickly threw them out. One was in the middle of the man's chest, and the other was stuck in the vital part of his throat. So far, that person has completely lost his life. Ah! The female ninja screamed loudly, her face as earthy. That person is her closest companion. He has lived together on missions for more than 3 years, but now he has been killed by life in front of her. How can she not be stunned? Damn it! The headed man's expression changed drastically, and he cursed fiercely. Although he and that person are at odds, they are partners in the same group after all, and they still have feelings. What's more, there is no possibility of passing the test if one person is missing in this exam. In other words, the moment that person died, their group had already lost the qualifications for the exam and failed the exam. If you want to kill me and seize the scroll, you must be prepared to be killed. Gulasi threw the bloody wooden stick in his hand to the ground, and said coldly, "I'm going to kill you." The headed man yelled frantically. At this time, he had a hideous face, like a ghost crawling out of hell, afraid of people. "Only you," Gulasi said sternly. "I originally planned to use this trick as a killer in the single-player match of the third exam. However, now that I have been eliminated, let you try it?" The man yelled. He was able to put his hand out of his backpack behind his A and grabbed a handful of golden sand. He lifted forcefully towards the sky, and then quickly formed seals with both hands. "Ninfa! Mystery! Jinsha shots!" he yelled. In an instant, this area was dim and dark, with strong winds, and the golden sands in the sky bloomed with dazzling brilliance. The sands gradually condensed in the sky and turned into balls the size of a football. Under the control of that person Chakra, these spheres quickly cut through the void and smashed towards Gulasi. Looking from a distance, it looks like a series of small meteorites, with astonishing momentum. Is this ninjutsu? Sure enough, there are some doorways. Gulasi said to himself with gleaming light in his eyes. He raised his feet to take a step, changeable, from left to right, from front to back, and all of them evaded the past in a period of time. Divine action is ever-changing, one of the most wonderful footwork circulated in the martial arts back then. The mystery is endless. Why? This, how is this possible? The man widened his eyes and stared at Lin Feng, his face full of shock and inconceivability. There are more than a dozen spherical bodies formed by the condensation of sands, all of which are precisely controlled by him with chakra, and there can be no dead ends. However, his opponents escaped without exception, which is beyond his scope of cognition. Is he a ghost? The female ninja was already shocked, standing there blankly, as if she was petrified. They wanted to take advantage of the opponent's strength to drop to the lowest point after the war, killing people to seize the scroll, but never expected to meet a terrible freak, who was about to face the end of complete destruction. They asked for all this, so who can blame it? Brush. Like a ghost, Gulasi passed the man one by one and slapped his chest with a palm. The man screamed loudly and flew out on his chest. Thunder Python. The female ninja woke up like a dream, and quickly rushed to catch Thunder Python. Cough, cough, cough. However, to the horror of the female ninja, Thunder Python kept coughing, and the coughed blood was actually mixed with a broken heart. With the palm just now, Gulasi had already shattered all his internal organs. For the people of Konoha village, Gulasi always showed mercy. But when faced with the ninjas in the outer village, Gulasi was cold and ruthless, making his shots cruel and not keeping alive. Chapter 49 Encounter. Lay Anaconda, how about you? Doesn't it matter? The female ninja was already frightened. Her eyes widened, she stared at her blood-covered companion, and her face was full of horror. She didn't expect that the person there Ishin wanted to pick up and enter the emptiness was such a terrifying monster. Her first companion was not strong, and was sneak attacked by the other party. It was excusable and acceptable to be killed within 2 moves. But Thunder Python is different. His strength can be said to be extremely strong. He possesses the secret technique Golden Sand Link in the field of Genin. However, after Thunder Python displayed his most powerful secret, he was easily evaded by the opponent, and then rushed over at an incredible speed and shattered Thunder Python's internal organs. How horrible is this? Terrible combat power? This person is really just a genin, not a chinin or even jonin. On a whim, want to get involved in the chinin exam to have fun? The female ninja was trembling all over, and she felt her hair standing upright and icy to her bones. It seems that she is not facing a person, but Shinigami who controls the fate of everyone in the world. Powerful, cold, and cruel. Pump. After Lei Anaconda coughed out the fifth mouthful of blood, she finally couldn't stand it anymore. Her body slipped from the female ninja's hand, and she fell heavily to the ground, dying of anger. You demon. The female ninja shivered all over. She pointed Glossy with her finger, and said in a trembling voice. There was infinite horror in her heart, but the death of two companions aroused her anger. The fire of anger overwhelmed the fear, and she rushed towards Glossy. I have completely lost my calm. People like you don't deserve to be a ninja. Glossy shook his head regretfully, and said lightly. Swish. 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 The four sharp kiwi flew towards Glossy from four different directions, and their strength was not weak. It's too slow, Glossy said coldly. He stood motionless and waited until Fengrui's kiwi was about to arrive before he raised his hand and grabbed all the four kiwi in his hands with lightning speed. Crack. 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 In the incredible gaze of the female ninja, Glossy's hand slightly smashed all the four kunao. It seemed that it was not kunao, but a weed on the side of the road. You. The female ninja was so scared that she couldn't even speak the complete words. Kunao is one of the most important combat weapons at Genin's level, and a weapon for killing enemies. However, Glossy can easily break it off. What a terrible force is this? Is he really just a genin? The female ninja asked again in her heart. The genin of Konoha village is far more powerful than you think. Glossy said lightly. Focus on us. If you want to kill us to take the scroll, then you must be prepared to be counter-killed. Ah! The female ninja seemed to be irritated, and she let out a scalp-numbing scream. She took out all the kunao from the back of her and then threw it towards Glossy without any tactics. It's useless, Glossy said pityingly. He raised his feet to take a step forward, and his divine action and variety body style made him look like a ghost, and he was better than a stroll in the courtyard in the dozens of flying sharp knights. His body rushed past the female ninja like a light and shadow. With a light stroke of his right hand on his neck, a head full of horrified expression flew out obliquely. A blood arrow rose into the sky, and the headless corpse fell to the ground with a dull sound. Shot sharply, ruthlessly. Glossy was a warrior in his previous life, experienced countless blood, his hands were covered with blood from countless people, his will was firm, and his heart was as strong as iron. There is no slightest sense of guilt for killing. No matter which world you are in, there is always only one law that governs everything, and that is the law of the jungle of the weak eat the strong, the fittest survive. Whether it's the martial arts world or the ninja world, it's nothing more than the same. By inheriting and absorbing the memory of Rock Lee, Glossy knew that this continent has been in chaos since ancient times and has never achieved the so-called peace. Leaving aside other things, just say that in the last 100 years, there have been as many as 3 large-scale wars. In every war, Konoha village is involved. The famous Sunin and Konoha 8 Colors ninjas all rose up in such wars. The current ninja world is in a temporary peace. The reason is only the formation of equilibrium among countries. Once this equilibrium state is broken, war will break out immediately. In other words, the danger of war has never been really contacted, and it may break out at any time. Under such circumstances, Glossy believes that it is necessary to take advantage of Chunin's exam to kill some strong and potential ninjas from the outer village. At the very least, if war really breaks out in the future, Konoha village will face fewer threats. Therefore, Glossy will be ruthless in the battle just now, killing them all. Although, there is no enmity between them and Glossy. Different positions, this is the only reason Glossy killed them. This is, the smell of blood, it's been a long time. Glossai raised his right hand and murmured. His hands were stained with the blood of the female ninja. His current strength is still very weak, his martial art is far from being cultivated, and he can't kill people without blood. However, when his martial arts mentality enters the fourth heaven, when he touches the domain of the king of martial arts, he can reach the realm of being as hard as iron with a sword. At that time, not only can he not fear the swords of the world, but also the ninjutsu that can hardly shake the world with his flesh, and he has truly risen. Time, all I need is time. Glossai said secretly. You only need to cultivate the martial arts mentality to the fourth heaven, and you can display some of the martial arts combat skills of my previous life. I will not be afraid of the strong Jonin. Tisk tusk, it's a little monster. Suddenly, when Glossai was in a trance, a cold, hoarse voice came from behind him. Listen to the sound, it is less than 1 meter away from him. Who? Glossai only felt that his entire body was chilly and his hair was horrified. His mind hasn't responded yet, but his body has already moved. With fierce force under his feet, the whole person leaped high, and his right leg was like a big axe, slashing towards the back fiercely. Leg axe? At the critical moment, Gullos didn't dare to have any fluke mentality, and directly used the stunts he created in his previous life. His leg slashed through the air, swift and fierce, like a huge axe, slashing at the person behind him fiercely. At the same time, Glossai also saw clearly what the person behind him looked like. She was the female ninja with fluttering hair and a numbing tongue. Glossai's heart was shaken, and his face was extremely ugly. This is the person he least wants to see, because he judged by his experience of more than 1,000 years in the previous life. This person is definitely more terrifying than Yakushi Kabuto, Might Guy, Heitake Kakashi. Chapter 50 Escape from the Dead. This person has never made a move before, and even his breath hasn't really come out, but Glossai is almost paranoid that this person is absolutely terrifying. Glossai's sixth sense told him that this person is even more terrifying than Yakushi Kabuto, Might Guy, and Heitake Kakashi. Once he is targeted by this person, it may even be a problem to escape. Intuition. This is purely an almost instinctive instinct for danger formed by Glossai's previous life for more than 1,000 years and after countless blood and blood. Must stay away from this person. Ah! Glossai yelled, focusing all his strength on the leg axe, doing his best, not daring to leave even a trace of his hand. Huh? A lot of strength. The female ninja with fluttering hair let out a surprise, and said in admiration. Faced with Glossai's almost violent full blow, she didn't mean to dodge in the slightest. She raised her right hand and grabbed Glossai's ankle in a while. That's awful. Glossai was shocked. Although he had expected this person to be extremely strong, he did not expect to be so strong. The leg axe that he kicked with all his strength just now was so powerful that even Jonin Might Guy, who is proficient in physical skills, had to avoid the edge for a while. However, this person grabbed his ankle as soon as he probed his hand. What amazing strength is this? To be able to do this, master of physical skills, eyesight, and timing of shots are indispensable. Could it be that this person's physical skills are even better than Might Guy? Or, this person is far better than Might Guy? He is not Jonin, but the legendary cage-level powerhouse? Who? Glossai was in danger. His right leg and ankle were grabbed by the opponent, and his left foot immediately squeezed his strength. With lightning speed, he slammed his heel against the opponent's chin. Fierce, fierce. This is the most primitive fighting instinct accumulated by Glossai over 1,000 years in his previous life. There are no moves at all, but it is extremely effective. It was born specifically for murder. What a funny kid, I'm more and more interested in you. The female ninja with fluttering hair avoided Glossai's onslaught and said in a leisurely manner. You. Glossai's face changed color. He attacked 2 moves in a row, both of which went all out, but his first move was easily cracked by the opponent, but his ankle was caught, and the second move was easily avoided by the opponent, which made his heart cold. It's like sinking into ice water. This person's strength is absolutely comparable to the Dachan martial king in the martial arts world. This is the suppression of absolute strength, and not Glossai's physical skills are not strong enough. In fact, in terms of physical skills, the average elite Jonin and even Jonin are not as good as Glossy. However, what Glossai is now encountering is a super terrifying monster, unable to do anything. Boy, are you Genin from Konoha village? What's your name? The female ninja with fluttering hair did not immediately act on Glossai, but looked at Glossai with interest and asked. Who is your master? My name is Rock Lee. Seeing that the other party didn't do anything, Glossy immediately became active in his heart, guessing the identity and origin of the other party. My teacher is Might Guy. Oh, it turns out that you are a student of Little Might Guy. No wonder the physique is pretty good. The female ninja nodded and said softly. She spoke with a big tone, and actually called Might Guy a Little Might Guy, and commented that Glossai's physique was not bad, which shows her status, and her strength is so powerful. This person is definitely a Cage-level powerhouse. Glossai secretly said in his heart. Senior, you. Glossai said cautiously after thinking about it. Don't get close to me, it won't work. The female ninja sneered and said. I'm not from Konoha, and I don't have much friendship with you Konoha village. Put away your little thoughts. Yes, senior. Glossai had no choice but to shut up obediently. Obviously, the other party is an old and well-informed monster, and he doesn't follow his style at all. Instead of risking being disgusted by the other party, it is better to close your mouth and wait for the other party to speak. According to Glossai's inference, this person should have been attracted by the vision of heaven and earth when he was fighting with Thunder Anaconda. After watching the duel between him and Thunder Python, the opponent became interested in his physical skills, nothing more. Otherwise, the other party would have killed him a long time ago, so how could they talk to him properly? Your name is Rock Lee? The female ninja asked. Yes, senior, Glossy replied. From today, you just follow me. The female ninja groaned for a while, and said domineeringly. Huh. Glossy was stunned. I just founded a village of my own not long ago, called Otanin Village. The female ninja said. Your qualifications are very good. Follow me to Otanin Village. I promise that your future achievements will far surpass that Might Guy. You founded Otanin Village. Glossy said in shock. All of a sudden, the three tortoise men appeared in his mind. No wonder the three men were so murderous, they were all influenced by this person. Not bad. The female ninja nodded and said. Why, not willing. Glossy didn't know how to answer. Follow me. Or, die. The female ninja said with a terrible smile on her face. You choose it yourself. Senior. Glossy trembled. Little devil, your strength is very good, you can almost be said to be invincible at the genin level. Said the female ninja. But in front of me, you'd better be honest. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing talents. Senior, since you have said so, do I still have a choice? Glossy smiled bitterly and said helplessly. I would. He said word by word. Huh. You know you. The female ninja nodded in satisfaction and said. She let go of her hand grasping Glossy's ankle. I want you uncle. The moment the female ninja let go of Glossy's ankle, Glossy yelled violently, and slammed his palms into the female ninja's ears with a move like thunder. Spicy and extremely fruitful. This person is too dangerous. At first glance, he knows that he is a killer who never blinks. How can Glossy follow such a person? It was never his choice to give his life to others to control. The warrior is extremely arrogant, he would rather die than steal his life. Boy, I knew you would be like this a long time ago. A cruel smile appeared on the female ninja's face. She lowered her head slightly, and immediately avoided Glosseye's ultimate move, and then swiped out with a fluttering palm, hitting Glosseye's left shoulder. Kaka. With a crisp sound, Glosseye's left shoulder broke. Glossie was sweating in pain, his eyes turned black, and he almost fainted. However, his mental will was extremely strong, and he took a deep breath. With the power of the female ninja's palm, the whole person retreated back like an arrow from the string. In an instant, he retreated into the dense jungle and disappeared.